I would give Broside some advice. I think he gets a little bit too angry at what DSP says, but what he needs to understand is that DSP would never say any of this stuff to your face. If you were face to face with him, he would be singing a very different tune. And just understand that and don't get too mad about him being a little keyboard warrior, saying whatever he wants, lying to people's not really to people's faces, but to his camera, just lying to his camera. So don't get too mad about what he says, because you know he's not that person in real life, and you know that for a fact.
I don't have any responsibility to take a bunch of, he's one of those guys that like replies to a thread 27 times with insults. Yeah, you're getting blocked, guy.
Savage would be the three men representing WCW at Bash at the Beach. Nash and Hall, now known as the Outsiders, were still a man down though, and I'm not going to go into great detail here regarding Hulk Hogan, by the way. It's already been covered and you guys, I'm sure, all know the story. But the big question leading up to Bash at the Beach now was, who is this mystery third partner who would be siding with Hall and Nash? Again, you guys know the story, but let's wrap things up here and focus on what the Outsiders got.
Look, it's Speedy Piranha.
Oh, wait.
Roundhound to Speedy Piranha with the rain.
This'll be fun. Oh, we suck.
Alexa, drop the Tony Hawk's Pro Skater theme.
Alexa, play the Tony Hawk Pro Skater theme.
Tony Hawk Pro Skater 4 and similar songs on
What the fuck?
I'm ready to dig in.
Oh, shit. Yeah, in fights like this is when this is bad without it having to cool down. Come on. I got this, Oh, fuck you. Oh, Jesus. Oh my god. Woo! Dude, that was fine. That was very close. Too close.
You give the same answer, but it takes a while. Usually like once a year someone asks me this question. So I'll answer it again. Here's the thing. Today it's very different. Back in the day when I started, the market was not saturated at all. There was ample opportunity.
How do you get popular as a late streamer?
99% of stuff is done.
Do whatever you feel like.
Okay, guys,
Like
what is okay, here's
on the matters.
These are all channel member questions.
Because that barely impacts her character or her behavior.
Hey, you want to see evil Spider-Man's feet?
Oh
shit. Goddamn. Throw out a backflip.
And why the hell?
Oh, we did it! We did it! I didn't get hit! Bro! Oh, I didn't get hit! No, we did it! No! I didn't get time. No way, this is not time. This is not time.
Mamma mia!
Those guys are much easier to deal with than the fucking Panzers. Oh, no way, no way, no way! Yeah, we're not gonna talk about that. It's really cool that Dingus is gonna return everyone's points for these.
Okay, we got that one out of the way.
too often I actually get a hot play. Yo, I got the heli right off the bat. Let's go. Maybe we can actually win a game.
Anything else?
I mean, it's still up in the air, of course, but we can try.
Well, it's very dark. I guess that's it.
Damn it. Never mind, they blew it up instantly. I got nothing out of it. Actual L.
Once it...
Isn't this your lucky day?
Ladies and gentlemen, Garfield and friends.
We're ready to party. We're ready. I hope you bring lots of spaghetti.
Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Dancing,
Fiesta,
romancing,
siesta,
samba,
la bamba. Ay caramba, disguises, surprises, and pies of all sizes.
Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Garfield and friends.
And pay attention. There'll be a test at the end.
Whoa, what? Dingus in the daytime? She. No way, it can't be true. Really? No, but it is. Wow, less than 12 hours after I ended the last stream, I'm back here again for a daytime special. It's an event you won't want to miss. Surely the first of many 2026 daytime streams. Is that the new resolution? Just more daytime streams? Look, guys, it's not often we get a Saturday where there's like really well and truly nothing to do. So I thought, you know, let me treat you guys, because I love ya, and I appreciate ya. And, yeah. But big ups. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, everybody. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Howdy doing, hullabaloo. All that good shit, too. I hope everyone's having a cozy Saturday afternoon. I hope this Saturday afternoon is treating you about as well as it's treating me. I just, I speed ran my rice. And I have coffee right here. Cough is getting better, so that's always great to hear. But big ups to the dinguses, the ding-dongs, the dingers, the dongers, the ding-dongs, and expanded style, swollen __ individuals, peoples, and persons existing here in the now. And the bigger big ups to the dinguses, the ding-dongs, the dingers, the dongers, the swollen _ ones, and expanded style individuals, peoples, and persons who surely may or may not be existing in the immediate and far-flung future. We're talking about Skeleton Man, Atlas the Bookkeeper, getting gifted by Infamous KS. Whoa, buddy, we're talking about Ryohan, the tier 1 for 42 months of Ryohan. Sheesh! Thank you so much. Infamous KS, thank you for the 50-bit cheer. Before I even got on the mic, big ups Chowder, big ups J Frosty Beats, welcome in. Welcome in, everybody. Big ups Tronic Speed, the first person here, allegedly, for once redeeming that before Juzzy, and Juzzy51, who's also here, and Kurono, and everybody else. Why are you streaming this early, Dingus? Is it to commemorate USA invading Venezuela? I don't know what time it is in Venezuela right now. What time is it in Venezuela? Is this accommodating the people in Venezuela? I'm now streaming for them. Oh, 6:02 p.m. Actually, yeah. Actually, this is accommodating the Venezuelan people. Give them something to think about while their president's being tortured and kidnapped by Trump. Look, I'm not gonna. My political takes are ass, and they're brainless, and they're mentally felted. I have dunce political takes, but it's pretty funny how we hated that Maduro guy, but now that he's kidnapped, we're like, what the fuck? That shouldn't be happening. It's like, do something, all caps, and then someone does something, and then you're like, no, not like that, not like that, not like that, not like that. I guess you could argue it's a bit of an overreach. That's what happens when you're the leader of the free world, Bish. What do you think about that? That coffee brand coffee hitting Dingus, he's on another level of speed. I'm just, I'm testing, I'm just using a little mix I got as a little Christmas gift. I bet on nothing ever happening on Felta today. Oh, it's such a safe bet too. Not even 3 days into the year. It feels like at the start of every year, you know, in January, something always goes down. I think it was like 2021, where January just rolled around, but then we had all that drama about, oh my god, World War III, World War III. Or was it 2020? It might have been pre-COVID. Thank you, Chris Phoenix, the 45 stream streak, and he says, Dingus is going to have a political channel like DSV Politics. Feels bad, man. Just kidding. Swollen underscore politics? No, I don't think that would go well here. This platform of all places, I don't think we'd be doing too well with that. They black bagged his ass. They made China and Russia look weak. I heard it happened entirely overnight. Okay, so yeah, I gotta hit the buttons first. I'm continuing the Rayman 2 100% run because Ubisoft belted my fucking save file, right? How was I to know that you couldn't save within the game? How was I to know that the game ends on a DN screen that doesn't go back to the title screen, so you're like frozen there? Kind of like how when you beat Paper Mario 64, it has you stuck on that thanks for playing screen. Ludwig World Order! Thank you, Ludwig World Order, for the massive raid before I even really started playing. Welcome in, Ludwig and the Ludwigers. I said Ludwigers, but welcome in. I know you're playing random games for a detox Saturday. I'm kind of detoxing today, too. Your dog and all your political takes are forgiven, or so I'm told. Yeah, we were just talking about the situation going on down south, far south, far south. So south, it's in the southern hemisphere south, in Venezuela. They black-bagged Maduro. I don't know too much about politics, you guys, but I was giving my irony poison 2 cents. I gotta toss a plum on this guy's head. Thank you, Infamous, for the 5-bit cheer. What I want to know is what femboy dingus is gonna find the raid in the daytime. I don't know what you're talking about. Big ups Lonely Soli. Big ups Zara Zavuza. We be raiding indeed. Big ups Joblaw. Big ups Mr. Pun. Wait, Mr. Pun gifting Zara Zabuza? What? Hey, we appreciate it. Thank you so much, Mr. Pun there. There we go. I guess you gotta get a bit closer. These guys are invincible unless you can trick them to walk off an edge. Welcome in, Ludwig. If you gotta go get something to eat, or get something to drink, or go walk, or go stretch, or go do literally anything, because I'm pretty sure you're glued to that armchair for all 8 hours of your near daily streams. Please do so. Don't let me keep you. I'm here to suffer until anime night, which might not even happen because Ann just went to sleep after a 24+ hour stream, and he might not wake up. Don't worry, if anything goes wrong, I'm sure Brother Ann will do something. But that was the last of Ann's 0 to 3 24-hour streams. Is it Arlo vids tonight, Dingy? Do you want it to be Arlo vids tonight? Hey, Fraga. I'm almost out of Arlo videos. Hands a win. Dingus pulling a DSP move. What do you mean by that? Now, guys, be sure to remove !refer equals raid from the URL top. Did you know, Fraga, they actually changed that last year? You no longer need to do that. It just counts the raid people now. This is immensely positive for the Toxified partner push. Your lurk, your exclamation point lurk and view are appreciated and counted in this troubling time for me. Oh, whoa, shit. Big ups, Mr. Pun. Oh, did that start the hype train? Well, I can't see. I'm playing a high-intense action game. It's looking like we have a massive hype train here. I don't know, what is Arlo's opinion on the Venezuela shit? He would just call it the Venezuela thing. The toxic political thing. Hey, Toper. Thank you so much for the hype train, guys. Now I can dance for like 5 minutes. Your re-ups do count. You could win big. I'm getting distracted. I don't want to miss any lums. Too many hidden lums in this game. Kidnapping is bad. that would be his take. Kidnapping is bad, you know? We need the DS politics take. What is this fucking Trump guy thinking? Who does he think he is? He's kidnapping a world leader. Someone posted a tweet in Baby Park. I can't remember what it was, and I'm paraphrasing badly, but it was something along the lines of, if an American citizen is tried in the Netherlands, and I'm sure, again, I'm paraphrasing, but I'm sure it's for like a high crime or something. If an American citizen is tried in the Netherlands for presumably a high crime, I can't remember, I'm paraphrasing. But if that situation were to unfold, the official stance of the United States of America, the official way for them to respond is to invade the Netherlands, to retreat, to recover the recover the citizen. Again, it's what I said earlier. That's just what happens when you're the leader of the free world, bish. You're able to do stuff that other countries can't do. What do you think about that? Yeah. For GPM. Mate, oh my god. No, Wesker is not black. Ah! The GPM stream would be cut short. People break into his house. Hands in the air! This sounds like some commie bullshit. Oh no, I'm missing two. How can this be? Non-linear gameplay and level design? Rayman, help me out. What am I missing? Oh, you know what? It probably was the ones in here. Yep. One more. How's everyone's Saturday going? I'm sure this hard-hitting news is taking the world by storm. There's nothing anybody else can think about. I don't think I should have hit him there. Alright, we gotta get close. You don't really have any aiming reticle, so you just kind of have to, like... Yeah. You just kind of have to guess. It's like trial and error if you're close enough. As a British style, this news really ruined my tea and crumpets this morning. Ah, yes, yes, yes. My tea and crumpet money! Ah! Where was that switch at? So there's just one in there? I hit that one. I think there was a secondary path down here. We need more lip smacks from you to take your political stake seriously. Well, I'm never gonna say that I never smacked my lips on stream. I'm only human, guys. I can only hope that my filters are good enough to prevent you from hearing it. But But of course, in a post DSP gets called out for lip smacking too much world, it is something that I'm now hyperfixating on and wildly speculating on. So of course I want to better my own human-style behaviors in order to not get called out for doing the same thing. This robot guy? Oh yeah, he's guarding it. I don't smack lips, I only I only cleft cheeks, got him. Is US taking over South America? This sucks, dude. I don't know if it's like that. I don't know, I feel like Venezuela had enough problems before any of this, on top of that. Not that it makes it any better or really justifies it. But it's like, you guys, only a few years ago we were talking about their economy, you guys. Not that the situation really even improved after people stopped talking about it, it just stopped being the topic of the hour. Yeah, I guess I just backtrack. The door is open now. This game has a lot of points of no return. So if you see me like doubling back and like going over areas I just went to, it's really just because of that. Because unless I redo the whole level, I only have one shot at exploring the level, or exploring a particular area of a level before I get hard locked once I leave the area, and, you know, proceed with the next area of the level. Sometimes you're allowed to return to previous areas of a level, but not all the time. Usually, like, more often than not, you're not allowed to. Okay, so we got 20 out of 50. If I had... let's say if I had 19 out of 50, I didn't have all 20, I would not be able to go back. I would say a minor improvement, like if I was to do a re-whatever of this game, a minor improvement I would suggest is that, you know, each level can keep the 50 lums, but tell me within the areas of each level how many lums each area contains. Like if I'm gonna be a collector man, if I'm running around collecting shit, you know, it would save a lot of headaches, I think. Hassan was Sadga that Maduro got felted. He was Sadga? You'd think he'd be Madga. Oh well, that guy has enough problems on his hands. Bill groomed Leanne on Epstein Island. Actually, Fraga, as Phil recollects and told us when Dr. Disrespect got rightfully punted into the earth, DSP said, Leanna approached him, therefore the situation was different, and it was totally justified. Hey, Sinister Strike. Of course I don't agree with Phil. Big ups Sinister Strike, thank you for the 15 stream streak. Big ups Discord Merchant. US government companies put a bunch of infrastructure and oil rigs down in Venezuela 15 years ago, but their government took over everything and let it go to shit. Shouldn't fuck with our money. And even before the issue of them dumping illegals on us. But of course, that's like that's like a separate issue, but it's also kind of like a two birds with one stone thing. I went to take a look-see, look-listen throughout social media. It was a rare logging into the Twitter account segment. I did it off-stream, just to kind of see what the general take of people were. I could only imagine what what do we call it? The libs of Blue Sky? You don't get like libs of TikTok, but like libs of Blue Sky. I could only imagine what the libs of Blue Sky were saying, but the Twitter people that were in my For You tab were very not happy with this, very much not happy, and they were all very critical of the argument that it was because of the oil. Oh, oil! There's one real catty person that's like, they're an artist, but they moved all their art to Blue Sky. But they still post on X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it. And it's kind of like, why do you still post you still post on Twitter, but you don't post your art on Twitter anymore. You only post your new art on Blue Sky. And it's like, I guess it's supposed to be cross promoting to try to get the X people in their follower list to move over to Blue Sky. But I see it more as like punishment, because like I'm never gonna make a Blue Sky account. So if I want to see this person's art, I have to move over to Blue Sky. But I don't want to do that, and I don't think their art is worth enough to make an account over on Blue Sky just to see what they draw. So it's almost like it's a humiliation ritual on the Twitter followers that don't give a shit about politics, that they have to have this person's political takes in their Twitter feed, whereas the Blue Sky people get to enjoy their actual art. Because I took a look at the Blue Sky, at their Blue Sky account, and they don't talk about the politics on Blue Sky, even though you think the politics would be more fitting on Blue Sky. So you get the actual art on Blue Sky, but on Twitter, they just post their fucking bullshit political takes that nobody cares about. I see that. That's a humiliation ritual and a half. You want to see my actual content of worth that I exist on this platform for? Well, go follow me on a completely different platform. You want to not see my dog shit political takes? So go follow me on Blue Sky. It's like, well, wait. Why is it? You're punishing the people on Twitter who don't want to use Blue Sky. Hey, Kojima World Order. No, I understand they won't put the art on Twitter because of AI. For a day or so, people were just like, once again, the great Blue Sky migration. But I noticed trickling back, they ended up going back to Twitter. But this time, they found out a solution. Oh, this is how I get the Lums in Fairy Glade. So the solution now is that you upload your art as a GIF, because you can't do the AI image editing with GIFs. And once people found out about that, a lot of the artists just ended up coming back. And the other thing too is you can just hard link your Blue Sky account. So anytime you post art, then you can post like a cropped version or post the GIF, and then in the replies, because you can't put it in the main tweet or else it gets like it gets felted by the algorithm. You put it in the replies, the link to the full version on Blue Sky, and it's like, well, most of their accounts don't require a Blue Sky account to view. If you're an artist on Blue Sky and you require an account to view your shit, you're evil. I'm just saying. But you can put your Blue Sky shit in the replies to the specific art piece, the full version, and then that kind of circumvents it and lets you see the art without having to have a Blue Sky account. But again, I really don't think there's any artist that's like, your shit is so good, they're like, oh my god, I have to make an account just to follow you on Blue Sky. I'm kind of good. I look at that as, like, if you migrate and have no intentions of coming back, I kind of look at it as, like, no love lost, it wasn't meant to be. And again, a lot of these people end up, coming back to Twitter anyway. And overall, for me, it's not even, like, I don't even log into Twitter that much more anyway. Nothing of worth gets accomplished, you guys. It's all circular discussions that go nowhere and benefit nobody. I guess I should use it more for the purposes of networking. I don't know, it's not that serious. GIF or GIF? It's GIF. Hey, Flippy 4-Man. Yeah, the basketball, the dribbling animation. Dude, his animations are so cool in this game. Like, this is 99, I believe. It was like right before the PS2. The quality, I know it's an emulator, so it's all upscaled, but this is N64. I brought it up the first time I played. This is on the same console you can play Mario 64 on. Not even 3 years later after Mario 64. You get a game that looks like this. Or ideally looks like this. Now, I'm sure on N64 it ran like 10 frames a second. Screenshot, GIF, post screenshot, AI edit profit. I'm sure some people have been doing that. The only saving grace is that, if you do that, you're not getting the full image quality. But then again, it's a self-felt on the artist in the first place, because you're posting your shit as a GIF, but it's a self-felt because, you're not sharing the full image quality. It's like, here's a shitty, crusty-ass version of my art. It's like, okay. I sure wish I could see the good version. and then you go follow them on Blue Sky, hypothetically. I'm not on Blue Sky. But then you go follow them on Blue Sky, and they still don't post the full version, and they're like, oh, follow me on Patreon, and you can see the full version. Again, it's like... I don't really feel like any artist is at... I don't think your shit is that worthy. I don't know. I don't want to say worthy because then it sounds like I'm being mean. Because there are a lot of artists that I like, even if I may not agree with everything that they say. It's gonna take like 10 artists, you know. It's not this. No one singular person has that power. Yes, one person is gonna make me join Blue Sky. And then you have to deal with all the baggage that comes with, mainly the fact that everyone else on Blue Sky is unhinged. Doesn't seem like a good place to post art, especially because of people there. Right, so okay, so now I 100% at the Fairy Glade. My thing is, so it seems to be a place of diminishing returns because people are already they're always migrating back and forth. And then it's kind of like people want to say Twitter is like an AI bro schizo bubble. But what do you consider Blue Sky to be then? It's an inherently smaller platform. I feel like there's not as many opportunities to grow because it's so much smaller. Your stuff is always getting seen by the same people. If Seru's here, I don't think he is, but Seru can attest, because Seru has a Blue Sky account for the purposes of following the people that he likes to follow, and he'll notice that the same people retweet the same thing multiple times, like over and over and over. Constant retweets of the same fucking posts, and it's usually posts of people begging for money. People that aren't even artists, they just request money. Like, oh, I'm moving, or I'm in a bad situation, but I won't post any evidence about that, so please give me money. And it's just constant. And, like, you don't want to suspect these people of lying about their situation, or exacerbating it for the purpose... exacerbating what might be a bad situation into looking like a horrible situation for the purposes of sympathy and getting even more money, but it is kind of... It's like a trend. I don't know. A lot of people do it, from what he was showing me. So perhaps I'm biased by saying hive mind, but it feels like a hive mind. If I can speak on Twitter and sweep for that place a little bit, because it definitely has its own problems. I'm not like I would say I acknowledge AI as a tool, but an overuse of AI can definitely lead to something feeling soulless. So I'm not too big a hype beast for AI, but at least on Twitter, you do have you can find leftists and righties and centrists and people across the political spectrums and all kinds of spectrums on Twitter. You can't really do that on Blue Sky. So Blue Sky, I would say, is objectively more of a like a hive mind. Well, so it's why I'm so confused as to why people think that they can grow on that platform. The Twitter algo shows me nothing but AI hate, so I can't relate to Twitter being for AI bros, but some people do love Grok for some reason. Yeah, just the Grok people. Grok, edit this. Grok, do this for me. It has led to some funny screenshots, I will admit. Like, I was looking at one that was Fire Emblem related, Fire Emblem Three Houses, and if you play that game, you know everything about Edelgard. So they posted a picture of like the 3 house leaders from that game, Edelgard, Dimitri, and Claude, and they said, Grok, remove the evil character from this image, and then the AI just proceeds to remove Edelgard from it. Now, of course, we know that's a lie because Edelgard did nothing wrong. Those guys a hug box. If you step out of line, you're banned. Yeah, like our own the vice president of the country can't have an account there without getting felted. A different color AI bro schizo site, a color they like. Yeah, so I mean, I feel like I got a level-headed take on it. I'm not in love with AI, but I'm not in love with it either. It's a tool. It's kind of always been around. It's just getting more and more developed as with the passage of time. Oh my god, no. This is bad. Did I just self-felt? I did not self-felt. Like, I'm not gonna be in your face babbling, oh my god, AI is inevitable! AI is inevitable! AI is inevitable! Like, that's cringe and annoying, like shut the fuck up. At the same time, these technologies are objectively only going to be bigger and bigger. They're going to grow to have a greater and greater presence in our lives. Yeah, I was scared, Atlas, because, like, again, there's a lot of point of no return shit in this game. I was like, oh my god, am I gonna be able to glide back? It does feel like another thing to cry about, though. Another boogeyman. Yesterday it was NFTs, today it's AI. Like, have you noticed? Literally nobody's talking about NFTs anymore. Literally nobody's talking about it, right? Like, the market just crashed overnight. Like, literally nobody cares. Did I ever beat Rayman 3? I'm watching the final boss right now, it's ridiculous. I didn't play Rayman 3, I only played the GBA sequel to Rayman 3. It's called Hoodlum's Revenge. But I played this one, of course. I played Rayman Origins, Rayman Legends, and I didn't play any of the... You know how many Rayman spin-offs there are? Rayman 1 has a level editor. It was PC only. And it has, like, 2 educational games. It has a golf game, and, it's got one more thing with it. Rayman 1 was, like, super popular in France, so they gave it a bunch of weird spin-offs. NFTs in games was pretty embarrassing, though I can't believe they tried to shoehorn that in. Yeah, dude, even Square Enix, remember Square Enix? Wasn't it like they were gonna bring back Parasite Eve, but with NFTs, and then people completely blew up over that? Am I misremembering? I feel like that was a story. Hey, Coyote, pretty tired of AI shills? That's the thing. Like, I get it. It's objectively gonna be a greater presence in our lives. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not spurking out about it. I'm not crying about the presence of AI in my life. But please stop. Please stop talking about it to me. Talk about something else. They have one thing. They have one thing. Hey, look, it's Razorbeard. Go get him and bring him back to me, dead or alive. A lot of people doomsayed about automation back in the 20s, again in the 50s and 70s. Yeah, it's just another, variation of that. Freaking out over AI is just a more white-collar version of those freakouts. It reminds me of, there was a VeggieTales joke, and I think I've even showed the clip on stream before. It's the VeggieTales joke. It was like from the 2000s, where they talk about how the world will all be automated in the future, and it's like this robot that makes one joke. It kind of reminds me of how mimetic certain jokes can be in the now. The robot cracks the same punchline, and all I can think of in my head is 6-7. Dude, look at this image of anime I made. Wow, it's so cool. It's the most boring crap. Wow, look, we're translating Japanese. We don't need translators. And they can't get the context. It's a Japanese AI translation has trouble with the context of things because of how nuanced the Japanese language is. Like, I get really, I talk about, I seethe about localization constantly. Not constantly, but... Damn it, this is that level again where I'm just gonna keep falling over and over. I have criticized localization, I should say, rather. But I don't really think AI translations are the solution. It feels weird, particularly in the anime community, because yesterday, hypothetically yesterday, people were against machine translations. Don't you remember all the shitposting that machine translations would get? And in the now AI translating, we just like changed the name a little bit. We changed the answers on our homework. We renamed it from machine translations to AI translations, and now AI translations are the future. I remember, I'm the one who remembers. Sure, I was a little Billy, but I'm the one who remembers people shitting on machine translations back in the day. Now, this doesn't mean woke localizations are good, you guys. I'm not defending that. I really don't like bad localizations. I will call it out, man. Fire Emblem Fates, absolutely butchered in localization. Fire Emblem Engage, butchered even more in localization. It's like people think the solution to these woke localizers. It's woke! The solution to woke localization is just going all in on AI translation. Oh, we don't have to pay. We won't have to pay we won't have to pay the woke localizers anymore by relying entirely on AI. But the AI still isn't good enough to get the context. How about just like paying someone to just translate and not really like not put fan fiction in the script? Is that too much to ask? Funimation had that issue before they got bought out by Crunchyroll. I'm sure you've heard about it more times than you don't need to hear it from me for the 100th time. But remember, Funimation had all those fucking cringe dubs. It's like, oh, Gamergate freak shows and all that. Oh my god, the patriarchy. It's like the same two examples that people post over and over. Well, after they got bought out by Crunchyroll, Sony put a stop to all those clicks and shit, and now you don't really see their dubs get shit anymore. So it is possible to just... It is possible for these companies that own these other companies, these corporate overlords, to come on in and put a stop to all these clicks and like, hey, just translate the fucking game that we paid you to translate. All the same, if you really want to go in on the AI translations, perhaps it would be smart at least to still have a human moderator look at that shit afterward. Because you have that in coding, right? That's another thing. AI programming, AI coding, or whatever. I think Chowder and UNF have talked about that in Baby Park in VC. Well, it's like a common thing now. But even with that, you still have to have like a human moderator afterward because the shit's not perfect. Like if you at least have a human look at it after, I'm more willing to be like, okay, yeah, that's fine. You want the localizers to get fired? I don't think it's much deeper than that. I only have 10 after all that. No! This is how you dong play. I think the worst of the localizers, at least as far as Nintendo goes, the worst of the localizers already got fired. You still see some bumblings and butcherings though. But the worst of them that people like actually went out of their way to like find out about, Allison Rapp, she got felted back in 2016. Hey Shybot. Oh hey Astro, if I didn't say so already. Hey people, I'm hiding my Titus laugh right now. Yeah, Coyote, I could never learn Japanese. When I take my honeymoon in Japan, I'm gonna be so felted. Hey, Makoto Sim. I've grown to appreciate the art of changing Pokemon's name to funny English puns. That's the thing. Like it's not to say that like all localization is bad on principle. Something like have you ever met someone who actually had an issue with the Pokemon names being completely changed in English? No. Yeah, I really want to call Bulbasaur Fushigadarne. I really want to call Charizard Lizardon. With the nuances of the Japanese language comes their weird and bizarre, odd fixation and appreciation of the English language. So you'll have names like Lizardon for Charizard. It's his original name in Japanese. So Lizardon probably sounds cool in Japanese, but for me that sounds kind of whack in English because you have the additional context of the English language over here. So to me, that just sounds like Lizard and Don. It just doesn't sound as cool as Charizard. Like whoever came up with the name Charizard, give that man a raise. Shit was like 30 years ago. Give that man 30 years ago who came up with that name a raise. And it took a while to come up with those names too. There's a beta poster for Pokemon Gen 1 before it was fully released. It was like an Australian poster, Juzzy style poster. It had the beta names for the beta English names for Gen 1. And you had shit like Tentacruel, the big squid Pokemon Gen 1 with the 2 red jewels. It was originally going to be named Man-O-War in English. Garbage, completely garbage. Tentacruel fits much better. And a lot of them for the beta English names were just like faithfully translating the Japanese name. But then think about it. Again, because of the nuanced Japanese appreciation of the English language, if they had did that, you would have had things like Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres. They would have been named Freezer, Thunder, and Fire. That would have been their name in English. Like, sometimes localization is appropriate. Same thing for Mario. Nobody ever fucking spurgs out about Koopa Troopa not being Noko Noko. Yeah, Jigglypuff is pudding? You do all the time? I'm different! I'm not everyone! And really, for Mario, the only localization I really cried about was Thousand Year Door. Because they butchered Thousand Year Door. Especially in that remake. The one that Phil was playing for 2 minutes before he rage quit it. Yeah, they spurred out about the Tokonoko. A Tokonoko is not Noko Noko. Noko Noko is Koopa Troopa's Japanese name. A Tokonoko is the thing that the purple ghost lady is. Hey, Rebsy. Splash was supposed to be flop and an editor messed with that. Hoppet was supposed to have flop. True. So, the reason why people think Splash is like a water, should be a water type move or whatever. Well, I think it is water type, isn't it? Basically, some moves are just straight up, I can't remember. Some moves are just straight up translated incorrectly, or not really incorrectly, but the wrong interpretation. Splash means like Magikarp is flopping about in the water, but it's really meant to just be like hop or flop. That's why some Pokemon have it, that it feels like they shouldn't have it. A good example would be Buneary, the Gen 4 Rabbit. The Gen 4 Rabbit has Splash, but it's like, that's not a water-type Pokemon. That's because the move is Hop. Okay, Splash is normal? Yeah, that's why. So the reason it's not a water-type move is because it's not meant to be splashing around in the water. Another one that gets brought up is Sucker Punch. The dark type move is actually just supposed to be surprise attack in Japanese, but it was translated as Sucker Punch. So people think it's a punching move when it's just meant to be a Sucker Punch, as in as interpreted in English. A Sucker Punch is like when you get attacked, you get caught unawares. But because it has punch in it, people think it's meant to be a literal punching move. It's not meant to be a punching move, so it's not boosted by the Iron Fist ability, which, strengthens the power of your punching attacks. People think that's a mistake, but in reality, it's just because of how the name is named in Japanese. You don't really see that a lot anymore. Now the translations, while things are still localized, they're localized more in line with what the intent is in Japanese. So you don't really see shit like that anymore after, let's say, Gen 4. After the Pokemon Company took over localizing duties from Nintendo directly. Because it used to be up to Gen 4, Nintendo of America localized all the Pokemon games, and then the Pokemon Company International took over after Gen 4. It was more like partway through Gen 4. Another thing they did recently is that Umbreon, the dark type evolution, Umbreon, so its Japanese name is Blackie. you can kind of wager a guess as to why that might be a little bad in the modern era. So about a few years ago, they changed the official romanization from Blackie to Bracky. So now officially in English, the Japanese name is known as Bracky. But up until literally 2 years ago, the official romanization was Blackie. Now, because like you'd think they would just rename it straight up, but it's Pokemon. It's a very popular Pokemon. On top of that, it's not something they can really do. Oops. It is Blackie. Not with an IE, but with a Y. The evolution chocolate thunder, chocolate rain. You don't see shit like that because there are a lot of Americans working on the creation of Pokemons. That's why they suck! The only Western man who actually made a Pokemon was James Turner, and he doesn't work at Game Freak anymore. Alright, I better have all the lums. What we got going on? Oh, this is the super robot. Mario had a character named Blackie as well. It was the Foreman Spike character from Wrecking Crew. Normally this would not be an issue. That character ended up having a bit role in the Mario movie, so they did have to rename him. So in Japanese, they put out a tweet saying that his name was officially being changed to Foreman Spike, the same name as in, English. The only reason his name was Blackie was because he was a blue-collar worker. Wrecking Crew, the game he appeared in, was a game about Mario as a construction worker. So his name was Blackie in reference to the fact that, workers back in the day would be referred to as Blackies because they would be covered in soot and all that shit. They were working in the mines or working out in a construction yard to be covered in soot and coal and all that nonsense. So that therefore, these workers would be called literally Blackies. So the character was named in reference to that. Now, because that was a completely different time, and Foreman Spike never really appeared in the game after Wrecking Crew, so it didn't really become an issue until they wanted to reference him by putting him in the Mario movie, so they had to rename him. No, there was not a Whitey. Yo, can an Umbrea borrow a free? How is an Umbrea gonna borrow a free? Are you gonna give it back? Oh man, they really fucked up the Boondocks in Season 4. We don't talk about that season. We never did.
Tea time, engage!
Golem of Power. Golem of Power becomes Prime. 38 months. Rayman 2, more like Rayman, too many streams of this. Ack. No, it's really 2 for the first playthrough, 2 for the first playthrough, 2 for the second playthrough. It's a good game, come on! Remember when the Wap Peach sketch was posted then deleted? Yeah. Wap Peach was supposed to be in Mario Power Tennis. The Japanese artist guy who designed her posted it. Why is he going the wrong way? He's going the wrong way! Well, the Japanese guy who designed her posted her art on Instagram, but then he deleted it because he wasn't supposed to do that because it was that art was a property of Nintendo. You get it? But we have the concept art. He talked about her for a brief bit about all her lore and shit before he had to delete everything. But I feel like a lot of it was idea guys putting ideas in his head that he agreed with, and it wasn't really the intended lore. Like, I saw tweets of like, oh, it sure would be great if What Peach was the princess of a fallen kingdom. And then he would reply, and it's like, oh yeah, I agree with that. That would be cool. And then people proceeded to take that as like official lore when it was just some guy agreeing with it was just a guy agreeing with the guy's headcanon that would be cool. Not that the official lore matters anyway. This fucking bitch didn't even make it into the game. How come we can keep the Wa pun but not the Koopa's Koopa's Japanese names? Well, that's just the coinkydink coincidence of the pun is Wadui in Japanese means bad. So Mario, Wario, Wadui, bad Mario, and that still works in English in the English language because if all you have to do is set the M to Wumbo and then Mario becomes Wario upside down. That's still easy for American audience to understand. That's like the intended ideas. He's like if he's upside down M, that means he's the opposite Mario. Minio. Oh, this is the chair level. This stretch of the game between the second and third mass is just it really is just a bunch of gimmick levels altogether. Gimmick levels! Gimmick levels! No! I'm already getting hit. One for me and one for my fella. Suffer! Make sure there's nothing hiding. I don't think there is. I think all the lums are just in the chair raid. Go! Gotta make sure I don't miss any lums, you guys. Oh my god, it's so disorienting. Me no like this, Kaus? See you ton. Jay, look away. I missed one. Oops. Never into the European platformers, but I did beat an old Rayman game or two. Only other one I played was those ones on the Vita. Oh yeah, Origins and Legends. If you hate What Peach, it must mean you hate Waluigi. I don't hate Waluigi, I hate the people who simp for Waluigi. I don't even hate him, I just think they're weird. No, you guys, Waluigi's he's not that cool. Okay, you get it? Adulthood is when you realize that Mario really is the best of all of them. Our fucking hero, Mario. He's the one. Your immature childhood is when you try to be a contrarian about Mario and say, oh, Mario sucks. I'm just jealous of him being tall. Waluigi is not taller than me. Keep missing that one. I'm missing so many, no. I didn't want him in Smash like the US regards were begging for. Yeah, people really want him to be in Smash. I don't think he's deserved the position. Daisy got in because Daisy is just a palette swap with Peach, or what's a Echo Fighter. Thing is, did you see how many games in the series have anniversaries this year? But for some new stuff from a lot of them. Yeah, Luigi's Mansion, Pikmin, Pokemon. I think Kid Icarus too, and Zelda and Metroid. Happy anniversary, Metroid Bros. Here's Prime 4. Reddit. Oh, people have already stopped making fun of Metroid Prime 4. That kind of just came and went. I can't get this thing. I'm the one. Uprising port? Piranha Plant didn't deserve to be in Smash, but there it is. He's the gimmick character. Can I not? Oh my goodness. Wario would be burglary, breaking, entering, assault. Luigi wouldn't be allowed around schools. Pull up. Prime 2 remastered? I would prefer Prime 2 Remastered over Prime 2 NSO, because if you just put Prime 2 on NSO, we don't have a Wii NSO yet. So are you going to actually remaster Prime 3, but just slap Prime 2 on NSO? Don't you see how, like, weird that would be? We don't have Wii NSO yet, and I don't think we're going to get Wii NSO. Because once you get to the Wii, you start approaching that territory of, like, oh, it would just be better if we just remaster it. Or do a remake. So if you do a remaster of Prime 3, but just put Prime 2 on NSO, it would feel kind of mean. Speaking of Pokemon and NSO, we're supposed to be getting Coliseum and XD on NSO pretty soon. I imagine that'll be when they do the 30th anniversary. Be like the stealth announcement. It's available right now, you guys. I still keep missing one. Wii NSO at the very end of Switch 2's life. Alright, I got it. Did I won? Look, Nintendo's got a lot of tricks up their sleeves. They know what people want. They're not stupid. I missed 2. They know what people want. They're just keeping it. They're keeping it all in a jar. They will only open the jar for a rainy day. Is that really worth all the cheering? Yeah! I beat one enemy, you guys! Oh, this is the level with that secret exit. Secretish exit. The way this game handles HP is kind of weird. The HP value you have at the end of the level doesn't reset when you start a new level. The HP you have just kind of carries over. And the red lums heal very small amounts of HP. Like, you gotta get them in a chain in order to get like a full bigger recovery. So really, your primary means of getting your HP back is by freeing, 10 cages at a time, or 100%ing the level and doing the minigame, which requires you to mash like it's a fucking Mario Party minigame. Hey, GPM. GPM, I missed 2 lums. It's fucking over. Alright, I'll beat this level, and then I'll finally start putting some videos on. I didn't forget. I just got too distracted in that AI translation Pokemon conversation. Overall, yada yada, AI is a tool. You can use it for good or use it for bad, but don't use it for cringe. And if you're too obsessed with AI, I want you to shut up. Even though I acknowledge that it's going to be a growing presence in our lives, and it's going to make RAM cost more. So you should hate it, because it's going to mean your next PC upgrade will be more expensive. Okay, what was I supposed to do with this? Yeah, you gotta wait for this thing. And I will maintain, while most creatives tend to be schizos, who a lot of us would disagree with when it comes to their opinions on anything, all the same, I still acknowledge that an over-reliance of AI over the human element does lead to what I feel would be it leads to soullessness. I think it's fair to say that over-reliance of AI leads to soullessness and the loss of the human element, the touch of passion over a paycheck. So I don't want human artists, creatives, and Imagineers, like it's fucking Disney. I don't want them to be completely felted, even if most of them are people who I want to consume your product, but I don't want to hear anything you have to say about anything else. You're gonna hate Rayman 2 because of this lemon save situation. No, I still like the game. I think it's really impressive for its time. If you really put it in a vacuum and remember, you know, all the other games that were coming out around the same time frame. This was around the time. Like, if it's 99, this was around like Spyro 2 and shit. Like the lighting system, I would say, is more advanced than Spyro 2. Though I'd argue, like, ultimately, gameplay-wise, Spyro 2 is probably a better pick-up-and-play kind of game. AI slop is just an extension of the corporatism that's embedded itself everywhere over the post-quarter century and change. And that's another thing, like Coyote's saying it too. It's like the people who use AI don't know how to use it the right way. It's how we get things like the Coca-Cola commercial where it's like made entirely from AI and it looks like dog shit. Find a copy of this on PS2 for 30 bucks. We were just talking about that, Shaibot. So there's like 10 ports of this fucking game, but they're all different. The PS2 version, this is the N64 version, of course, the original version that was released in 99. PS2 version was released like 2 years later. It changes a lot of stuff. The hub world is entirely different. You get an exclusive hub world, exclusive mini games, but a lot of levels are changed. Like their level design is different. There's like the voice acting is different. Some characters are changed up. It's so weird, but it's still the same game. It's not like a remake or a remaster. It's just it's a port with different stuff in it. The graphics are better, of course, but I think it also changes some levels. I know for sure the PS1 version absolutely butchers levels. You have 200 less lums to collect in the PS1 version. It's just an all-around worse version. The PS2 version would be tops if it wasn't for the fact that it has some performance issues. Yeah, those two I missed at the end. The chair segment. Grok, put Swollen Dingus in a bikini. No! Ah! Don't do it! Access denied. But yeah, Shaibot, this part, Shaibot, you know, like, look how it's like a you know, standard level select screen for me. On the PS2 version, it's replaced by, like, its own hub world. Like, this whole area is a explorable, walkable area where there's, like, exclusive cutscenes and story beats that aren't addressed in any other version of the game. It's like it's expanding? Expand? Question mark? It's expanding on the story. And I'm like, oh, that's kind of neat. It's kind of neat that it puts more stuff in the game. But I think it comes at the cost of, like, changing everything else. Mr. Rayman guy says the best version for him, in his opinion, and he's the Rayman guy, he says the best version is the Dreamcast version. Rayman copying from Crash, typical. The Dreamcast version of Rayman 2 copies that Crash 1 level select where you're wandering around the islands. Hey there, Patchy. Early dingus, you know it. I said it was gonna be an early stream. Nobody listens to me, man. Can't tell you how jarring it was going into 2000s, seeing the digitalization and shitification of everything. Reminds me of like the late 90s where every commercial had like a website plastered somewhere. You would go to stores, and this is like Billy Dingus talking, so like my memories are foggy. But like everywhere had a website. You'd go to like GameStop and it would have the sign for GameStop would have .com on it. Everyone was obsessed with having a website. And everything was CG. Everything had to be CG in the 2000s. Remember Code Lyoko? You passed out last night? Yeah, I made it roughly halfway, and I got too tired, too sleepy, so I wage quit, and then I raided Ann, because Ann was doing his 24-hour stream. And then Ann went a little bit over 24 hours. He went overtime, the OT, and then he crashed out. He says he's going to be awake in time for anime night, but I don't believe him. You loved Code Lyoko? It's just the shit that I kind of watched at my cousin's and Granny Dingus's house, because like that would be the cartoon that was on after getting out from school. This is the shit that you watch because that's just what was on. It was like that, and then Totally Spies would come on. It's like Totally Spies. You know that shit was made by some French gooners. you know the people that made Totally Spies are they're as French and weird and goonery as the people that made Rayman. Yeah, they were all creepy looking with their fucking 5 heads and shit. I did like the idea of, like, you know, the main show would be 2D, but then when they hack into the Matrix, the show would turn 3D. It was like that experimental shit. I'm sure some people older than me would remember that from Reboot. Yeah, I know about Reboot, but I never watched it. That's like, we're talking about like Zygo Dingus when we talk about Reboot. Oh, Spy Kids? I didn't like Spy Kids. Or, what was the Shark Boy and Llama Girl? I thought all that shit was cringe. What was that other one? Baby Geniuses? I fucking hated Baby Geniuses. Cousin Dingus would put that on all the time. Fucking dog shit movie. If it wasn't Baby Geniuses, it would be those movies about the talking dogs. There was like an obsession with having movies about talking dogs and cats in the 2000s. I think it started from Air Bud. Does Air Bud talk in Air Bud? I don't think he talks in Air Bud. But then they would make spin-offs from Air Bud. It was like Santa Buddies and what was another one? I only remember Santa Buddies because they played it real recently for the holidays. Wait, Air Bud doesn't talk in Air Bud. But okay, they made spin-offs from Air Bud, and in the spin-offs, Air Bud doesn't appear, but smaller dogs do. I don't even know if they're supposed to be related to Air Bud, but the dogs talk all of a sudden. Yeah, Cats vs. Dogs? And then, like, 10 years later, they made Cats vs. Dog 2? And I'm like, why the fuck would you make a sequel to Cats vs. Dog, like, fucking 10 years later? The kids who grew up with Cats vs. Dog 1, it's like they're already grown up. Who the fuck ever said, oh, I want a sequel to Cats vs. Dogs? Alright, we got a pause buffer. Speedrunner tech. I don't know, because I don't know where the lum is. I only got one shot at getting it. Right there.
Go!
Babies and animals talking is peak boomer slop. I swear there's more I'm trying to remember. Yeah, is that Crash Bash Tech? Oh, yeah. So there are a lot of series that I had, like, you know, I had VHS tapes for growing up. I had a lot of the Land Before Time movies. And I'm talking a lot of Barney VHS tapes. Like we were fucking crazy for Barney. You know what I'm saying? And Kipper. I was really into Kipper. But Kipper was soulful. Because it was like a British show, so it wasn't like loud and in your face like these American fucking shows were. Kipper was like this orange dog, and he was British, and he was like friends with this gray dog, and he was friends with the pig, and the pig had like a nephew, and the nephew would get into all sorts of shenanigans, and there was really no point to the show. It was like slice of life, and it was like, here's the thing, it didn't talk down to you. Like, it wasn't like a Dora show where they would just talk at you, and it wasn't really like each episode had I guess, like, there was no lesson of the day or moral, or if there was a moral, it wouldn't be in your face. It was just like shenanigans, but for like little kids. Yeah, he was the puppy. See, Knock remembers. But yeah, it was like a British show, and it was a kid show, like for babies and shit, but it wasn't like Dora tier. It respected your time. It respected the audience. Kipper didn't talk at the audience. He didn't He didn't directly spell out what the lesson of the episode was. Exo Squad and G.I. Joe? Exo Squad, I feel like I've heard the name before. G.I. Joe, I don't think I ever saw any really much of G.I. Joe. Well, what? No, they did like a revival thing on the Hub. Remember the Hub? They did like a newer G.I. Joe series, and I must have seen like an episode of that. I think that one was called Sigma Squad or something. The best thing on the Hub was Dan Versus and The Haunting Hour. It was like a 2010s Goosebumps. Yeah, they ended up turning the Hub into Discovery Family? Because at first it was Discovery Kids, and then it was the Hub, and then it was Discovery Family. Now, I feel like mid-2010s, once I, like, kind of, grew out of cartoons, really, because cartoons just became, like, slop at that time. Though, arguably, cartoons were already slop in the late 2000s. Like if you want to talk... If you really want to know the truth about it, from the aging Zoomer Boomer, cartoons were already sucking in the late 2000s. But once the 2010s rolled around, I started watching a lot. Like, I watched, like, a lot of Travel Channel. It would be like, you come home, you just, oh, I wonder what's on Travel Channel today. And it would be, like, a fucking hours-long marathon of ghost adventures. And it would just be these was Zach Bagans and his fucking Zoomer bros, and they would be going around spooky places, and they would be like, bruh, oh my god, bruh, there's a ghost, bro, I think there's a ghost here, bro, oh my god, bruh. And then some other times it would be like hours-long marathons of just shows where like diners, drive-ins, and dives, but like without Guy Fieri, just showing off restaurants and shit. And it would be there would also be this show where they go around the museums and show off like exhibits from the museums and then talk about the exhibit and how it's relevant to our culture. You know, you have 4 or 5 years on you. Shut up! I'm power leveling too much. Maybe you're Joe if I didn't say so already. Regular show was good, but it did fall off in later years. Chowder, I didn't see a lot of Chowder. I didn't really get cable until later. After Chowder had already been canceled, but I've seen episodes like at hotels or at Granny Dingus's house. Flapjack was good. Flapjack died it died too soon. And really the DNA of Flapjack kind of led to a lot of other shows like Adventure Time, Regular Show, Gravity Falls. This minigame A-logs you. It makes you think like you're gonna lose because he's so far behind the pirate, but then the pirate trips up near the end and you end up winning. Flapjack had like 4 seasons? Yeah, it still died too soon. What? Alright, Sanctuary of Rock and Lava. I think this is one of the longer levels. Let me let's put on some videos. Oh, I got the power-up level first. Yeah, 3-4 seasons, that's a perfect length, because you gotta understand, like, as much as we would want shows to go on forever, once they go on forever, they start getting stale. Good writers have kind of explored all the ideas. At that point, you just turn into Adventure Time, where the show starts doing humiliation rituals on the protagonist. Like, Adventure Time was a show where they really... It's a show that dislikes its own protagonist. Alright, let's start with some videos. First up, the Somali daycare situation, as summarized by Harmful Opinions. Actually did 2 videos on this already. What was it, Shaibot's birthday? Dude, Shybot was here. He didn't even say anything. It's Shybot's birthday? It was his birthday yesterday? Everyone say happy birthday, Shybot. Happy birthday, Shybot. It's Shybot's birthday. It's Shybot's birthday, you guys. Hey, Night Zoomer. We already did? I didn't. If he said it, I must have missed it. I'm sorry. I'm blind. I can't read my own chat. Ah! No, it's too late. No, it's not too late. Pablo, turn back the clock. I went ahead and I gave you a little heart. A little heart in the server. Shybot giving the at everyone. Shybot doing the at everyone ping to trick people who don't usually talk in the server into checking the ping and then wishing him a happy birthday. It was engagement bait. He's engagement baiting. Alright, Somali daycare site stole everything. So this is Heartful Opinions doing a little bit more investigation into that video that Nick Shirley posted. I think it's Nick Shirley? Nick Shirley? Shirley? No, because Surly would mean he's like a grumpy grouch. Nick Shirley posted, where he goes around these Minnesota daycares, Medicare territory, and finds out that they're all fake! And they're stealing money! And Tim Walz is dumb! But Harmful Opinions did some extra investigating into the websites that a couple of these get daycare, a couple of sites that these daycares maintain.
I recently watched Nick Shirley's video about Somali-run daycares in Minnesota, and while I'm not a big fan of some elements of his approach,
we were just curious, where are the children at?
He has certainly effectively spotlighted a number of highly questionable entities, and we are going to take a quick peep at just one of them today.
This place is called Future Leaders Early Learning Center.
Upon visiting, Nick was greeted by this monged-out individual.
Hello, how are you?
Let's see.
I would like to
Hello,
see if
everyone.
I can bring little Joey, my son, little Joey here. Is there
a son, little
paperwork?
Joey?
Can I check out the daycare?
Is that what you call him?
No.
Little's
Okay,
the first name, Joey's the middle name.
Okay, but if I can get paperwork or anything to submit my son, little Joey, to come in here to daycare? We'd really like to put Joey in this daycare. We've heard
her reactions are so cartoonish, it makes you think that she has to be an actor. But this is real.
Fraud or not, I don't think this lady should be looking after anyone. Like, imagine your kid's been having a problem and you go to talk to the staff, and that's what you're greeted with. But maybe she's just the lowest level grunt. Maybe she just hands out the snacks. So I looked them up online, and they have a website. Correct address and everything. This logo on the page is a slight variation of the one that sits atop of their building and uses the same font. It's their website. So let's see who's running this joint. Meet, Chief Executive Officer, and that image is creeping me out because I reverse image searched it. Does this look familiar? It is almost identical.
They use AI to make him smile?
I have missed. They appear to have stolen this image and used an AI filter to make him smile. Below the Meet, Chief Executive Officer blurb, they have another picture of the CEO.
My secondary critique, besides using AI to make him smile, why would you pick someone so professional looking to be the manager of what seems to be a rinky-dink daycare on the corner of a street in Minnesota? Why is it? He looks like he should be at a company, not a fucking daycare center.
And a name, Ali, who is of course not the same person as the other image at all.
His last name is Express.
Available on Shutterstock. I'm a bit disappointed they didn't generate him, because elsewhere on their website they brag about their use of AI. What makes your program unique? We are AI-powered personalized learning and a play-based curriculum to create an engaging, effective, and fun experience for every child. Incredible. Except elsewhere on the website it's made clear they're referring to the Lilio app's AI features, not exactly proprietary Future Leader Early Learning Center software. It's not the only place I'm thinking they're using AI though. They have a blog with 3 entries. This is pretty normal, happens all the time. A place thinks it will be a good idea and then they realize no one looks at it, so they just stop posting. No, you see what's weird is that they were all spat out at the same time back on the 12th of March, and this is how long the articles are. And here's my favorite of the 3. Play isn't just fun. It's a powerful learning tool, and they appear to have fabricated an entire podcast. There's even a form you can suggest topics with, but it's all nonsense. At the top they say the host is is Kara,
This is a level
but at
2
the bottom they say
podcast.
the host is Khadija Jamila Badr, apologies for pronunciation, using a picture they stole from LinkedIn of a man, and the description calls him a devoted mother. You also, of course, cannot listen to the podcast. So how did this mess happen? Is it just that they've
That's
generated
how I
placeholder
identify.
stuff?
Come on.
No. It's all stolen. See,
What?
I was originally thinking of getting in touch with them, but I noticed on their website that they have 2 different phone numbers. They had a support contact, but also a media relations contact. I tend
Aw.
to Google numbers before I call them, and this is not theirs. It is, in fact, New Horizon Academy's phone number. And
Oh, they're
wouldn't you
stealing
know it,
phone numbers
on their
now?
website is the real Parenting Pickup podcast. There's Kara, the actual host, and you can listen to it.
Everyone, welcome to the Parenting Pickup.
I would have thought he would have had like 2 phone numbers. You know, they just stole the phone number from the other school. But I would have thought he would have had 2 phone numbers for like one is for the average blue collar worker, where they call the number and then just never they never get a response, or they get someone who just like talks to them until they hang up. And then the other one's for like media relations and the police.
These Somali businesses aren't just stealing your taxes, they are stealing their competition's websites and identities. They are turning Kara Johnson Bader into Khadija Jamila Badr. The Somalis in
skinwalking whole
Minnesota
companies.
are Netflix adapting real people. When
Okay,
you
well,
scroll New Horizon
Netflix adapting
Academy's
might be a
learning
funnier
program
way to
page,
say it than
there is a
skinwalking.
real video you can play of their facilities.
At New Horizon Academy, every decision...
The Somali clone, on the other hand, has a stock video that doesn't represent their facilities at all. If you're curious, it's here. They have even copied when it doesn't make any sense. The New Horizon Academy has a ton of locations. So, of course, their website has a Find a School Near Me button. These single...
They just lazily copy paste and hope that no one reads it. And the thing about it is, no one does read it. No one looks at these fucking websites.
Location, as far as I'm aware, Somali
how they get
Daycare
away with
copied
it.
that feature for some reason. Steal first, ask questions later. And they're not just stealing from that one business. In fact, they're stealing from us over here across the pond. On the Somali Daycare website, they share a picture of their classrooms. Looks alright, but it's actually an image they stole from a daycare over here in Guildford. Here's a double whammy of weirdness. Jumping back to New Horizon, here's how they present parental testimonials. The Somali Daycare stole that, screwed it up and stretched the image out, and used the name Apple Childcare Center, but it's meant to be
Not that
Future
Apple.
Leaders Early Learning Center. Interestingly, all of
They
the
can't
links
even
to
steal
socials on
right.
the Somali website straight up just link to the homepage. The Facebook button goes to Facebook, YouTube to YouTube, TikTok to TikTok. Instagram, though, merely has the text Apple Child. Now, they seem to absolutely hate naming their CEO, which is weird because you can simply look the business up and see it's apparently a lady called Fahima Mahamud. Perhaps they scrubbed her from the site following this, you might think. Her LinkedIn has disappeared, I don't know when. But here's the thing. In the deep, dark depths of this website, if you look around enough, they name a guy.
Working for
Kadijo
room temperature
Gesut. Sorry for
abilities.
pronunciation. And if you look him up, you'll see that he's the CEO of Apple Childcare. Did they just steal his details? Did an AI pick it up? Or is something stranger going on?
Look, they only need to know enough to type shit into AI. The AI does the rest.
I'm pretty good at scrabbling around on the internet. Someone better at looking deeper into these things. Maybe you should take a look. Lots of interesting stuff to dig around in. I mean, even the URL is weird. cchildcares.com. The contact email is at futureleaderselci.com, which makes a lot more sense. And in the past, cchildcares.com was the website of a Chicago daycare. Either we've got rogue AI agents on the web trolling, or this is the most suspicious daycare center website of all time.
It actually would end up being the most suspicious daycare site of all time. Because not even 24 hours later, he put up a follow-up video. Which would be this one. Minnesota's AI daycare fraud! This one is so crazy that the thumbnail is just Harmful Opinion's face in complete and utter shock.
The last video I uploaded was a quick look at Future Leaders Early Learning Center, a Somali daycare in Minnesota that was visited by Nick Shirley. If you don't remember, it's this one. More specifically, I took a quick look at their website, where the vast majority of it was either stolen and edited with AI,
Yeah, it's an early stream.
entirely fabricated. A lot of you enjoyed that video, and I enjoyed looking into it.
Streaming before
So I
midnight is the
decided to
biggest
hunt for
shocker.
other sketchy Minnesotan daycare websites, and I instantly found more.
Because the
But they
problem is
weren't just
daytime
sketchy in
stream, come on.
similar ways. They were clearly made by the same person or people. See, a standout feature of the Future Leaders website was that they pretended to have a podcast called Parenting Pickup.
I'm like, it's kind of scratching my head here. Yeah, she doesn't know enough English. How can you be an educator here and try to help out all these kids? Like, presumably, this institution would not discriminate against the kids that they enroll. But so how are you going to instruct these children when you only know enough English? You don't even know enough English to communicate with a YouTuber who comes up to your door. Now, we're going to find out later on that they do kind of discriminate in the people that they look after. If the institutions that even look after kids at all, some of them just don't. It's like full on fraud. But when they do look after kids, it tends to more often than not be fellow Somalis, which works because this is all in Minnesota, which is
But you couldn't listen to it, and all the details were cloned from here, the real Parenting Pickup podcast, except they race swapped and changed the name of the hosts. These other websites I found also pretend to have a podcast called
some separate but equal ass fucking daycares. No, we don't want to look at little Joey.
Parenting Pickup, with the same text and details stolen from the original. So now we know there's an interconnected hive of these things. If we're going to look for links, we need to look for what they have in common. And most important is something I overlooked. They have a login portal, and all of them say, powered by Ilmia at the bottom. Now when I looked at that one website in my last video, I stupidly ignored it because I just assumed it was a website solution or something, like Wix or Squarespace. But of course, when you assume, you make an ass out of you and me. And as it turns out, Ilmia is actually extremely important. Inspire learners on your terms. Ilmia gives you the power to design your own school. Your way. We help you launch fast, scale smart, and lead with impact. Now, why is this service apparently exclusively connected to the absolute sketchiest Minnesotan Somali daycare websites ever? Well, I looked into them as best I could. They are Minnesota-based. I couldn't find much about their CEO, who goes by two different names, Daha Noor and Taha Bahaji, but their chief marketing officer, who goes by Mahad Omar and Mahad Hassan, likes to post quite a bit online. Here's a photo he posted of himself. Notice anything? Yeah, this is about the point at which I decided I needed to make another video. Now, he is real, and he does look like that. And he has uploaded videos of himself.
Had a personal AI tutor working 24/7. The days
oh my god, he's using AI on himself.
Over.
There's
not his real voice.
Off about it though, isn't there? Let me make it a bit
It's
clearer
all
for
fake.
you.
It's all fake, stolen, or AI. There's some weird combination of all three.
At this point, we've heard him have 3 different voices. I think the last one might be real because you can hear room noise, and he's actually open about this. For some reason, he considers that drab background with trash on the floor to be futuristic. So, this guy at Ilmia loves faking stuff, and there are a lot of extremely sketchy websites linked to Ilmia. Could this guy specifically have something to do with that? We've got a little line of red string. Let me thicken that into a rope. Here's another one of his personal videos.
2 children sit in the same classroom. One is taught to memorize and obey. The other is taught to think.
That stock footage at the top sure looks familiar. Ah yes, it's from the same set used on one of the fraudulent websites. But Ilmia shouldn't be making your website, and especially not in the way they have, and these websites do represent real businesses. What Ilmia is just meant to be is an AI learning tool with student management, as this horrendous video that guy uploaded explains.
Teachers create, students learn instantly. Meet Aid, your intelligent AI learning companion, real-time tutoring, immersive study mode, multilingual support, safe by default. Students get help.
Gee whiz, sounds wonderful. You know what else this could be used for? Generating records of any number of kids that don't exist, including a detailed history of past work they've done with your agency. I'm sure no one has any interest in doing that. It could also be used, of course, slightly more legitimately, to farm a mass number of remote students without needing any more manpower. Now,
yeah, that's
there
fucked.
is another website I found that's
then
powered by
do that to
Ilmia,
justify
and it's far
more
legitimate
funding
than any of the Minnesota
for a school that's
Somali
not real.
daycares. This one is clearly being used by people and functions. Iqra Kids, Islamic studies designed to make your child love learning about Islam. Go to login, same page as the daycares. And our friend Hamad has a wonderful heart-touching story about this tool. A totally real Facebook tale. Today in North Minneapolis, I visited a weekend Dugsy, M-dash, and what I witnessed felt like a glimpse into the future of Islamic education. Children were learning how to read, others were beginning to understand the words of the Quran. But one student stood out.
Jabba the Dingus.
He was the top student in his entire class, M-dash, not just in memorization, but in understanding and fluency. And the difference? He was using our personalized AI-powered Ilmia While his classmates were learning in a traditional setting, he had a one-on-one learning path, M-, tailored to how he learns best. Then, his father walked in. He watched quietly, and after just a few minutes, he said something I'll never forget.
Then everyone in the room clapped.
Now I know why my son is ahead of everyone else. That's when it hit me again. Success shouldn't be a mystery. When a child has access to the right tools, M-, personalized to them, M-,
but the children
success
don't
becomes
exist.
predictable. This is just one child, but imagine if every child in every Dugsy had their own Quran coach, their own reading guide, their own path. That's the future we're building, and it's already happening. Personalization is not optional. It's the future of Islamic education. I will say, at least he's pulling this bullshit on his own guys too. He's also made a just fantastic Islamic AI sing-along app, where apparently he's making AI clones of sheikhs. I'm not 100% sure, but check out his demo.
قل أعوذ برب الناس
ملك الناس
إله الناس.
Hashtag Somali Excellence, hashtag Somalia. As many people who watched Nick Shirley's video noted, most if not all of the daycares he visited, even if functioning and legit, are effectively Somali only, based on the competence in English and general communication capacity. You shouldn't send your kids if you're Somali, and you can't really if you're not. But even the tech
so
that will
discrimination.
be indirectly funded by these daycares, if they're
They're
really
only
using
accepting
it,
certain
isn't really
kids,
meant
if
for
they
anyone
accept
else
kids at
either.
all.
Ilmia won a Global Somali Awards award. They were recognized for redefining access to quality learning for Somali students worldwide. People theorize about funneling money away. Here's one possible
Imagine if the
mechanism
roles were
run by a
reversed.
proud guest of Minnesota's Somali networking
Imagine
night.
if they said
This
it was a whites-only
AI-generated
daycare.
Dementoid wants his fingers in everything for the benefit of his nation to which he is fiercely loyal. If you wish to fully grasp the level of thieving retard we're dealing with here, watch my previous video. If you've already seen it, I recommend watching it again, with the knowledge now of who's behind it. This total fucking freak, who when he speaks Somali or whatever, shows himself.
badan ayaan weydiiyey su-aashan jawaabtana mar kasto waan la yaabaa.
What is that picture?
Waxaa lagu yidhi-
That dude jumping
But
out
if
of
he
a
has
plane
to
with no
speak
gear?
English or wants to speak English, he AI generates himself with an ever morphing accent.
That's why we built Ilmiya, to give teachers back their most valuable resource, time. AI does the paperwork. Teachers do the people work. Because the best education doesn't come from paperwork, it comes from people.
And Ilmiya makes that possible.
People like to say they're being targeted just because they're Somali. No, actually, I think the opposite's true. The only reason they're being defended is because they're Somali. Because otherwise, everyone will be tearing these fucking weirdos to shreds. A lot of people try
it's
to
like
say
what I
Nick
just said.
Shirley's video doesn't count as journalism.
Imagine if the roles were reversed. Yeah, it's so weird. I feel like if they weren't who they were, if these were like I don't know, weird, suspicious white people. I mean, yeah, I think the pitchforks would be raised a little bit higher. It just tells you about the state of things, you guys. Why can't people just look at a situation that's objectively fucked and fraudulent and just be, I don't know, why can't they just crow a little bit louder about it? What's with the tangential sweeping by omission?
At all, because there are flaws with it. Okay, fine. But it was undeniably a lolcow documentary. Open your goddamn motherfucking eyes.
I thought he was gonna say
Look at
wallet.
these people, and then
He said lolcow and then said open your motherfucking. I thought he was gonna say wallet, specifically Velcro wallet. Hey, Mr. White, you have any roguelite recommendations? Not me personally. Well, I've heard good things about Enter the Gungeon. Perhaps that's one you've already played.
It was undeniably a lolcow documentary. Open your goddamn motherfucking eyes. Look at these people, and then remember they are in education and childcare. This is all beyond fucked.
Good way of ending it. So again, that's supposed to be like a remark there to the people that are either not talking about it or trying to defend it or say it's not that bad. Again, if this, I feel like if this was in any other context, it'd be kind of easy to decry it and say like, oh, this is fraudulent. You're defrauding the state. You're trying to get all this funding for schools that literally don't exist. If the roles were reversed, I think people would be crowing a little bit louder. but people are being weird about it. They might not want to totally approach the subject because of the people that are involved and the context and nuances surrounding the situation. But it's like, it's kind of obvious what it is, right? It's illegal, you guys, I think. I'm not a lawyer. And even beyond the political tiptoe, walk around the eggshells aspect of it, thin ice, there should be concern regardless, because it involves children and childcare. Don't parents have a right to know if their kids are being taught by AI, or if their kids aren't being taught at all by schools that don't exist? So a very poignant point made at the end there, where it's like, even if you remove that controversial aspect of the story, it's still kids being taught by AI. The ones that go to the daycares that are real, anyway. Because again, some of them just straight up aren't real. The government's ran by locals. See, I've not been to Minnesota. I know a lot of people don't like this Tim Walz character. It's a quality learning center indeed. Even the name of it, I should have said it, but when he said the name, like early world's first future children's learning center, like even the name sounds kind of ESL-y. It's like a made up name you would have for a fake school. Like if I had a fake school, I would call it a bunch of adjectives like that too. I was just like early future learning development fun center for future children of learning in America. _ And I give the TLDR on the daycare situation. I haven't watched it yet. So this Nick Shirley guy, YouTuber, went around these daycares in Minnesota that appear to be fraudulent, where they either don't exist or they only enroll Somali children and they're run by Somalis. So they appear to be endorsing some sort of discrimination. And the ones that don't exist just straight up don't exist. And they're all collecting funding from the government. And it's wrong. It's evil. And also, their websites are all stolen, fake AI shit. Stolen from Shutterstock or ChatGPT generated, you know, stolen fake AI and non-existent. Just completely wholesale ripping shit off of actual websites of actual schools. And it seems to be, you know, if we look past the veil of, like, why would you want to make a fake fucking daycare? It's clearly stealing money from the government, you guys, and ripping off the beneficiary system that we confer onto educational centers and the like. And of course, people seem to be a bit afraid to approach the topic right now because of the people involved. But as the video just said, like I think it's a concern regardless, because these fake schools are embracing the aspect of AI. We'll just talk about AI earlier. We gotta have disclosure. The parents need to know if their kids are being taught by robots who may or may not exist. I think people are more upset about their house taxes are being used. Okay, well, I didn't really cover the harmful opinions video. I didn't really cover that, and I didn't really cover it. But you're right. Okay, so yes, it's true. They get money from the government. Now, who supplies that money to the government? Ah, yes, the common man, the blue-collar worker, the blue-collar gamer who fires up their stream every day and begs for $150. He's the one whose tax money goes to funding the fraud. So of course people are rightfully upset and calling out Tim Walz as being a dunce who falls for this chicanery. I'm just excited for the furthering of blood and soil nationalism, and the Somalis are just helping that out. It's just really crazy. It's like the plot of a movie or a bad cartoon episode. It's like something that would happen on The Simpsons. Like that would be that would be like Ed and Eddie. It's an Ed and Eddie scheme. Like, don't you just like picture it? That'd be one of Eddie's scams. Minus absent the government part. But that's the situation as it is currently it's currently unfolding. More to come, still developing story. Tim is 100% getting a cut. No, Tim! Tim! Alright, oh wait, Walls falls for bold of you to assume he isn't 100% in on it. I'm sorry, I'm being too charitable. Again, I don't know too much about him other than that people don't like him. He was Kamala's running mate, right? Pretty sure he was, because I remember talking shit about him during the last election. Hey, Rydrake. All this stuff is just the tip of the spear in regards to corruption. It's all pre-existing corruption. Smellians are just the ones getting caught holding the bag. Yeah, they're just they're the scapegoat. I guess that could be Walls is out. He's like, oh guys, they tricked me too. As he tries to run away to his limo, money bags in hand. Alright, people say that they don't want Arlo. So if you don't want Arlo, this is gonna be the alternative programming.
Here we go.
I know, oh boy, here we go indeed. Fallout Season 2 is shamelessly disgusting. What? Rayman New Year's? Yeah, I'm trying to 100% the game. I'm replaying old levels right now. A lot of speculation that Walls was the choice because of all this laundered money, and Harris and her backers were the ones that wanted more access to it. So let Walls be the fall guy, and take all the money that he left over. Fuck off, Nintendo fans. Real chud hours right now. Well, we're actually gonna run out of Arlo videos. I got like a handful left. Alright, this isn't that long. It's only he just goes over the first episode. 17 minutes.
Oh boy, here we go. The Fallout TV show has finally returned. I really wasn't looking forward to making this review, not because I don't want to crap on the Fallout show. Trust me, I do. I still despise it, but I just really didn't want to have to watch it. It is just that painful. And it truly feels like a video game adaptation that was made to mock the original fans. And the worst part is people ate it up. People dislike bombed my Fallout reviews into oblivion, making all sorts of excuses for
my
the
channel is under attack.
Cons, the blatant leftist propaganda content, and worst of all, nuking the NCR out of existence off screen. The tourists have far outnumbered the original Fallout fans by now. It is actually pretty depressing to see. And the worst thing is the Fallout TV show doesn't even stand on its own merits. It had some of the worst writing I have ever seen. I want to remind you that the huge plot twist of season 1 is that Vault-Tec nuked the world on purpose to make a profit. Yes, a $1 trillion mega corporation killed 99.9% of the population and somehow expected to make more money. And the worst thing is season 2 actually doubles down on this plot point and tries to make sense of it. There are people who still
How do you make more money when there's less people around to pay you?
Fallout is about capitalism. When Tim Kaine himself, one of the original creators of Fallout, said no, it's about human nature, about how war never changes, you know, kind of like is in the beginning and end of every game.
Sorry,
in the
Chuddy,
series.
you don't run the
And there's
franchise
people who
anymore.
have the nerve to call me media illiterate. They can't even listen to the intro of a game. And I get this weird hunch, call it a premonition of sorts, that all of a sudden people are going to start waking up and realizing that, you know,
I did watch the Mighty No More quartering video, Jay Frosty.
And that's
so I did watch it off stream.
Disregarding the obvious woke elements.
It was really
that,
good.
Of course, I will get into in this review, but it's just a series of soulless member berries while it's openly shitting on the plate in front of you, and yet people are still gonna eat it. There are people who will see an ass squatting over a plate and be like, well, how do you know it's shit? It hasn't come out yet. I don't know, I have this little thing called pattern recognition skills and critical thinking, both things that are completely lost in this modern idiocracy. I also want to take the time to remind you I am far from the only one who
buzz.
critical of Fallout Season 1. Kretosis, Arch Warhammer, even Mauler, who hates me, all agreed that that TV show was dog shit and an insult to the fans. Now, of course, who absorbed all of the hate from the public? Me. Probably because I'm a chud and I just can't keep my mouth shut when it comes to certain politically incorrect issues. But I absolutely stand by everything I said in my 2 videos. Okay, that's far more than enough preamble. Let's get into the episode 1 breakdown. If you're hoping that the first episode would at least be something high quality that really draws in the audience and keeps you hooked, yeah, no, honestly, they did a terrible job. Even the recap didn't really do a good job reminding me what actually happened in the first season. And there was no way in hell I was going to rewatch any of Season 1, so, you know, forgive me if I get a few details wrong. I honestly don't care. The episode begins with us seeing a workers' riot as they're beating the shit out of a few Mr. Handies, as robots have begun replacing humans in the workplace. We see a short snippet of an interview with Robert House, and a few of the disgruntled workers at the bar say they didn't vote for him. And what I assume is the
you guys
real
might hate me,
Mr.
but people
House,
you like
because,
agree
yes,
with
the
my
one we
takes,
saw
so
in
you
the
got to
last
agree with
season
me.
was just a
What
body
a desperate
double,
loser.
I guess. Exclaims that
Mahler's
they did,
from
in
like
fact, vote
every
for
frame
him,
of pause,
and
right?
he pisses off the local goons who throw him out into the street. Now, of course, conveniently parked out back is his car where he has like $30 million.
Okay, yeah, because he's got like a vendetta against those EFAP people. I think it was ever since the God of War Ragnarok review, because they made fun of him when he put that review out. In most video game adaptations, the IRL shows movies pretty bad. Yes. The best one is the Professor Layton movie.
Or whatever the fuck. This scene just turns into cartoon shit immediately. After the thug punches him.
Before the Mario and Sonic the new Mario movie and the Sonic live action movie, before those two, the highest rated video game adaptation was Angry Birds.
In the face, Mr. House offers the money in exchange for placing a strange chip on the back of the guy's neck. The guy obviously refuses and threatens just to beat the shit out of him and take the money, which gives Mr. House a chance to slam the chip on the back of his neck, which is a mind control thing, of course. He tells the
Mahler
big
doesn't
dude
even
to
know a
beat
lot
the
about
shit
Fallout
out of
to
his
begin
two
with.
buddies
Oh.
and then explodes the guy's head. Now, can you see how we're
So the
already
show wasn't
off
even
to
for
a
him in the
pretty
first
bad
place.
start in the Fallout show? This is a scene out of BioShock, not Fallout. I mean, legitimately, all this scene is missing is House saying, "Would you kindly beat your friends to death?" And it would be basically 1-to-1, would it not? Am I the only one who noticed this? This guy acts way more like Andrew Ryan than Mr. House, and I guarantee it's gonna be like this for the rest of the season, because this is part of their whole capitalism bad bullshit. That, again, is not what Fallout is about, and something that I'm going to try to keep my complaints about to a minimum for the sake of time is that there are a lot of fucking flashbacks. I hated most of the flashback scenes from the original season. I'm sure I'll hate them all in this one too. Fallout is about the post-apocalypse. I don't care what happened before. There's no reason to have this many flashback scenes, especially when it's always about Cooper's family in some way, the ghoul, if you don't remember the name Cooper, which I can certainly forgive you for. All right, moving on. Now, in the very second scene of the new season, the showrunner decides to spit in your fucking...
Pretty sure that ghoul guy had a very annoying take that was something like, I don't want to play the Fallout games, I don't give a fuck about the Fallout games. It's like, okay, if that's the case, then just shut the fuck up. He did this interview, I was looking at it, and again, I don't know much about Fallout myself, but I was looking at the interview, and it was him just like shitting on the games. It reminded me of the Snow White actress just shitting on like the whole fairy tale of Snow White. It's like, shut up, just do the lines, say the lines that you were paid to say.
Face
if you don't want to play the
by
games, that's fine.
Novak,
But don't rub the fans'
everyone's
noses in
dead.
it.
I guess they all got killed by the Great Khans, who just look like a bunch of generic druggy raiders. Not a faction anymore, of course. I guess they've fallen on hard times. And as a little member berry for all the fake fucking fans of New Vegas, Lucy is perched up in the Dinky the T-Rex statue, just like Boone did in New Vegas, except one little problem. It's facing the wrong fucking direction. How did they fuck this up? And I just know what all the normies are gonna say. How would the scene work if it was pointing the other direction? Well, I don't know. Maybe you don't make the Great Khans posted up in the motel? Whatever. I'm not gonna focus on this too long. Basically, the ghoul, I'm never gonna get over that name. There's thousands of ghouls in Fallout, and he's called the ghoul. Whatever.
He's like Yoshi and
Anyway,
Toad.
They're about to hang him because he was gonna like steal their shit or something. I already forgot. And Lucy just lets him get hanged.
He's
while she
named
has
the
a
ghoul?
millennium real humor
But he's
moment
supposed
where
to be
she
one of many
stands up and
ghouls.
talks to the Great Khans to try and settle a dispute while he's dying.
We are hunting down my father, who is not a good guy. And on this journey, we found ourselves in need of food and supplies. Plan A was to leave you alone and avoid the snare altogether. But we tried that, and I just started starving to death. Plan B, his idea, by the way, was for me to turn him over to you so that you would open up your safe and give me the considerable bounty you put out on him.
Fucking shoot!
The idea was I would shoot him down, he'd take your weapons, and use whatever violence necessary in order for us to escape. Which, in my experience thus far, is
What an annoying
it's a lot of
character.
violence.
And then
Do they
she
all
decides
talk like
to
this?
shoot the rope and they kill all the Great Khans. Awesome. I'm glad they were brought back just to get killed off in 5 seconds. And yes, there's gonna be one idiot who's like, well,
mostly her.
there could always be more of them. Who cares? They already ruined their character as it is by turning them into generic raiders. Oh, and one last member, Barry. They play Big Iron during this scene, dude. No way. I was literally shaking and crying, man. My nostalgia. Did I do it right? You fucking subhumans. There's also a plot point about how Lucy doesn't want to kill anyone. She's been shooting
Ashy.
everyone in the kneecap or the butt because, you know, no one's ever died by being shot in the knee before. This is literally like that leftist talking point about how they wanted the cops to shoot people in the legs to wound them instead of kill them. I'm sure someone will pretend this is not bad writing somehow. Then we get another flashback scene already where we see a reminder of what happened last season with Vault-Tec planning to nuke the world. Cooper, of course, was watching this happen, so he goes home to grab his Goblina daughter, gets in the car, and then we get a scene straight out of the beginning of Fallout 4. I mean, it's almost one-to-one, with the perfect 50s neighborhood, and then the nuclear siren goes off, and then it just slowly zooms on Cooper's thumbs up on one of the billboards. You know, the ones we never saw in any of the games because it was supposed to be Vault Boy, and yes, I know Cooper was the inspiration for Vault Boy. That's great writing. I'm glad the Hollywood celebrity in universe influenced everything and was also a mega badass in the post-apocalypse. Whatever, I'm not gonna nitpick everything or we'll never get through this video. Moving on. The next scene is back at Vault 33. Yes, we're still getting plot developments in the vault, which were probably the worst parts of the first season, where we get to see 2 black characters point out how clumsy and useless a, let's say, less
one of them Deborah Wilson?
melanated character is. I really appreciated that. I love when black queens are in charge. Oh, and we get yet another
Disavow.
reference as the vault has a damaged water chip. Remember the first game, guys? Oh wait, none of the current Fallout fans have played it. Now this is the part where someone says that
Hear
was
that,
established in
Bill?
the first season. And again, I don't care. No one remembers the first season. Stop pretending. You probably had to look that up. Then we're reminded that the overseer of Vault 32 is the white chick who got her eye stabbed out. So we have 2 female leaders over the course of 5 minutes. That's cool. I'm a huge supporter of feminism, as you know. And he tells this incompetent old white man to simply adapt to the new lifestyle where everything is mirrored in the vault. Wow, what a stupid white man. Am I right, guys? Then immediately after this, we see something absolutely disgusting. Lucy's cousin, the dude that this overseer chick was sleeping with in the first season, is being forced to raise her child. Yes, he's not even allowed to have a job in the vault. He is a forced stay-at-home dad raising someone else's child. My God. Oh, and she just casually threatens to kill him if he doesn't do it, by the way. This is so unbelievably pathetic and disgusting, but I'm gonna keep my mouth shut for now so we can get a move on with this video. Next up, we see that Lucy's brother is still trapped with that brain in the secret section of the vault that has all the cryogenically frozen perfect Vault-Tec workers or wherever the fuck they were. I still hate this retcon so much. I know that Fallout 4 established that they have cryogenic freezing, even though Mr. House, the richest man in the world, couldn't afford a perfect life preservation system, seeing how decrepit he is in Fallout New Vegas. But I'm sure the show will come up with some kind of excuse for that too. Regardless, he's slowly starving to death and is too much of a pussy to just kill the brain or do the other natural conclusion that he all of a sudden comes up with later in this episode, as you'll see. In the next scene, we're back with Lucy and the Ghoul as they slowly make their way to New Vegas, and they come across a little stall where an old woman is selling flea soup, and she scratches the fleas out of her hair and puts it into this sludge, and Lucy drinks from it. Isn't that so funny? Just like Borderlands, I mean Fallout. Yeah, just like
I'm assuming
Fallout,
that's not in the
guys.
games.
I would bet you $100 right now there's a joke almost identical to this in a Borderlands game. I guarantee it. Anyway, Lucy and the Ghoul have a little morality discussion, how Lucy wants to bring her dad to justice. We're also reminded that the Ghoul is looking for his family, who I have no doubt survived
does seem like
the
something that's more
apocalypse
fitting of
somehow, just like everyone
Borderlands.
else important did. And then the pair come across a vault behind a drive-in theater. Then we get yet another short flashback scene where we see Moldaver, the chick who becomes like the NCR leader in the present from the first season, and she was also like a lesbian in love with Lucy's mom or something. Dude, season 1 is slowly coming back to me, and I'm remembering how bad it was. Oh god. And it's just Cooper agreeing to be a spy on Vault-Tec. Whatever, a pointless scene. Then we go back to the vault again. The Ghoul just casually says he's been to a bunch of decrepit, destroyed vaults. They're trying way too hard to make this dude badass. This is getting to cringe levels at this point.
It reminds me of that one bounty
I do
hunter
want to
from
point
the
out
Clone
this is
Wars.
clearly the vault design from Fallout 4 and not from 3 in New Vegas. That's more of a nitpick than anything. Who really cares? The pair enter the elevator, and once again it cuts
I think
away
people
to
actually like
Vault
that
33. Now we get a completely pointless scene where the lighter skinned guy from before holds a products of inbreeding support group. And guess what? Everyone there is white. Yes, it's white people who are incredibly inbred. Not a certain less than 2% of the population that literally has unique genetic defects from countless generations of inbreeding. Now, I know what the lurking morons are going to say. It's just a TV show, and of course, all the vault dwellers have been inbreeding. Okay, so why did they pick the 2 whitest characters who are clearly siblings and want to have incestuous sex? That is something the director chose specifically for the scene. Could it maybe have something to do with the fact that this show is extremely Jewish? Then we cut back to Lucy's brother as he's about to die.
I cannot comment on any part of that.
Genius idea to just let all of the other cryogenically frozen Vault-Tec employees loose. I mean, why the hell not? You're gonna die anyway. It's not like the robot could do anything to stop him. Why did he wait this long in the first place? And then finally, we get back to the plot with Lucy and the Ghoul. We find out that Vault 24 was a huge mind control experiment using similar chips to what we saw in the intro with Mr. House. And Vault-Tec was actually performing experiments on American people, brainwashing them to be communists. Wait a minute, shouldn't that be the other way around? I mean, wouldn't it make perfect sense if they transferred over
Shouldn't the commies
some of the
be
Chinese
brainwashing?
war prisoners to one
The
of these
commies
vaults?
should be
I mean,
doing the
they basically
brainwashing.
were already doing that at Big Empty, as you find out in the Old World Blues expansion. Though honestly, I could still see Vault-Tec doing this since they always do cartoonishly evil stuff anyway, so I'm not going to consider this a huge knock against the show, but I honestly think it would be better writing if they were Chinese soldiers being brainwashed to be Americans. In any case, the pair find out that Lucy's dad has been here. Obviously, he wanted the mind control chip technology for whatever reason. He tested it on some random ass guy, and then the guy's head exploded. Wowie zowie, how dramatic. And for the final scene of the episode, we finally catch back up with Lucy's dad as he finds a big corporate Vault-Tec building in a bunker, which looks absolutely pristine, as if no one's touched it in over 200 years. And he goes to one of the desks and calls up Mr. House and explains what I assume is going to be the plot of the rest of the season, that they're going to mass produce these mind control chips so that they can control everyone on the surface and finally complete Vault-Tec's plan of controlling everyone on the planet to have the perfect mindless consumers, because capitalism bad. Though who knows, I don't have my media literacy license, so I might be way off. So yeah, in conclusion, this episode sucked. I hate the Fallout TV show. I hate normies. You fucking let this happen. You killed one of my favorite franchises, you pieces of shit, and I will hate you until the day I die. People were praising this as one of the best video game adaptations when season 1 came out. Hell, even other Fallout YouTubers who dedicated their entire careers to the lore suddenly didn't care that the NCR got nuked into oblivion and all these various retcons of basic ass shit that has been established in Fallout for like 20 years. Yeah, all of a sudden none of that mattered because you gotta chase that bank, dude. The ad revenue money was more important than any integrity or morality. Yeah, who fucking cares about the very thing that made you want to talk about it in the first place? All I know is this show is absolutely pathetic. Calling it woke doesn't do it justice. This is absolutely disgusting demoralization, humiliation ritual propaganda. They, whoever they is, of course, want to destroy everything we love, and the masses are supporting it earnestly. They love this disgusting shit. All I know is I am not reviewing this episode by episode. It's just not worth it. I don't care how many views this video gets. Even if it ends up getting 500,000, it's just not worth it. The only way I review another individual episode is if something absolutely insane happens, like Caesar's Legion being butchered beyond belief, which is pretty likely to happen, let's be real, or something insanely gay happens like episode 3 of the first season of The Last of Us. Most likely I will just do one more video, just like I did with season 1, of the whole season, and then hopefully I never have to talk about this show again, but I wouldn't be surprised if season 3 is already in production. Having said that, I'll leave you with a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to all my fans. See you next year, guys.
He rants about the show The Office and then killed his family? What the hell? Who is this kid? Remember when New Vegas was announced, it was implied we were going to get 2 different locations for Fallout games? It's like complaining about the Star Wars sequels when the prequels were what killed it. And then people look fondly back on the prequels in the modern era. Look, I'm not the guy to be asking about fucking Star Wars. But what if I was? One on the East Coast, one on the West Coast. Yeah, I don't know if he's a tourist or not. Perhaps you may think his behavior is like that of a tourist. He claims to have played like 3, 4 New Vegas. The implication earlier about Fallout 1 seems to suggest that he played 1 and 2, though I never saw him play 1 and 2. Oh, sorry, I was muted. Fuck. Hey Delorio. Hey DD Live. Did I ever play the first Rayman game? I did not. I played Rayman 2, Rayman Origins, and Rayman Legends. And, a cousin had Rayman Raving Rabbits 2. I don't think he's a tourist exactly, because he mentions some stuff you really only know if you at least played New Vegas, but he's exaggerating a lot. He's complaining! Prequels did, but then the books and Clone Wars shows brought a good light on a time period and expanded, get it? On the world building of the time, and did a great job. I don't know too much about the books, but I did watch a couple of episodes of Clone Wars. Remember the first game is hard as fuck? I did a lot playing it. No, I know it's hard as fuck. I never played it myself though. I've seen gameplay. Alright, let's put on the next one.
Oh
wrong video.
Boy, here we go.
Sorry, I fucked up copy-pasting the link. This one is about the Game Awards. Entitled the Expedition 33 Awards.
Another year, another incredibly boring Game Awards. I think I say that every year, and I don't think most people expect anything different from the Game Awards at this point.
Even Jeff's tired of it
The
all.
only reason any of us tune in is for the big game reveals. And this year managed to disappoint on that front as well, which we'll get into later, but I mean, Half-Life fans know exactly what I'm talking about. There's a reason many are coining this year as the Expedition 33 Awards, because that game won everything. I mean, genuinely, I believe it won 9 awards, which is absolutely fucking insane. I don't care how good of a game you think it is. I think it's pretty good. I'll give my opinion on Expedition 33 in my own best and worst games of 2025 video, and yes, I am going back to finish the game, don't worry. But I think regardless of the game's individual merits, there are a couple really huge issues here. One, it's obviously not interesting to watch one game win everything. I mean, if there's over 1,000 games that come out every year, you really expect me to believe one singular game is better in nearly every significant category than every other game that came out this year? I don't care if it's arguably the greatest game of all.
Sorry, I had a call there. I don't agree. Synthetic Man, to me, at least as a tourist, pretends to like the shit he plays and knows his life now. Put the anti-woke takes in a bag. Well, at least give you the anti-woke takes with a video like this. I cheat to get the real ending as you have to get all the cages. Hey man, you can't see them. Is it one of those games where all this shit is hidden, like, off-screen? You gotta do, like, leaps of faith and stuff? Control 2, I mean, Star Wars game was a good reveal. But that's a game we won't see for 5 or 6 years. I remember when they were announcing that they were remaking Knights of the Old Republic, and then we just never heard anything of that remake ever again. It's probably for the best, if you think about it.
All time. Ocarina of Time.
Anyway,
Super
I think he's
Mario
gonna blow
64,
Expedition 33 the fuck
Deus
out.
Ex, Half-Life 2. Doesn't fucking matter, dude. It would be terrible to watch any one of those games win as many categories as Expedition 33 did. And in the latter's case, there's quite a few of these that are debatable to say the least. The biggest offenders being the 2 indie game categories.
Hello,
This is
Spandau.
not an
How you
indie
doing,
game, period. I don't
doing
care
great, Una.
what
Thank you for asking.
definition of the term independent you use. Sandfall is
They're
not
invisible
a fucking
too?
indie company. Not only do they have
Oh,
a
yeah, that is
publisher,
garbage.
Kepler Interactive, the game itself was funded by one of the richest families in France. And even though the core
Big ups, Una,
dev
for
team
watching
of the
Synthetic
game
Man.
was only 30
Instead of
people,
Arlo?
the development was assisted by well
They're watching
over
some harmful opinions
300
earlier, too.
people from other studios. Not to mention the game's budget is
Video
estimated
catch-up,
to be
like, to
10
100%
million,
Rayman
which
2
I
run.
think is severely lowballing it. But even if it is true, what indie company has $10 million to spend funding a video game? Are you serious? This game had a fucking film
It's
deal
spiritually
before it
indie.
was
It's
even
indie in our
released.
hearts.
Does that scream indie to you? Team Cherry didn't even show up to the Game Awards because they knew they were going to get screwed over. Silk Song was probably the most anticipated.
I like how they
indie
won
game
one
of all
award and
time.
Jeff was
And
like,
despite
"Hey, you won
having
one, right?"
mildly
Almost
mixed
like they were
reception at
taunting. He
launch
was
because
taunting
it
the
was much
devs.
more difficult
Yeah,
than
you
the
won
first
one.
game.
If it was any other year, like, Silk Song
would
would've stole the show.
and should have been a shoe-in for best indie game. Now they didn't get completely snubbed. They actually won best action adventure game, which Jeff Keighley had a very interesting comment about.
Hollow Knight Silk Song.
Listen to that crowd.
See, you guys won.
I mean, the last
See,
time a
you
game
guys
won
won.
close
They
to
won a
this
category that
many
Clear
awards
Obscure-
at the Game
Clear Obscure
Awards
wasn't
was
nominated.
The Last of Us 2. You know, one of the most disappointing games
No.
ever made, and could probably single-handedly be credited for escalating the growth of the anti-woke movement. Again, that's more than enough reasons to raise an eyebrow.
Why does this keep
Honestly,
happening?
My main concern with this is it just made the show boring as fuck, even more than
Are we all
usual.
watching for
No,
trailers? We're
weirdly
all
enough,
watching for
the
trailers.
biggest highlights of this show, outside of a couple of the game
It's
trailers,
a shame because I don't
were
disagree
not
with the
things
prospect that, like,
happened,
you know,
but things that
devs
didn't
should be
happen.
celebrated
A
for
couple
their
of my
for their
most
you know,
hated
accomplishments and
sequels
projects.
from this year somehow didn't win a single
like, okay,
award. You would think,
Jeff-
knowing Jeff Keighley.
Jeff wants it to be recognized as like the same as the Oscars because he wants the medium to be treated with the same respect as you know, movies and other forms of art. But the issue comes with that is a lot of money has to be put into getting this shit running, and the money comes from advertising. So in the end, it just ends up being about fucking trailers and marketing and all that. The end result is a product in which people watch not for you know, paying respect and acknowledging, you know, the games and specifically the developers. It's more just people watching to see trailers, hoping for trailers of their favorite games.
Happened,
Like
but
Half-Life
things
3.
that didn't happen. A couple of my most hated sequels from this year somehow didn't win a single award. You would think, knowing Jeff Keighley's long history of deep-throating Kojima, that Death Stranding 2 would have won something, but no, it didn't win a single category. Not even ones you'd think would be a shoo-in, like Best Narrative or maybe Best Game Direction or something. Nope. I guess Jeff's too busy choking on that French cock now. The fact that Daniel Vavra basically sold out his entire original fan base to cater to the lowest common denominator and
Yeah, the Game
woke
Awards is
crowd for
E3 with
that matter.
trophies.
With all of the blatant
In terms of like Death Stranding, since he just talked about it, I guess Jeff found himself between a rock and a hard place where he felt like he couldn't give Death Stranding 2 shit without people saying like, oh, you cheated, you gave it to your best friend Kojima. So it just results in Kojima winning absolutely nothing. He gets nothing out of his friendship, his one-sided friendship and affiliation with Jeff Keighley.
Daniel Vavra basically sold out his entire original fan base to cater to the lowest common denominator and the woke crowd for that matter. With all of the blatant historical revisionism and political statements in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, I made a 4-hour video about it, so obviously I'm not going to cover them all here, but to put it simply, Musa
People were joking about how he walked away after Expedition 33 won Game of the Year or won this and that, and yeah, they were joking about his like reactions, his facial expressions after the winners got announced. I think it was just kind of like that was just his resting neutral face that people mistook as him snarling at him losing. No, I don't think. I think Kojima will sleep at night. I think he'll sleep soundly without having won an award from Jeff's little show.
and Hans Gay, and the entire Gutenberg Jewish Quarter subplot. Those are pretty much the biggest three subversive elements. If that's not enough for you to be put off by this game, then obviously you're part of the problem. So the fact that it didn't even manage to win a single award at the Game Awards is kind of hilarious. Another game I'm really happy didn't win anything was Silent Hill F, which featured one of the worst combat systems in history, wasn't remotely scary, and had one of the most unlikable protagonists I've ever seen in fiction. It is very telling that so many women and sexual predators pretending to be women identified with the psychotic entitled bitch who wanted to ride the cock carousel instead of get married to a nice rich guy. Then again, I don't have my media literacy license, so I can't comment on the game any further. Now, if you're expecting me to do what I've done basically every single year, where I break down the events from start to finish, I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm not gonna bother this year. I don't think anyone really cares anyway. We should just fucking hit the highlights and then move on with our lives. When one game wins like half of the awards, what is there even left to talk about? The trailers? There was maybe three or four trailers of a vaguely interesting game. I suppose my hope has been slightly restored for Resident Evil 9 now that Leon is a playable character, but I don't like that Capcom is saying this is going to be
my hope's restored now that we have confirmation it doesn't entirely star a woman.
So they want to somehow try to appeal to both the Resident Evil 7 and the Resident Evil 4, 5, 6 crowd at the same time. I just don't see that working out. It didn't really work for Village.
Too many cooks.
It's probably not going to work for this. Ironically, the only two new game reveals I liked were basically just rip-offs of other games, like Gang of Dragon, which is very obviously a rip-off of Yakuza, except he just plays this huge-ass dude beating the shit out of people instead of Kiryu. And the other was a rip-off of Cyberpunk 2077 No Law, which, I'll be honest, even just based on this short gameplay, looks like a better game than Cyberpunk, but obviously trailers can be deceiving. As for the other highlight trailers of the show, we saw the triumphant return of Tomb Raider, and Lara's looking a little bit more like her old self.
Side
of course,
area.
Her tits are 2 sizes smaller than they should be, not too surprising. And she actually has 2 different games in development for some reason. I'll be honest, I'm not the biggest Tomb Raider fan. In fact, I infamously spurged out when I was playing the re-release of the first game a year ago.
He admits that he
Larian
spurged out.
Studios announced their next game, another Divinity game, which definitely raised some eyebrows amongst my fans.
I don't know, the Tomb Raider game looked okay to me at reveal, but it's just a trailer, so, you know, what the fuck can I say? I never played any Tomb Raider games either, so I'm not the person to ask on top of that. I've seen some people say that it looks like it's safe horny. Like, Lara Croft looks... It's made with the... Like, she looks sexy, but not too sexy. Like, she looks just sexy enough that the ordinary base gamer will look at that and say, oh my god, they finally made her sexy again, bro. Remember how not sexy she looked like in the 2010 games? And then it's supposed to, like, oh, you would compare and contrast and be like, oh my god, they made her sexy again, I'm gonna buy the new game. But I saw some people saying, like, but actually, it's actually only safe, she's safe horny, she's not as sexy as she actually was during the PS1 days. And then they post a render of her from the PS1 games, and it's like, dude, she had triangle boobs in those games. So, I don't know what to believe.
is, well, let's just say this
Yeah, I don't really
trailer
like
looked
safe
very
horny as a term either.
satanic.
I understand the point being made. I'm not even sure if I really agree with it, because like objectively, like in terms of like showing skin, like I looked at the comparison, like she is showing more skin than those reboot games that people, I don't even know if they necessarily hated. They were just kind of like, okay, question mark. I gotta end every question in a question. I gotta end every sentence in a question with like an upward inflection, because I'm not sure. I'm not sure what I believe. Nurgle says, I liked the game in 2010, I just didn't like the sequels afterwards because they just weren't as good. Cammy is not safe, horny trust. They said that about Cammy in Street Fighter 6 as well. But it's like, oh my god, you took Cammy's legs away. But then they were like, oh no, but actually, bros, Cammy is still sexy. But then these people were like, actually, she's only safe horny because, like, they just want you to focus on her ass, but they still took her legs away. She showed off more skin, you guys, and you're accepting it. You're sweeping.
White man is burned alive as all these diverse
Free the
fantasy
polygonal
creatures
boobs, I
have a
agree.
degenerate orgy and eat slop, and yeah, I don't know. This was just a very repulsive trailer. Now, of course, the midwits amongst the audience will be like, oh, there was demons in the one white man, of course. If it wasn't for that element, this would essentially be the end of I Am Legend, the book anyway, where the last real human is executed by the new race that has replaced him. Oh no, Sid's going schizo again. Ooh. Of course, Baldur's Gate 3 was a pretty well-made game, but I think by any sane metric, it was also a very woke game, despite what some controlled opposition individuals might say. I guess I'll just have to see for myself how far off the deep end Larian is going to go with their next game. Now, the two biggest highlights / disappointments, depending on how you look at it, actually has nothing to do with what we actually saw at the Game Awards itself. I'm sure many of you have noticed that there have been a lot more Half-Life 3 rumors lately for whatever reason. Now, me personally, I have a policy which
Didn't
is
Jeff
always
spread a few
bet
of those
against
himself?
Half-Life 3. Doesn't matter what game show it is, it's not showing up. And of course, once again, I was right. The problem is that Jeff Keighley himself really fed into the rumors. Over the course of the show, he was hyping up some mystery game reveal, like there was actually going to be something huge shown at the show this year. He also talked about the return of some franchises, which turned out to be the aforementioned Tomb Raider games I brought up, and of course the supposed big hyped reveal, the return of 2D Mega Man, which I'm going to be honest, even though the Mega Man fans are huge vocal minority sometimes,
Happy New Year,
it's
big
not
ups.
usually
Gonna finish Rayman 2
2D
tonight.
Mega Man games that they want the return of. They want Mega Man Legends 3, right? There's like 20 plus 2D Mega Man games. We don't really need another one.
Yeah. So when I see the complaints for Safe Horny Discord merchant, I do see it in response to like the muscle mommies. I feel like these frumpy HR ladies you speak of must see the muscle mommy, the dummy mommy as like a safe horny, like that's an approved fetishistic way to sexualize women because the woman is dominant in that archetype. I get the term. I don't necessarily like it because I feel like it's misused. I feel like it has some basis. I'm not sure how much of it like I would agree with in terms of the new Tomb Raider game, because she is sexualized in a new game, but I'm not sure if I would agree with these people applying the safe horny to that case scenario. Where they post renders of the PS1 games and it's like, bro, she was a fucking polygonal model. Like, how sexy does Lara Croft need to be? Do we have to be in a thong exploring the ruins? Now, I know that's an extreme hyperbole. I'm being hyperbolic to dismiss and hand wave the criticisms. I don't know. Like, again, I thought she looked okay. Marvel Rivals is not safe horny to me by the Chinese for a specific male audience and understands that sex sells. That's why it got so popular so quickly. A lot of those gacha games, I think the Korean-made ones, they really rely on feet fan service because they can't go too sexualized, and feet's like the safest horny thing ever. What's that one that Anne plays? Azure Lane really goes into it. I don't play it, but I've seen the characters.
But even after the disappointment of these two overhyped trailers, Jeff Keighley promised that the last game reveal of the show would be huge, something we could all be excited about. And what did he reveal? A fucking hero shooter by Respawn, the guys who made Titanfall and Apex. And it looks like another fucking Concord, dude. You can't make this shit up, dude. When will these companies learn? Luckily, I think this game is dead on arrival because I saw a shit ton of other people also calling it a Concord-like. It seems to be the new buzzword.
Well, it's all about the money aspect of it, right? Like, Jeff didn't choose to put that at the end of the show. He probably knew, too, that it was going to be a dog shit final reveal. But if it's Respawn, then it's EA, right? EA had the money, so they put in the chips to get that final slot, and it's not like Jeff had a choice. Well, I guess he still had a choice. He could have just told those guys to fuck off. No, I'm not gonna have your shitty fucking hero shooter as the final reveal in my game show, no matter how much money you put in. So no, I take that back. No, he did have a choice and decided to have that as the final reveal because he's fucking evil.
Anytime you see a game that just absolutely looks like shit, it's the ultimate weapon. It's like the new woke at this point, which I'm sure will get tiring eventually, but for now, at least it's a way to scare the corporations, saying that Concord was the biggest video game
If it's
bomb of
Respawn,
all
then it
time.
is EA.
I'm not even gonna say the name of this game, because I don't even want it to be in the cultural consciousness.
I already
want us
forgot
all to
the
forget
name.
about this shit and for it to flop. As for the other trailers, there honestly wasn't that much else that interested me. There's a couple new Star Wars games that were revealed. One is the long-awaited sequel to Knights of the Old Republic. Oh, and guys, they got the same game director as the original game too. So that means the sequel has to be good, right? Wrong. I think we've all learned this lesson by now, that even if you get some of the original creators of these games that were good 15 or 20 years ago, most of the development studio is long gone. It takes more than just a game director to make a good game. And a lot of these
Still
people
compromised.
lose their talent and their creativity and become ideologically compromised. There's any number of reasons this could be asked, so there's no reason to be excited. The other Star Wars game is a sequel to the fucking pod racing game of all things, which I'm sure there's someone out there who's excited about this, but I certainly don't care. A big reveal that I'm sure some PC nerds care about was Ace Combat 8. So you could also consider this game the return of another old franchise, but this is yet another game I can't say I care the least bit about. If you're excited for this, good for you, I suppose. Another game I couldn't care less about is the sequel to Control, seeing as I never played the first one, and
Well, Goon's hyped
Modern
for that
Remedy
one.
definitely can't be trusted to make a good game after Alan Wake 2. There's also a few other maybe vaguely interesting games, like there's that Exodus game that's a space game with actual aliens, which already puts it significantly ahead of Starfield or Outer Worlds 2 in terms of being an interesting sci-fi setting. But these characters look so weirdly effeminate and uncanny. It really
Star
puts
Wars
me
Bros,
off.
we're
Next
so
up, let's
back.
talk about some of the
Never played
cringe
it.
moments in the show. For
Oh,
many, this is the
cringe.
highlight of watching any
Talk about Miss
game-related
Piggy.
show content.
Talk about Miss Piggy.
Unfortunately, the soulful old days of E3 are long gone, and this is just the bad kind of cringe, where you have random ass celebrities who clearly don't care about video games come up on
Giant
stage
enemy crab,
and hype
1
up
million
whatever
troops.
game they're a part of. Unfortunately, there wasn't even like an Al Pacino equivalent this year, just mostly minor celebrities, though J.J. Abrams is apparently working on some co-op slop game. But don't worry, there was still a decent amount of cringe. I'd say most of it came from Miss Piggy, because you just know there has to be a Muppet at the Game Awards every year for some reason.
Imagine
And
hating
yes,
the
it is
Muppets.
implied that Jeff Keighley fucked Miss
Unless it's
Piggy.
Arlo.
Wow, that's so hilarious, guys.
Wowie
Also, the
zowie.
entire cast of the new Street Fighter movie came on stage, and goddamn, this casting is horrible, isn't it? Ryu looks nothing like the character. Chun-Li's thighs are half the size they should be. I don't even know what the fuck they were thinking with Cammy. This is just not Cammy at all, clearly. Probably the only good casting in the movie is Jason
Yeah, you can
Momoa
jailbreak
as
the
Blanca,
PS5
just
with that
because,
PS4 version
I don't know,
of,
that's just funny to me.
Star
And yeah,
Star
there were a couple
Wars
cringe
Rad
moments
Racer,
on stage
Revenge
as
Racer.
well.
As a lifelong Street Fighter fan, like legitimately obsessed, it's the only
Lifelong,
time in my
huh?
career where I threatened to kill Kale if he didn't hire me to play Blanca.
To talk to Phil, he'd have a lot to talk
True
about.
story, words matter. Fucking believe it. Tell him, Ryu.
It's Ryu! It's Ryu! Not Ryu, Ryu!
Ryu.
And we're
Get
not
it?
the only game that appreciates your patronage. There's another game out there. They also flew from around the world to be here because they appreciate you. So give it up for the whole cast of Mortal Kombat 2!
WBL.
Yes!
I'm just kidding, I'm just kidding. They didn't come, they don't care about you, they only care about money. Okay? We care about money and you. Street Fighter forever!
Other than that, a lot of the shit that happened is
Very
just the typical
strange.
stuff you expect
But
from
Warner
the Game
L.
Awards. Several musical sections, even though this is a show about video games.
This camera sucks. I will
including
never
fucking
play this.
Evanescence, coming on stage. I'm sure
Sorry, my
Kid Me
gameplay
would
isn't
have
convincing you the
appreciated
game
this,
is
but it just
good.
feels incredibly out of place these days. David
This level's one of the most
Harbour, of all people,
claustrophobic
showed
ones
up
in the
on
game.
stage to announce he's
I hope
part
I
of
didn't
the
miss the
new
lum.
Total War Warhammer game, which I'm sure RTS fans are excited about. Me, I couldn't really
I played
care
Red Out
less.
2.
I
I
also
liked it.
hate David Harbour, so that might be part of it. And dude, the Lenny Kravitz is gonna be in that James Bond game that comes out. Isn't that crazy? Doesn't that make you want to buy it? No, because the game looks like a really cheap ripoff of Uncharted, recycling Hitman mechanics. Mia Jovovich also showed up on stage as she's the new assassination target for Hitman. That's kind of amusing, I guess. And yeah, maybe I'm forgetting a highlight of the show, but I think that was pretty much it. So let's just get to the awards themselves.
I'm excited
Like
for
I
Total
said
War
in the
Warhammer
intro,
40K.
Expedition
Yeah, you told me
33
why.
won so many categories that it kind of feels like a waste of time to even talk about this, but well, it is an award show, so you would argue that's the whole point of this video, but whatever. As with every year, there's a million filler categories just so that everyone gets a participation award. Like
Hilarious,
several
remind me of Shadow
esports
Man.
categories,
Sarah
even though
was
no
playing
one
that
cares
the other
about that
week.
shit. The winner of the
never
Content Creator of
given
the
it a try
Year
before.
Award, or as I
I heard
like
the
to call
PS1
it, the
version sucked
Goodest
ass.
Toy Award, was Moist Critical, which is kind of
Sir
funny because
Moist.
even he didn't want to win it. Despite the Switch 2 being hated by so many normies, Nintendo somehow managed to win 2 awards this year. The first being Best Family Game, which might as well be a category reserved for Nintendo every year. Donkey Kong
except last
Bonanza
year.
won. And I'm gonna be honest, if you're playing this shit with your kids, he's gonna end up retarded. This is a fetus game. It's not gonna increase neurological development. No, it's going to melt his brain into Swiss cheese.
No,
But
it's
the other
meaningful
more
and
absurd
emotional and
category that
robust and
Nintendo won
interactive,
was
though.
Best Racing Game, where people in the crowd literally booed Mario Kart World. And
Oh,
then
that was
somehow
debunked.
won. Strangely
That was-
enough,
that was
Best
a lie
Adaptation
spread by
was actually a
Nintendo.
minor
That was
award
debunked.
category this year, and the winner was The Last of Us Season 2 of all things. Everyone
Yeah,
hated
where was
this
Sonic
shit
3?
for the same exact reason
Everyone
they
was
hated
asking
The Last
about
of Us
Sonic
2 when it
3.
came out. Are you fucking kidding me? They just did this so they could give Neil Druckmann another award. I guarantee it. What a joke. As with every year,
Oh, I didn't
the
know it was
winner
on
of the
Dreamcast.
Players'
I thought it was
Voice Award
Dreamcast.
was a
I thought it was
disappointment
PS1 and
because Jeff
N64.
Keighley does absolutely nothing to stop the onslaught of Chinese bots voting in the poll. So once again, a gotcha game won.
I don't think it was China. I think it was just gotcha
Are not
tards.
even worth mentioning. I will say that Expedition 33 won 4 of these. 2 of them
they get free
being the
currency
indie
when
game
they win.
categories I mentioned before. But it also won Best RPG, which I think is completely fine, and Best Art Direction, which I gotta
Same
say
thing.
I have an issue with this.
No, but like
Despite
English-speaking
the best
gotcha
efforts
tards.
to make the game visually unique, it still has the stain of that generic Unreal Engine 5 look to it that makes everything just slightly uncanny. And the fact that it's realistic characters in a weird like high fantasy distorted reality type of world, a painting of sorts you might say, doesn't really mesh visually. It reminds me a lot of the PS3 era where there's just constantly Vaseline smeared on the lens. It doesn't have like the sepia tone filter, but it's just this weird mixture of everything being a little blurry that I don't like about a lot of modern games. Now let's just tackle some of the biggest categories. For Best Action Game, the winner was Hades 2. Despite the fact I actually really enjoyed the first game, there's no doubt that it was a woke game, and Hades 2 is much
See?
worse.
He can like
holy
games
fuck,
even
they
if he knows they're
massacred
woke.
the Greek pantheon here. This is just the Tumblrista art style cranked up to 11. So I'll admit I didn't even bother trying this game, but I have heard from people who did play it that it's very similar to the first game, arguably worse. Now I know I've made this complaint every single year, but I'm going to make it again until it changes. What the fuck does action game mean? There is no universe where Doom and Ninja Gaiden are in the same genre. This is why the Game Awards are a joke. Honestly, shit like this. This is how you know it's not made by gamers or for gamers. It is just a giant marketing platform. They couldn't even separate shooters and hack and slash games into different categories, and yet there's games for impact, best accessibility, and all this other gay shit no one asks for or cares about.
Disavow.
But shooter can't get its own award, probably for political reasons. Let's be honest. It doesn't look good to give an award to games
Maybe the
where
shooters
you
all
shoot
sucked this year. People
even
hated
though
Black
that's
Ops 7,
probably
right?
the most popular genre in video games. The next big category was Best Performance, and the winner was Jennifer English, the voice of Mael in Expedition 33. Honestly, I don't have a problem with this. I think all of the voice acting in that game was good. I do find it very funny that Expedition 33 got 3 nominations, though. In fact, Jeff Keighley himself says at the beginning of the show that Expedition 33 had the most nominations for any game at the Game Awards ever. But I'm not going to dispute this category in particular, especially when you see the other fucking nominations. Are you kidding me? Hinako's voice from Silent Hill F. Are you serious? And Troy Baker for Indiana Jones?
It was the Japanese
Indiana Jones
voice.
Came out last year, motherfuckers.
It was the Japanese voice. Wait, did he play the game in English? Maybe he thought it meant the English voice. I thought the Japanese voice acting was pretty good. I don't want to play the game in English.
Don't think I didn't notice that. I don't care that it came out too late in the year to qualify for last year's Game Awards. Do you think Kirby Air Riders is going to win any awards of the next Game Awards? I guarantee it won't. Won't even get mentioned, I bet. And then, of course, Jennifer English goes up on stage and
Neither
gives
will
some
Metroid Prime 4.
incoherent speech
Oh, he
about
played in
the fact
English?
that she's
Oh, he's
a
dumb then.
lesbian and we should celebrate
That was for the nomination was for the Japanese voice actors.
Well, I'm as neurodivergent as it gets, and I get the feeling she wouldn't like me, so let's just
The
move
English
on.
version is,
The
you
next
know,
big
a
category
dub.
is Games for Impact. Yes,
Not that
they
kind of
brought
dub.
this back to the stage. They can't seem to decide whether or not this is a minor or major award each year. And the winner was South of Midnight, which, let's be completely honest here, they just did this because the main character is a black woman. I actually played all the way
he was
through
right.
this game. It's not even particularly woke. I mean, it is in the sense that they race swapped the protagonist in mid-development because of Sweet Baby Inc. But it's not really political propaganda in the typical sense. I'm not going to go into detail here, but maybe I will in my own best and worst games of 2025 video. I guess we'll see. But it was good to see a black queen win an award this year. Hell yeah. The most surprising winner of the entire show was for the best ongoing game category, which was No Man's Sky. I was completely shocked by this. I don't think I've heard anyone talk about this game in
Nobody's
at least
talking
2
about it.
years. And Sean Murray wasn't even there to go up on stage. It was very strange. I would have thought it would have went to Marvel Rivals or something. Maybe they just didn't want to piss off China. For the Propaganda Award, Game Changers Award, we have Felicia Day, who looks like an absolute fucking ghoul. What the hell happened to this woman? Did she have like 30 fucking surgeries in the past decade? Anyway, she gives the award to an organization called Girls Make Games. Now, here they make sure to show that all of the girls are biological females, but we all know how these fucking companies work by now. There's gonna be a lot of men sweeping up that funding. And even if it was all women, why the hell should I care about women getting into making video games? I mean, even look at the game they showed on stage. This looks like the type of cheap RPG Maker horror dog shit that has already been made 1,000 times by now. Well, I say that, but ironically, one of my favorite games from this year was an RPG Maker horror game, Look Outside, which is actually quite good. I'm sure some people will say I'm too cynical here, but I think you can just tell this Girls Make Games organization is a scam. The next major category was Best Score.
People had a lot of questions about the last year's winner of that award.
You already know. Not going to dispute
Like
this
that consultation
category.
group? I forget the name.
soundtrack is quite good in Expedition 33. Moving on. And the next category was Best Narrative, and yeah, you already know the winner. This is about the time where I started getting fucking mind blown that it was winning everything. You would think out of all the categories that Keighley could have thrown his boyfriend a bone. Best Narrative or Best Direction would have gone to Death Stranding 2, but no.
But
yeah,
if it lost
spoilers,
that, then
winner
you
of
could
Best
say,
Game
how can it be
Direction
Game of the Year when it doesn't
was
have Best
Expedition
Narrative?
33. Wow, dude. Oh, and what do you think the ultimate game of the year was? Oh, also Expedition 33. That's fucking crazy. Wow, wasn't that such an exciting Game Awards, guys, to see the same game win everything? Oh, no, it wasn't. It was boring as fuck, like every year. But this one was even worse because there's not even anything to talk about because it's clear that they had one game they had to shill. The sad thing is, I do think Expedition 33 is a good game. Legitimately, I have to keep saying it because there's gonna be a shit ton of people who don't watch this video and are just gonna say I hate the game like I hate every modern game. I don't hate the game, though. To be clear, I don't love it either. Obviously, there's a good reason why I just kind of stopped playing it and never went back to it. Mostly just because it's not really my thing.
He
think
board
half
quit
of
it.
the appeal of RPG
He
games is
board
the
quit.
tactical element, and it's clear this is much more like the Mario and Luigi or Paper Mario games, where there's very little actual
base, Paper
strategy
Mario
to
reference.
the combat.
Mario
And of
Luigi
course,
reference.
it is yet another movie game with an absolutely excessive amount of cutscenes.
I still
and
missed
it's almost
one,
as
though.
linear as Final Fantasy X. You're just walking down hallways, fighting a select few enemies, then watch another cutscene, so on and so forth. And you should know by now, I'm not a huge fan of that type of game. That's besides the point. I do think it is a well-made game and has an interesting story, and yes, I've already been spoiled at the ending. Not going to talk about that right now. The point is, because Expedition 33 was so heavily shilled by the Game Awards, there's now going to be a shit ton of people who are going to try the game just to shit on it, to scrutinize it as heavily as possible, kind of like I do in all of my game reviews. I don't discriminate. I'm always this critical. It feels like it's now impossible to just absorb the game naturally, because you know that there's a psyop to make you buy this game. So Jeff Keighley has indirectly ruined this game for potentially millions of people. Not to mention him being a complete piece of shit and latching onto the hype around Half-Life 3 and then pulling the rug under us with Tomb Raider and Mega Man and that dog shit hero shooter that no one gives a single fuck about. That was pathetic as hell. And honestly, even though I joke all the time that Keighley and Kojima are gay as fuck together, I actually did kind of feel
Not that
bad
there's anything
for
wrong with
Kojima. That he couldn't even bother to just give Kojima one award. It is kind of funny in a way. People even thought that Kojima left the venue when Expedition 33 won Game of the Year. Now, people confirmed it wasn't him later, but it really did look like he just left. Well, to wrap up this video quickly, the Game Awards sucked as it always did. Always bet against Half-Life 3. If it really is in development, it's probably just going to get announced randomly. 2025 will probably go down as one of the worst years
Why does
in
Synthetic
gaming
Man talk about
history.
Arlo lying at
Only
the Game
2,
Awards?
maybe 3
He doesn't really watch
notable
Arlo's
games
stuff.
came out all year, and even though I think there's a pretty compelling argument to be made that Expedition 33 is Game of the Year, I don't think it will be remembered as one of the greatest games ever made. In fact, I doubt it will even be remembered as one of the greatest RPGs of all time. As for how I would rank my own best and worst games, I suppose you'll have to find out yourself in a couple weeks when I release my own best and worst games of 2025 video. But of course, the next video won't be that. It will be a review of episode 1 of Fallout Season 2. So
Which we just
look forward to
watched.
that, I suppose. See you next time, guys.
He still hasn't put out his best and worst of 2025 video, so we cannot watch it at this current moment in time. But what we can watch is his rehashed thoughts on Metroid Prime 4. Metroid Prime 4 is an embarrassment to the human race. Guess how this video starts.
You're alone?
Yup.
On a planet.
It's that cutscene.
No hope of survival. But you're also not sitting next to Phil anymore in that cubicle, so...
Dude, that actually made it into a Metroid game. I'll stop when you die! Enough. Enough.
Are you enjoying this?
Yes! I want you dead, you fucking freak!
You think is his favorite character?
That'd be great.
He's better than the girl.
To have lived long enough to see all of your favorite franchises go down in flames.
Feels great.
I don't even know where to begin with this review. I feel like I've used that Red Letter Media clip several times over the past 5 years. Every single franchise I grew up with is dead or doesn't even vaguely resemble what it used to be 20 years ago. I think all of the early reviewers already covered every single problem with Metroid Prime 4, and although I'm still going to take a crack at it myself, I almost don't see the point. For once, people are on my side. It's obvious that Metroid Prime 4 Beyond is a massive disappointment. Well, it's a disappointment if you actually had expectations. From the moment I saw the giant empty desert in one of the trailers, I knew it was over. I think it's become obvious to anyone paying attention that Nintendo has been slowly turning all of its other...
I think this came out before the interview got released recently that explained that it was mostly Retro just dealing with Namco's scraps after they changed development teams. So the desert was just something that they had to keep in the game that they couldn't really get rid of. But yeah, he doesn't have that context for the video, so keep that in mind.
the franchises into Breath of the Wild for some reason. I suppose that reason being that Breath of the Wild sold way better than any other Zelda game, so clearly it's the giant empty open world that was the reason for its success, and not that it actually had surprisingly good open world design. But of course, that is not the
Which
only
was
problem
ruined
with
in Tears of the
Prime 4.
Kingdom.
There's a lot of other ones. The most obvious being Miles McKenzie, Mr. Goldstein himself, one of the most annoying video game companions in history, in a fucking Metroid game of all things. You know, the franchise known for its isolation and hostile alien environments? Yeah, you get a chatty tutorial companion who tells you exactly what to do constantly, will solve puzzles for you if you don't do it yourself in less than 10 seconds. Oh, and if you thought
He's
to
not that
yourself,
aggressive.
maybe this is just for
It's
the
not like
tutorial.
the talking head from God of War
roughly
Ragnarok.
a quarter of this game is spent escorting around a bunch of cringy self-insert characters who constantly chat about nothing in the background, who of course do Marvel quips and even tell jokes in a Metroid game. Hey,
Morph ball
wait a minute,
joke.
this
Morph
all
ball
sounds
joke.
familiar.
Oh,
Didn't
some
I
morph
play a
ball joke.
game like this 3 years ago?
Yeah,
And yet everyone
Ragnarok.
praised it as a masterpiece. That was also
I
from
didn't.
a formerly beloved franchise that's tone and atmosphere was completely destroyed. What game was that? It's on the tip of my tongue. Oh yeah, God of War. And yet everyone loved God of War Ragnarok. Weird. Now, of course, if there's any midwits lurking, I'm sure they're going to say something like, well, Metroid and God of War are completely different. Yeah, well, actually, I would argue what happened to God of War is worse than what happened to Metroid, truly. A franchise that used to be about white male rage, getting revenge, ripping people limb from limb. It was a pure power fantasy game. And then somehow the franchise
It's 'cause
morphed
they-
into being about
they
a beta
got rid
male
of Mr.
soy
Jeff.
boy cuckold millennial with troll's remorse who
Then he went
fails
to
to
Locale
raise his
Live,
son and went
then
from
he got
banging
fired from
every
Locale
young
Live.
babe in Sparta at the same time to settling for a post-wall roasty hoe. Kratos has to be the
Completely
poster child
derailed
for the
right
guy
now.
who peaked in high school and then became a fat slob as he got older. But this is a video about Metroid, not God of War.
Go back to Metroid. It's a Metroid
the difference
review.
in reception between God of War Ragnarok and Metroid Prime 4 is for one simple reason. Metroid was never a very popular franchise. Now, you might get the
Yes, that's
perception
true.
otherwise because most of the games in this series are critically acclaimed. A lot of YouTubers have talked about their love for Metroid over the years. But in reality, the
always bombs in
sales of this
Japan.
franchise have never been that good. So now that Retro Studios completely ruined the series for its core fan base, they effectively made a game for no one. You could argue they were trying to appeal to the West or to the lowest common denominator.
Well, yeah, the Prime
with this,
games always sold
but I
best
guess
in the West.
Fortunately for people like us, everyone has decided they hate the Switch too. So normies didn't buy one, which just leaves the core Nintendo fanboy user base. And other than the blatant shills, which are continuously embarrassing themselves right now, the real Metroid fans fucking hate this game for good reason. Now you can certainly blame Nintendo
All
for
out
canceling
Arlo
the
synthetic
Namco
man.
Bandai original Prime 4, which who knows, it might have been complete shit. We'll never
It
really
might have been
know.
worse.
But
We'll
it's
never know.
clear to
I mean,
me
Frogmire
that
said
giving
this
the job
too.
to Retro
It's like,
was the
oh my
worst
god, they
possible
canceled the
fucking thing they could
Namco
have
version.
done.
It's
Because the-
fucking Namco. There's no guarantee that that would have been better than the retro version. And now we know for sure that a lot of Metroid Prime 4's failings are owed to Retro having to deal with Namco's mess. It wasn't a complete restart of development. They had to deal with their scraps because so much was already invested. The desert was already in place with the Namco iteration.
The last time they made a good game was Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze, and that was what, over a decade ago? If
was
you've
also their
learned
last
nothing
game,
from
period.
all the reviews I've made on my channel and your own experiences, I would hope, it's clear that any studio that was good 10 or 15 years ago has gone to complete shit because they lost all of the talent. None of the same fucking people work there. I think another obvious thing that explains why this game is so mediocre is the fact that X343 devs worked on this. Yeah, you know, the people who ruined Halo. Oh, I know what we should do with those employees. Let's hire them at Retro Studios so they can fuck up Metroid 2. Makes sense to me. You can blame the horrific millennial character writing and the nearly non-existent story on a few contracted writers. Now, one of those writers,
Yeah, Discord Merchant
Megan
got the Switch 2 for the
Fausti,
fan.
who wrote the narrative for this game, said back in 2015
Oh, look
that
at her.
she
Look at her
believes
hair.
Samus is trans.
What?
Why do I get the feeling not a single other review from for Prime 4 is going to mention this. I'm sure it's just a coincidence why the writing in this game is so bad. Of course, she's not the only one. One of the other contract writers, Tracy Nicoletti, wrote for fucking Thomas the Tank Engine. Yeah, these are some real accolades over here. Now, of course, someone who's played Metroid games might ask themselves, why the hell does Metroid even need multiple writers to begin with? Especially when the story of this game sucks ass. There's barely even a story to begin with. Basically, Samus and a handful of Galactic Federation troops just get teleported to another planet while they're fighting the space pirates, and the lore of the new extinct race, the Lamorn, is just a basic bitch climate change allegory. Legitimately, they didn't even have a villain. They just harvested green energy, yes, it's really called that, from a volcano, and that destroyed the environment. And Samus is supposed to be their chosen one.
They were the monsters the whole time.
When Samus has already been the chosen one for like 3 other species at this point. And the race is already...
I think it can be argued like they weren't literally waiting for Samus. They were literally waiting for anybody with the capability to inherit their psychic capabilities. So a chosen one, but not necessarily Samus. Though I am so critical of the aspect of Samus having to be the chosen one rather than some just badass bounty hunter lady.
Extinct. I feel like this is just a mishmash of the Chozo and the Luminoth from previous Prime games. And the cast of characters in the game is about as terrible as you'd expect. You get the nerdy engineer who doesn't belong on the battlefield, the stoic sniper, the tough black guy, the token woman who is also a huge fangirl for Samus, of course, and the Reddit robot, aka the Groot of the group. So basically just the cast of a generic B action sci-fi movie from the 90s.
I think the white suit looks good on her, though.
Silux fans out there, if you're really excited for his triumphant return to wrap up the loose end from the secret ending of Prime 3, yeah, he has about 5 minutes of screen time, and he has absolutely
but he doesn't waste a single second of them.
Plot. Oh, and if you want to hear about his backstory, why he hates Samus, you better go for 100% completion. I'm not joking, dude. It's that bad. But enough about the story.
Hey, wait a minute.
The gameplay.
But real Metroid Prime fans would go for 100%, and they would autistically scan everything in the game.
Does it at least live up to the previous Prime games? Well, if you're just looking at this footage, it may appear to be incredibly similar to the original trilogy, and in truth, it is. But
yeah,
trust me when I say the huge
even he agrees the game
are
when the gameplay
obvious. And almost
when the gameplay wants to be like the original games, it's a good game. When it tries to do all this extra shit, that's when it falls apart.
Even feel worth the time to really go into them in detail.
Real fans would torture themselves in the desert. That's not what I said. I spoke about the scans.
Between the giant empty
you
desert
only
that
need the scans 100% for the Silux cutscene
in it. Yes, 10. The rest is just an empty, like, generic PS2 looking desert. Probably looks worse than Jak 3's desert from 20 years ago. And of
pull
course,
up a real PS2 game before you say
desert, that. And yes, they're literally called shrines like Zelda, but there's only 6 of them. And the other 4 locations are just piles of Galactic Federation debris that were teleported with you to this planet, which is mainly used for an end-game fetch quest. I think anyone watching footage of this game can obviously tell that the desert is by far the laziest part. They didn't even try here. This is the worst sandbox I think I've ever seen in any modern video game. That's
we needed
not
more
even
desert bosses
dude.
on the motorcycle.
And so you might be thinking, okay, the desert is like a glorified loading screen, except the game still has loading screens, so it's not. Maybe at the very least, the Metroid exploration areas of this game are good, right? Well, that brings me to the next major problem with this game's level design, the linearity. This is a Metroid game where not only is the world not interconnected, unless you want to play semantics games and pretend the giant empty desert is the same thing as the labyrinthine design of Super Metroid or Metroid Prime 1 or 2. It's not.
It's Termina
This is a straight up
Field.
fucking lie. No, these are dungeons, linear-ass Zelda dungeons. Actually, probably more linear than most Zelda dungeons. The Volt Forge is literally just 3 towers, filled with elevators that are glorified loading screens, and hallways. That's the entire map, and you have to basically do that twice. And then the third tower is a fucking racetrack motorcycle tutorial. The snow area is an underground laboratory that is just a bunch of hallways and rooms. And the mines at the end of the game, which are just a clear ripoff.
I mean, that's what a laboratory is, right?
From the first game.
It's just a bunch of
probably
rooms.
the most linear area in the entire game. There's even one time in this game where the level of linearity actually becomes insulting. When you first complete the Volt Forge and acquire your motorcycle, which still feels incredibly out of place. This extinct alien race of tentacle
this part where you're
creatures
told
just rode a bunch of
he's gonna
fucking
talk about the
motorcycles
motorcycle.
around.
But the part where you're told you can do the
But
dungeons
right
in any
after this,
order.
Miles calls you and says you can go wherever you want.
Yeah, I can do them in any order.
Yes, you bitch.
3 keys left. Up to you to decide which one to go after first.
Well, that was
Now, to be fair, in universe, there's no way Miles would know about the order to acquire these items in. I still would have cut out that line because it makes the player think that there's like a degree of freedom in where to go.
was a fucking lie. As it turns out, not only can you not access the mines, you can't get inside most of the shrines, you can't grab any of the optional items at the Galactic Federation debris areas, and if you try to go to the snow area, you're stopped by a solid wall of ice that you need the plasma beam to get through. And so you need to drive all the way to the other end of the map to go to the volcano and grab the fire chip.
Now, this is one hypothetical scenario that you could have been faced with. I didn't have to do that because I went the right way from the start. Like, I had the idea to go to the volcano first, and I did. And then I got cucked and I couldn't do the rest of the volcano. But once I already had the fire chip, like, I skipped that first step of going to the ice level first. I just went straight to the volcano first, got the fire chip, got cuck blocked. Cuck blocked? Yeah, I got cuck blocked. Then I went to the ice lab. So I skipped that whole first step of, like, choosing to go to the ice lab first.
Oh, and guess what? You can't proceed any further in this area either until you have a completely different set of abilities. So you have to go all the way back to Miles because only he can give you the plasma beam. No, you can't just upgrade your own fucking suit, which means you have to backtrack out of the dungeon, drive across the desert.
This was silly. I don't understand why the beams need to be manually installed.
Starfield to load back into the home base so that he can put the fucking beam chip in your arm, and then you have to
It was a
watch 3
hypocritical
cutscenes
dingus.
again.
No.
And then you gotta drive all the way back to the snow area, and finally you can
hypothetical?
play the game after like a 20 to 30 minute detour. And you just know there's gonna be morons who are gonna play semantics games and say, well, actually, in Prime 1, this part was linear. It's like, yeah, that was one little part that also had
He's
doors
sweeping.
that connected to other zones, like the Space Pirate base.
Sweep
in
for the phase-on
Phendrana.
mines.
Yeah, you could
Sweep for
say
phase-on
that one
mines.
tiny part is
Sweep
very
for phase-on
linear.
mines.
But later in the game,
Sweep
it
for phase-on
connects
mines.
to other parts of Phendrana, which again adds to that sense of exploration. The very first major area in the game, the Chozo Ruins, has 3 different separate pathways from the opening area, which, yes, I know you can't explore in every area. Like, you need the missile to get into one zone, then you need the morph ball to get into another zone, you need a morph ball bomb to get to somewhere else, so on and so forth. But at the very least,
wait,
it
no,
still
no,
felt
no,
like
no,
you were
no,
exploring around, and there were
Oh
so
my
many
god.
secrets.
So, it's the illusion of exploration. It's the illusion of exploration, which Metroid Prime 4 lacks. But what he just described is exactly what Prime 4 does with the ice lab, ice wall, and the fire area cock blocking your progress too. It's the exact same shit in Prime 1, the game that people allegedly like the most. I would have just made the critique of, like, okay, if it happened in Prime 1 as well, then that means, you know, why do we still have this issue in Prime 4 20 years later? Like, that would have been the critique, not let's sweep for it in Prime 1 because that's the game we enjoyed playing growing up, but just say it's bad for Prime 4 because Prime 4 is the new game because new bad, old good. What he just described is exactly what he said he had an issue with in Prime 4. Prime 1 has the same shit where you have the illusion of exploration, but you're cock-blocked because you don't have the right upgrade. Why is that okay in Prime 1, but it's not okay in Prime 4? Aqua Saber, how you doing, Dingus? I'm doing great, thank you for asking. Listening to Synthetic Man destroy Metroid Prime 4, finally. Well, welcome in.
in like every single room. Because Prime 1 is essentially one massive interconnected world with multiple elevators that take you to different parts of each map. Even though there are multiple mandatory backtracking sections in the phase-on mines that require you to cross the whole map, if you were creative with your backtracking, you could simultaneously minimize the actual distance you needed to travel while also grabbing a bunch of upgrades with your newly unlocked abilities. Then playing Prime 4,
It's okay when
there are
Phase
these
on Mine
robots
does it.
that you can electrify, and they give you the location of all of the upgrades in that area.
But you have to find them
I don't think I need
first.
to elaborate on this too much further. It's obviously much more painful if you're just walking back through a linear dungeon, slowly grabbing all of the upgrades when you already know where they are, and it usually is incredibly simple to grab them. They're not even real puzzles. You just scan something in the environment, it tells you need to use super missiles or a power bomb or something, and then you grab the item and you keep walking. It just feels like padding and not the least bit necessary to complete the game, and even just completing it for completionist's sake feels like such a waste of time, probably because the game isn't that good to begin with. Oh, and I haven't even talked about the end game fetch quest. Yes, I'm well aware the Prime series is famous for having an artifact hunt of sorts at the end of every game where you have to backtrack through the whole map. And the thing is, as much as people don't like this, at least it made sense in the old games. This was your opportunity to go pick up all of the upgrades that you couldn't get before now that you have all of the abilities, right? And in the case of Prime 1, you could find the optional elemental super missiles, and while 2 out of 3 are questionably useful, the ice super missile is really fucking good against the final boss. But in Prime 4, this has to be the worst, most obvious padding version of this in the series. You have to collect green crystals that are just scattered around the empty desert. And dude, I knew going into this game that I needed to farm crystals to beat it, because every reviewer already talked about this basically, right? And even still,
yeah, I wasn't a fan
crashing
of this.
every single crystal I saw until
Very
the end
monotonous.
game, I only had 60%
Like, no one brought
of
this
the
up during
total I
QA?
needed, so I had to waste another 10
Rewind when he uses a super bomb on the crystals.
missiles, and while 2 out of 3 are questionably useful,
Did I see that?
the
No.
ice super
I was looking at
missile
the
is
game.
really fucking good against the final boss. But in Prime 4, this has to be the worst, most obvious padding version of this in the series. You have to collect green crystals that are just
Wasted a super bomb? No, I was using the super bomb on these rocks as well. Most of the time, if you use them on these rocks, they give you the super bomb right back as ammunition.
scattered around the empty desert.
Though I don't see one in this clip. The ones I blew up always gave me the ammunition back.
And dude, I knew going into this game that I needed to farm crystals to beat it, because every reviewer already talked about this basically, right? And even still, crashing into every single crystal I...
The first crystal he shot didn't break even though it was in the explosion. So I noticed that sometimes when I was playing as well, if you move, so if you plant the super bomb and then move out of range and the explosion happens off screen, sometimes certain rocks and crystals won't shatter. Like they have to be on screen to shatter from the explosion. I noticed it too. I didn't really comment on it when I was playing, but that happened maybe 2 or 3 times when I was playing.
Saw
I thought that
until
was
the
intentional.
end game. I only had 60% of the total I needed, so I had to waste another 10 fucking minutes after I'd collected everything else, including mech parts. You get to build a giant mech, and guess what the mech does? It shoots a big laser and then it blows up. The mech doesn't like fight a giant griever or some big dragon thing, or you know, maybe a Metroid. All right, I'm gonna stop
Metroid's
myself
in
from
this
going on
game?
another tangent. All you need to know is the world
Where?
design is probably the worst in the entire
Only in the intro.
series. I'd say bar none, really. Maybe Other M has worse level design, but I'm not going to play it again to find out. Moving on to the combat. Now, even though I'm not going to really cover the basics of combat too much, I do want to address some of the more annoying elements. The first obvious one is that the enemies just have too much health. Even though there's probably fewer combat encounters than the previous games, it doesn't matter because each individual enemy probably has twice as much health. And I think the reason they did this is because most most
There's
of the
not many
enemies in the
enemy types.
game seem to have some kind of elemental weakness. Like Grievers are weak to ice, the robots are weak to electricity, and there's maybe 2 or 3 enemies weak to fire, but that's it. The plasma beam was heavily nerfed from the first game. The only unique combat ability in the game is a remote control psychic blast that you get very early on, and it's not even very useful in combat. It's just a gimmick used for certain bosses and for solving puzzles, which is basically just the same exact thing as using a remote batarang in the Batman Arkham
It's like the
games.
Beetle from Skyward
It feels like
Sword.
a shitty ass
Right,
motion
yeah, I guess
controls
the
gimmick from
batarang.
2006. Everything else is something you've seen in a previous game. In fact, I'd say every ability except the Psychic Blast I just mentioned and the Grapple Lasso is just a reskin from Prime 1. A returning mechanic from Metroid Prime 2 is ammo, where each of the elemental beam types shares an ammo that is separate from missiles, and this mechanic honestly barely ever comes up after the first few hours. The only time you're at risk of running out is when you unlock the elemental charge shots, which replace elemental super missiles, and these are acquired from the optional shrines in the sandbox. I was pretty disappointed by these. The ice one is especially useless, being like a weird spread shotgun
Electric one is the
shot.
best.
By
The
comparison,
super electric
the
one is
lightning
the best.
charge shot is the
Yep.
most powerful attack in the game, shooting a rapid fire blast of lightning bolts that also chains damage between multiple enemies. But the thing is, you don't get this game's version of the wave beam until 3/4 of the way in, so you're fighting these bullet sponge robots that take 3 fully charged shots to kill, and you'll end up fighting 5 or 6 in a fight. There's a bunch of mandatory combat arenas, as if this game's trying to be Doom, when the combat isn't nearly as good. In this game, you only have, what, 3 or 4 combat options most of the time? And you're fighting the same, like, 5 or 6 enemy types, which I feel like I've complained about in every single modern game review, except for ones made by, like, From Software. Especially since they could have easily
From
had
Software
space
gets
pirates
surrounded by
teleport
reskinning
to this
enemies
planet.
from earlier
they
From
show up
Soft
in the
games.
intro. Why the hell do they not just come up with a reason that you fight them in the main game? It would feel like such an easy solution. So the basic enemy variety is awful. Another really weird thing is that there's almost no Metroids in the Metroid game. Like, Metroids show up in the intro, and I guess they're teleported to this other planet and fuse with all the bosses. They literally call it Metroid Fusion, so you better go buy that game. Much better game than this. You should just play Metroid Fusion. Or better yet, even play
I will.
Metroid Dread, which I actually thought was a good game. Yes, I don't hate every modern game. Also loved Kirby, by the way. Go watch that video. Well, what about the boss fights? These are usually the highlights of games
We did
like
watch him
this.
talk about
I'll be
Kirby.
generous and say it's a mixed bag. I
Mixed
noticed
bag.
game reviewers
Mixed
were
bag.
saying they're like Zelda bosses where you use the new upgrade you just got to beat the boss. That is only half true. I'd say half the bosses you can kind of just beat them in a fairly normal fashion. At most, the gimmick will be you shoot this spot and then you can shoot the real weak spot. And you'll notice many of the boss attack patterns are recycled from the old Prime trilogy as well. Like, there's the attack that you have to go into Morph Ball to dive under, or to Boost Ball past the enemy since it tracks further than you can dodge. Almost every single boss shoots a slow floating homing projectile that you can destroy to get health and resources back. Several of the bosses
Some
in
of
this
which you have
game
to scan.
the same exact type of shockwave where they just slam the ground and you have to jump or sometimes double jump over it. There are some interesting exceptions, like one of the Psylux fights, you have to use your grapple beam to avoid the electrified floor, and I thought that was pretty cool, but I'd say most of the bosses
thought that
are
was
pretty
annoying.
uninspired. I'd say the issues with the bosses has less to do with
The
any
Omega
of them
Griever was really good,
specifically,
this
just
boss.
the basic mechanics of the game.
I liked it.
There's so many
I
forms
thought the bosses
of
were all good,
stun
actually.
in this, and I personally
think I said that when I finished the game. I was like, yeah, I didn't really dislike any of the bosses.
FPS games. I find them disorienting and very frustrating. And specifically when I was fighting the Omega Griever boss at the end of the mines, I was drinking a bit, I'll admit. So
He was
being drunk
drinking.
doesn't help for
He
this
was
kind of
playing
stuff.
significantly
Every
worse
single
than
one
usual.
of his attacks would interrupt me charging up a beam, and that was so fucking frustrating. Another incredibly annoying and common thing in this game is
They don't
enemies
charge
can
up beams.
actively dodge your attacks. Yes, the Grievers just have
So they put up a fight?
Dark Souls or
They dodge-
Bloodborne
they dodge your
and there's
attacks? They
nothing
put
you
up a
can
fight,
do
they don't
about
just sit there and
this,
take it?
because your projectiles fly so slow. The Omega Griever boss fight, as he's crawling the walls, just actively waits for you to shoot and then dodges just to taunt you and waste your fucking time. It is unbelievable how unfun this is, especially
Unfun
when for
one?
some godforsaken reason. They decided to make the weak spots on a couple of the bosses incredibly tiny. Not to mention, said weak spot is always moving. The worst examples of this were the lava dragon boss, which just slowly sways its head from left to right, and yet I couldn't fucking hit the weak spots with the ice beam for the life of me. And a mini boss near the end of the game that's guarding the last mech part. You can
it's like,
freeze this guy's
I disagree with that.
holes
Oh,
so
they
he
fight
doesn't
back.
shoot
No, you're
projectiles
wasting my
at you,
time.
but he
No, it
spins
should be
his
they
head
fight
from
back.
left
That's
to
a good
right
thing.
as he's shooting. And if you try to stand up close to him, you know, so you have a much better chance to freeze them, you just get hit with a million fire projectiles and lose a full health bar in a millisecond. It's stuff like this that made me fucking rage to the point I almost smashed my Joy-Cons. And
He rage
speaking of
quit.
Joy-Cons, yes, I decided to play this with the mouse controller method because I wanted to test out that feature for the Switch 2. And I will say
I did not play
it
with
is
mouse
better
control
than
feature.
an analog stick, definitely.
Oh,
But
really?
the
He
huge
preferred it.
drawback is that you have to use these tiny ass controllers made for toddler-sized hands. It is
Get the third-party
mind-boggling
Joy-Cons.
what the fuck Nintendo was thinking with this shit. And that's pretty much everything you need to know about the
I'm surprised he
combat
liked it.
mechanics.
DSP
This is
hated the
aspect
mouse
of the game that
controls,
was
though he
most
only used it
similar
for
to
10
previous
seconds.
games, and is also probably the least bad aspect
All the
of the
R&D for
game.
Prime
It's
4 went
just
into that control
serviceable,
scheme.
but because of the inflated enemy health, including the boss health bars, which are absurdly long, they managed to make something even as simple as Prime's combat
I
worse than
disagree with
previous
this
games.
this summation.
Now, let's move on to
I didn't have any
arguably
problem with the combat.
worst part of this entire game, the characters.
Bosses were all
Why
good.
the hell do they have these Galactic Federation nobodies? Samus is treated like a background character in her own game. Like, these
That part I
characters
didn't
are
like.
given their own backstories and character development and like Marvel.
The Federation exists as an entity, and Samus cooperates with them pretty regularly. So it's like yeah, she's gonna have to interact with their troopers every now and again. So I don't disagree with their implementation. I just thought they were freaking annoying, man. Especially the lady style.
Marvel movie moments. I mean, during the fucking
You can plug in a real mouse, can't you? I don't know if it's compatible with Prime 4. I know it's compatible with like if you're playing Mario Paint.
and stop me.
But I thank you for the follow, Real Somali Pirate. Thank you, thank you. Aren't there some daycares you should be running? But yeah, welcome in. But yeah, I don't know if it's been confirmed. I don't think anybody's tested it yet. But I feel like I would have heard something if real mice were compatible. Sorry, we like to have fun around here. I'm looking at a review of Metroid Prime 4. I like to play games and watch videos, and I'm currently being requested by Redeem to have the video be the main focus right now. Unsub and reported. No! Ah!
Dungeon, they do death
I got all the
fake-outs
lumps.
for every single one of these characters, and then don't even explain how they managed to survive.
Zuki
We're
Wookie.
just supposed to believe they're badasses who could take on a whole horde of these griever things, even though in gameplay they get downed in like 5 seconds if you're not constantly covering them. Oh, and if you don't revive a partner in combat, that's a game over, buddy. How dare you not love our self-insert characters? Miles is definitely the worst one, and it was certainly a choice to make him the first companion you meet in the game, so you're immediately
'Cause he's
put
the
off and
tutorial
don't wanna
fairy.
play anymore.
He's the Navi.
I honestly can't believe that Retro Studios thought it was okay that you have this annoying ass relatable.
Watch it turn out that Namco was the one that came up with the Federation troopers, and like again, Retro just had to deal with the scraps left by Namco.
Soy boy bitch behind you being like, "Oi, Samus, I tripped. Make sure to save. Oh, I think if you use your morph ball, you can solve the puzzle." Holy shit, dude. The worst
No,
part
that's
is
the lady
they
that suggests you use the morph
artificially
ball.
inflated this guy's importance for no reason. As I already covered earlier in the video, this guy is necessary to get the other elemental beams in the game. And he's also the one who repairs the golem mech so you can go challenge the final boss.
He's the technician.
Well, if
Who
you're
else was gonna
sufficiently
fix up the
schizo
mech?
enough, you might question why a guy with a giant nose, a dual citizenship with Israel, and is voiced by someone named David Goldstein, is portrayed in this
Goldstein?
game as your greatest
Dave!
ally. You cannot possibly complete your mission without him. But it's probably just a coincidence. The weirdest part is, while these annoying companions are constantly talking, never letting you absorb the atmosphere, sometimes they will ask Samus questions, and she just doesn't answer because all of a sudden she's a mute again. Obviously, Nintendo remembers the backlash
She
to
spoke
Other
in
M,
Dread.
but the problem wasn't
But she
that
spoke in
Samus
Dread, though.
spoke.
Why is
No
it so
one thinks
inconsistent?
Samus should be Link. No, the problem was what she
No,
said.
but even Link,
The baby,
the baby, Adam, the baby, the baby, TV,
Everyone knows that.
Xbox
But for
TV.
some reason, you know, in Nintendo and Retro Studios,
Link isn't really, well, I mean, Link is still silent in newer games, but he does have more of a personality. Like, Link is no longer your Link from, you know, you the player to the character or whatever, the game or whatever. Link is now his own character, which I debatably would prefer because I don't like character creations or created characters, any of that shit. It's just, I never really have. I prefer set characters with their own personalities that you control and shit. So even Link, I would say, has got more of a personality now. So making Samus silent, to me, doesn't make sense, especially after we just came off of Metroid Dread, where she does speak in that game. Oh yeah, she does. She does have inner monologues in games like Fusion as well, and I think even Super Metroid at the start.
this translates to no, Samus should never talk ever. This doesn't.
Also, blaming an English voice actor supposedly for it being political when it's a Japanese company with Japanese voice actor. But Metroid Prime 4 is developed by the West. It's developed in Texas. Are we debating the game or the dog shit reviewer? I thought the game was a very fair 6 out of 10, Somali Pirate. I can't give it more than a 6 out of 10 because I really can't sweep for the desert or the annoying companions. We watched this guy because we love to hate on him. He's a guilty pleasure. So I would say the latter. We are debating the dog shit reviewer. My viewers love this dude.
Doesn't make her look like a stoic badass. It makes her look extremely autistic, and not the based kind. No, this is the cringe kind. The only one that's nearly as annoying as Miles is Armstrong, the woman of the group, who is a fangirl for Samus. And man, this shit just looks cringe as hell.
I think the reason this character doesn't get as much shit is because the people annoyed by Miles, like, they stopped playing. People like DSP, they just rage quit. They board quit after Miles is introduced because he's the first one that's introduced within the first hour or two of the game. They didn't play enough to actually meet the character that's even worse than Miles, in my opinion. This one.
It's so obvious that she's a self-insert for one of the writers who sees Samus as some kind of female empowerment character, when that has never been the case and never will be, for that matter. I wish I had much else to say about the other characters, but they're not nearly as notable as Miles, and they're pretty much just all one-dimensional cliches. The only one that gets an elaborate backstory is the sniper, and even so, it's told so vaguely. He has some kind of religion that I don't think is ever expanded on in the Metroid lore, so really all it adds to the game is more unnecessary runtime and forcing you to watch even more cutscenes to get every upgrade in the game.
The Reddit robot is just like a straight up trope. He's like Omega from Sonic, but if he was in a Metroid game, and that's why he's like the least hateable. He's the most tolerable because he's just a cliche, a cliche played completely straight.
And the sad thing is, I know on some level Retro Studios knew these characters were annoying.
I think I've seen his videos before. Is he not the guy who made a review on Fallout, went on a tirade about interracial marriage? That's the one. He also didn't like Tears of the Kingdom because he claimed that it retroactively made the Hylians black and then that they're goat fuckers. But then he admitted later on that he was just exaggerating his problems with Tears of the Kingdom in that video because he didn't like completely hate it, but he needed to like hate on it a lot. Because his videos don't get views unless he's like a super hater. And then he reviewed Death Stranding 2. We saw that review pretty recently, last year. He reviewed Death Stranding 2, but it wasn't a review of Death Stranding 2. It was a review of his own life and the fact that he's almost 30 and still hasn't had sex.
Which is why each one of them was given like 10 unique lines for shooting them. This is mind-boggling to me, because I feel like in a better game, I would say this is a good thing that the characters actually react to you hitting them, which is becoming increasingly more rare in modern games. But on the other hand, it doesn't do anything. It doesn't stop them from ruining the immersion.
Guy panders the 4chan, but they hate him. True.
Feels like the devs
I watched him the first year, like since the first year he was putting out content, like around 2020.
Feels so incredibly
he absolutely
cheap
panders
the
to the 4chan
This is something that I'm sure you've all noticed since Breath of the Wild. Nintendo does not give a single fuck.
He just used to straight up chill and link his videos
actors. I wish I could say it was just for the background characters, but the sniper guy especially just sounds like a random dude they picked up off the street.
I tried to access this terminal.
but the only thing I could get operational was the gun. That's it. Then I see this here.
And the bad voice acting even applies to Samus, because although she doesn't speak a single line of dialogue, she does grunt and even scream when she takes damage. Samus in the old games didn't scream. She's supposed to be a stoic badass. In this one, she genuinely sounds like a girl getting the shit beat out of her. That said, Miles does have one single good line in this game right at the end. Miles is screaming. Oh man, and Psylux. We gotta fucking talk about Psylux. It is so clear to me that Retro Studios had no idea what they wanted to do with him. It's obvious that the contract writers that shouldn't have been anywhere near this game probably...
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Nurgle. I was trying to remember back to when I was playing Prime 1 Remastered. She does scream when she dies in Prime 1 Remastered. I imagine it carries over to Prime 2 and Prime 3. So it's not like, Samus is screaming like a bitch, but like the Prime 1, 2, and 3 also had that. I don't know. I guess he's like more so talking about like she screams more often in Prime 4.
He didn't even know who the hell he was.
Yeah, Samus is voiced by the blonde laser lady.
This game never played Prime Hunters. I did, and let me tell you, that's some of the worst controls I've ever experienced in any video game. But still, pretty.
Damn, shitting on Prime Hunters. Also, cutscene. Even though I already showed it the first time I played. I'm almost done with the game. I got like 800 out of the 900 lums. No, not 900. 1,000. Like, I'm almost there. I'm almost there. Look at the animations. Look at how quirky he is. But like in a wholesome way. Not a Reddit way. Prime Hunters had to go to multiplayer. I never had a chance to try it out. I wonder when he played Prime Hunters. That looks like footage from his stream.
And let me tell you, that's some of the worst controls I've ever experienced in any video game, but still pretty good for a DS FPS. And while he was certainly one of the cooler bounty hunter designs from that game, if it wasn't for the secret ending in Prime 3 where you see his ship, they genuinely could have just left him out of this game. Despite him being
he's
the
only there out of
main
obligation.
villain, he only has about 5 minutes of actual screen time, because those fights that take place over the course of the game are against just robots that he controls somehow. And then you just find him at the end of the game in a psychic healing pod, and he all of a sudden has superpowers, even though he's just been trapped in a fucking pod this whole time. He doesn't even really have a villain motivation, except he hates Samus. You have to get 100% completion to see his backstory, and it's basically just he's an angry incel misogynist who blames Samus, even though it was his fault.
Now, look, I said this too. When I beat the game. I was like, oh man, it's like, man, he's kind of like just like this kind of takes away from the mystery of like Silex. It just revealed he's like, this is a little whiny incel that couldn't take he couldn't take Samus stealing the spotlight from him. You guys, look, he shares my opinion. I do feel like, again, like if it wasn't for Prime 3's ending, like Silex would not have needed to be here. He's only here out of obligation. And if this was going to be the revelation of what his backstory was, either build on it in Prime 5, make sure that he comes back. Hopefully he's not dead. Because this just, like, if this is it, if this is literally it, it just makes him seem like a fucking baby. It's not, I thought there would have been more here to it, his schism with the Federation and Samus, but there really isn't. Quite unfortunate.
Unit died and he wasn't able to secure the space pirate weapon, and he's just hated her ever since. That's literally it. 90% of the people who play this game are never even going to see this ending naturally, because getting 100% scans without a guide is just very unlikely, given there's so many that are easily missable. This story is just absolute fucking dog shit. It's clear that they just want to tell a really generic climate change bad story, but then realize that they had no fucking villain, so who the hell is the player supposed to fight? Oh yeah, there's that Psylux guy. He has nothing to do with the Lamorne, and the sad thing is, he has a pretty cool design, and they even gave him a good voice, probably the only good voice actor in the game, unless you count the robot.
Yeah,
but he only
love
has
Silux's
like
voice.
20
They did a good job
lines in
with
the
him.
whole game or some shit. What a fucking waste.
They're
And the
prepping for
first part of the
Smash.
final boss fight is absolutely abysmal. He gets these giant penis tentacles, and that's
The context-sensitive penis tentacles. But that's like every Nintendo boss, where you use the mechanics that you picked up throughout the game in order to felt the boss. They have like a context-sensitive, like, I don't know how to describe it. It's always like the giant hands boss, and one of the hands can only be destroyed with a specific ability that you acquire throughout the game. The other hand can only be destroyed by this other ability you acquired throughout the game. That's like every Nintendo final boss is like that. Next Metroid Prime game is going to be released on Elon Musk's Star Destroyer. They say they're already working on Metroid Prime 5. Since, like, Prime 4 took so long, they're like, fuck it, let's just get started on the next one. So that it's not a long wait again. It will be a long wait, but it won't be as long of a wait. Just need the share thing. I send it to you, Dingus. Oh, I'm sorry, the video disappeared. Sorry, I don't really look at Discord when I'm not on stream. Fucking hate listening to Synth Cucks regarded takes. Yeah, you look, the death screen for Metroid Prime. Yeah, I know. She screams when she dies, and then it shows you the game over. You're linking some maid lady after. Power Wash? The game that Phil rage quit? I see it. What about it?
Absolutely what they are, by the way. Again, you know, more the
Is she cleaning the things better than
the
Phil?
woman kills the wiener. In each phase of the boss, he gets more of these tentacles that you have to take out before you're allowed to hurt him. And you also have to keep all of your allies alive. Yeah, I know we all love the escort mission mechanic from the rest of the game, so let's make the final boss fight an escort mission. Genius! No one would ever complain about that. And I actually lost my first attempt completely out of my control. Because in the third phase, he shoots giant lightning bolts all over the screen, and your allies are too stupid to dodge them. And if they get hit by lightning when they're already down, it instantly kills them, and you get a game over. There was nothing I could do. The second phase of the boss fight is kind of cool, but way easier than some of the previous ones for some reason.
The final boss, even though I died a lot.
Try. And then
one try is better at this shit than me.
With all these Reddit retards dogpiling Psylocke while Samus teleports off the planet by herself. She just leaves them to die. Oh, and if you don't press A in time, you actually get a game over, and it loads you back to the second part of the boss fight.
That almost happened to me.
The writers
I
wanted
almost
us to care
stalled.
about these characters. They're actually encouraging us to abandon them as soon as possible.
He's got a smile on his face. He liked this ending.
They defeated Psylocke. I mean, they were badass enough to kill an entire army of grievers by themselves. God, remember in the beginning of Metroid Prime 2 where all of the Galactic Federation soldiers are horribly killed by the Ing? Do you know how much better of a game this would be if we got to see our allies slowly die over the course of the game? But no, this is Marvel movie slop written by nepotism hire hacks who should be blacklisted from the game industry, but instead they are just casually allowed to ruin some of the biggest IPs in history with no consequences. In fact, in many cases they fail upwards somehow. But oh guys, don't harass the devs. Definitely do not hold anyone accountable for their very purposeful destructive actions. Since I'm just rambling about nothing, let's go to the conclusion. This game is fucking
Please do.
ass. It's clear that Retro Studios didn't even want to make this game. But let's be honest, they didn't.
Again, they were
That's
handed
why instead of
Bandai
making
Namco's
an actual
scraps.
Metroid game, they made a linear dungeon crawler with a giant empty desert sandbox in the middle with nothing in it. Several mandatory backtracking sections where you don't even pick up new upgrades half the time. They added all these Galactic Federation self-insert characters that make the game vastly more annoying to play, but you know, I guess normies loved Atreus and Mimir and all these other annoying chatty bitches behind you, so clearly they'll love this, right? Samus feels like a background character in her own game.
I thought everyone hated
Psylocke
those
was brought back
characters.
for virtually no reason, just to make people soy out, like this is fucking Star Wars. They didn't even do anything with him. And probably one of the more underrated sins that this game commits is it's just unambitious. It's not even slightly innovative. In fact,
Right,
it
it's too
doesn't
safe.
even improve on the things that came.
I said this before it came out, that the worst thing it could be is too safe, that it doesn't really push the needle in one way or the other. Like even if it pushes the needle in a bad way, like Other M, like that would still it would still be a bad game, but it would be bad for the reasons that a Nintendo game is bad. Unfortunately, it is underwhelming for the same reason that your average AAA game is underwhelming, and that's unfortunate. Because usually you get a game like Other M or Sticker Star where it's bad for the reason that a Nintendo game is bad.
game before because it just brings back almost every single mechanic from previous games. What does Prime 4 do new? Basically nothing. All of your abilities are just reskins of ones from previous games, and all the core combat mechanics are functionally the same. It's just this.
That's kind of another concern I see where regarding the abilities. I think it's that they feel that they can't remove too many, like, because, okay, you can only add so many abilities before it starts getting, like, too much, and if you remove some other abilities to make room for new abilities, then people get upset because, like, some of the older abilities are, like, gone.
Same game you've already played 3 times before, but significantly worse. The worst sin this game commits is that it's just boring. And that is the worst thing a video game can be, is boring. I've said it a million times. I honestly kind of wish this game was terrible, because then I could have maybe ironically enjoyed it, but I was just bored most of the time. I'm just glad this game will probably bomb, and it looks like any of the Nintendo fans with sense hate this game, as they should. And this time, let's just let the Prime series die and stay buried, and every single motherfucker working at Retro Studios should be blacklisted from the game industry. Shut down the studio. It's the people killing the games as much as it is the corporations. I'll probably make a Gaming is Dying video about that next year, because I'm so tired of Redditors and other leftists pretending that game devs didn't do nothing and they're all equally talented. There's no such thing as a bad chef, apparently. That's about it. See you next time, guys. Oh my god. Bye. 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 Goodbye. I don't care. You guys fucking suck. Eat shit and die.
Wow, rude.
I hate all of you. You will not be remembered. Actually, we'll remember how much we hate you. That's it.
Okay, well, there you go. That's the review. Definitely hyperbolic and theatrical, but I can't sweep too hard for it, because a lot of his critiques regarding the desert and characters I would feel are accurate if played up to a particular degree for the purposes of amusement of being a YouTube video. The worst thing a game like that can be is, like, safe, just alright, okay, perhaps even quote-unquote boring, as he and Phil would put it. Like, the core gameplay is alright, but after such a long wait, it needs to be more than just alright. Hey, is that the last video I had from him? Oh no. Is it time to move on to his brother's slop videos? We already listened to his takes on Metroid Prime 4. Well, what did he think of the Game Awards? Video's entitled, No! I will not play Clair Obscure Expedition 33. I should, at least Synthetic Man played it. Rogmeyer doesn't even want to.
You know, I hadn't realized the greatest game of all time had released this year. No, not Game of the Year.
Donkey Kong
that's not good
Bonanza.
enough. It's the greatest game ever released or ever will release. A game so good, it's breaking records left and right, receiving more accolades than all of your favorite games combined, and doing all of this as a small
They just weren't as good as Clair Obscure.
with a tiny indie-sized budget of only $10 million. Yet it looks the same as a game that costs 10, maybe even 30 times as much. Let me know when this starts to sound a little bit silly, like a joke is being played, where it stops sounding like praise and starts sounding like mockery of you, of me, of video games, maybe even the game itself. Like your friend who boasts about his girlfriend who lives in another state and how she's a supermodel and a super genius. She has 7 PhDs
Like
and
Phil?
is a multi-millionaire. And her dad is the czar of some foreign country you've never heard of. At this point, not only do I not think his girlfriend exists, I'm pretty sure he's gay. When a lie is this absurd, you just know there has to be something up. I don't know what it is, but it's something. We have experienced power creep in the idea of overhyping a game. It started with the death of good games. Nothing was allowed to be good. It was either a 10 out of 10 or it's garbage. Now even that's not good enough. We have to pretend that a 7 out of 10 Mario and Luigi clone is an 11. It's so good that it makes other
way do I
10
go?
out of 10's worse by
So point of no
comparison.
return.
I don't know, I just
I
think
forgot.
something's up here. I've run out of cool story, bro, or I'll get to it later. I cared so little, but the morons of the world care so much that I guess I'm forced to care. But I'm still not playing the game, something I'm not even convinced it's real, given it's a marketing strategy built on a lie. So-called free thinkers love to complain about AAA and how investors and big businessmen have ruined video games, and yet they give all the praise in the world to a game made by multi-millionaires, trust fund nepotism hires, and private equity investors. This is a game designed by a committee, because it turns out you really can just do what the chart says to make a critically acclaimed game. Just like there are Oscar bait movies, a formula can be followed to trick or buy out the dumbest members of our community. But it's a good game. That's what I always hear. It's a good game, though. I don't believe you. Not anymore, I don't. If it was good, you wouldn't have to lie. I've never lied about the things I like. And the entire marketing strategy of Expedition 33 is built on a blatant lie that anyone with even half of a brain could have picked out immediately, but nobody thinks about anything. And it's that it's an indie game, even though by no definition, no one can give a single definition.
Now I have to
that
hear for the
includes
third time.
Expedition 33,
Have it
but then
explained to me
somehow
why
doesn't
Clear
also
Obscure is not
include
an
games
indie
like
game.
Super Mario 64 or every game published by EA. I think most people's definition of indie is a pretty vague thing anyway, but we all have the same idea of a small person or
sure I missed a
team on
hidden
a
area.
limited budget making a game for themselves out of passion. But the most concrete thing I've heard
Passion over
is that an
paycheck?
indie game does not have a publisher. Well, Expedition 33 had a publisher, so that doesn't work. Okay, an indie means the company is not owned. Then Nintendo is my favorite indie company. I love their indie
mine
games.
too.
Yeah, but they have
We have so much in
shareholders. They
common.
can't have those either. Then how about Valve? Valve is a great indie company. Counter-Strike 2 is such a great indie game. Okay, maybe it's that small team thing then. Expedition 33 only had a team of 30 people. I've seen it in the marketing, interviews a million times. Except that's another blatant lie. They outsource development to the point where the real team size is closer to 300, not 30. But people argue the majority of the work was those 30 people. Oh, you mean like the animation? You know, what you're watching while playing the game was done by a Korean studio? Or how about the music where over 30
Or the Unreal
people
Engine
worked on
store.
that alone? You know, the thing it won an award for? This is what I'm talking about when I say blatant lie. You can just look at the credits. It's not hidden. Well, if it's not publisher and it's not team size, maybe it's budget. Because every indie dev has $10 million laying around. And we're supposed to just take their word for it, by the way.
Because it's a
Estimates were
feel-good
20 to
story.
30 million.
It's
And now
about the
he's saying
triumph.
he
It's
did it for
about
less than
belting
10.
Ubisoft.
The only evidence being them just saying
And
so.
Square Enix.
And if you've been paying any attention so far, you'll understand that you can't trust that. But whatever. Even if it is true, I don't think every game under $10 million is somehow an indie game. Especially given that's just development budget. I'm sure marketing was a whole lot more. Well, if you ignore all of that, maybe what makes an indie game is distribution. If you distribute your own game. Now, this one's obviously silly, but I just wanted to throw it in there that the game was distributed by Bandai Namco and Sega. I just want to show that by literally any definition, this is not an indie game unless you start to include games that are obviously not indie.
They should have been
I
noble.
implore
They should have
anyone to come
disavowed
up
the
with a
nomination like the
definition that
Megabonk
works.
dude.
Or maybe we can all just agree that the best indie game ever made is Elden Ring. So if this
Then you
is
can turn
such
that into an
obvious
article,
lie that
and then
doesn't
more people
fit
can play
any
the game.
definition at all.
That'd be good
Why
PR.
make the claim? Why lie so overtly? It's, as I said
Because they
before, it's
know
a
they'll get
marketing
away with
move.
it.
Indie is a very valuable label. A AA or AAA game with realistic graphics and an Unreal Engine art style isn't that impressive.
Why
But
can't I
put
go this
indie
way?
on top
It's
of
'cause
it,
of that
and
other
all of a
area that I
sudden it
couldn't-
makes
that I
news
didn't do.
headlines. Can you believe an indie game looks just as good as a AAA game when it somehow has the budget of a AAA game? Whoa, that's unbelievable. Can you believe
The
if you
indie dev just
outsource
saved
your
up all his money. He's
animation,
just good at
it'll look as
budgeting.
good as the AAA studios that also outsource their animation? Not nearly as impressive when you say it like that. People also have a lot more leniency for indie games. Wow, this game plays so great. It's so big for an indie game. The label is valuable because people do this, and they wouldn't have to
It makes
lie
people lower
about
the-
it if the
lower their
label wasn't
expectations.
This valuable. You don't have to lie about a good game. You can market it on its own merits. A bad game, though, lie might go a long way. Now, who would be so duplicitous to do such a thing? It would be marketers and investors players, of course. The people everyone claims to hate. The people who are supposedly ruining video games. The people who made this game. The director of Expedition 33, Mr. Broach, I'm not going to dignify the French by saying their first name, is a former Ubisoft employee. And that's where the articles all stop. They never say what his actual job was. In fact, it's impressive how hard it is to find what it was. His first
I don't know what he did at
Ubisoft was as assistant creative director, and he moved on to brand management. Let's see you do that. Let's see a normal person do that.
He moved on to brand management because they rejected his pitch.
A multi-millionaire business tycoon who comes from a family of other multi-millionaires. Okay, maybe that's not a big deal. Big businessman wants to use all of his money to make a video game because he thinks video games are cool. Too bad the entire development team is full of people like him. This is a real quote from their lead writer. You know, another thing they won an award for. I have been an investor for most of my life. I am a private equity investor and previously worked in Hong Kong. She's never worked on a game before. She's never even written for anything before. This is a team of marketers and investors who have found out you really can win the hearts of the masses by just doing what the chart says. That maybe the focus groups are right as long as all you care about is appealing to the lowest common denominator and you don't mind lying or bribing. No morals, no values. Might as well start talking about the Game Awards. What made me make this video, it won more awards than any other game ever. Multiple of which it objectively did not deserve. Like Best Indie Game, as I've shown, it is by no definition an indie game. In total, it won 9 awards.
And then we watch a
and
Silk
just
Song
to put
review
that
and he says
into
it's mid.
perspective, Elden Ring only won 4, and its
Very
only
liked it
real
more than 33.
competition was God of War Ragnarok. Baldur's Gate 3 only won 3 awards, and its only competition was Alan Wake 2, a game no one played. What it reminds me the most of is Last of Us 2, a game nobody liked, nearly universally clowned on to the point where the moms who watch Netflix even hated the story, and even that only got 7. Man, I wonder why I refused to play that game when the closest analog is The Last of Us 2. But this is so much worse because it's the same year that Silk Song came out, a game so hyped it shut down Steam. I don't
And so
even like
the
Hollow
envy
Knight.
comes
I made
out.
2 videos making fun of Hollow Knight fans, but you're trying to tell me that the Mario and Luigi clone with Harry Slop from every Souls-like and a story stolen from The Matrix won nearly every award over Silk Song, a game people actually played and liked? That's the
That's
weirdest
the problem.
part
You
to
actually
me.
have to
Based
play to
on the
enjoy it. The
discourse
judges couldn't do that
online, you'd
because the judges
think
are all
Expedition
journos.
33 sold way
It
more
got
than
filtered
Silk
by the
Song,
first
but it's
boss.
not even close.
Just like I
E33
would,
only
to be
sold 5
honest.
million copies. That's a lot, but it's not insane. Not to the point where you can't say anything about the game, even if it's a fact, without thousands of what seems like
You sound like
bots
Phil
or
there.
maybe just
I can't
really
talk about
dumb
a
people
fucking
coming out
fact.
of nowhere. So either A, they really are bots, or B, these people haven't even played the game, but some YouTuber gave them an opinion that they now parrot everywhere. That's why I really got to apologize to Hollow Knight fans, because that's what I would have said about them. I was so ready to be mad at the Game Awards because Silk Song won everything. At least people played the game. At least that game was an actual movement of some kind. It had real hype, not this fake hype built on a lie. I don't know, maybe the judges were just so bad at the game they couldn't get past the Guardian, and so they had to give it to Claire Obscure because they were salty. I don't know. Now I think it's far more likely that a company made of millionaires and investment firms who was endorsed by the president of a country, maybe
those
they
guys just
paid
had
them
more
off.
money.
I don't know. It's
So
just
it
a
goes.
theory, a game theory.
That's how
It's
it
just
is in the
funny, 'cause
world
I
of
didn't really
business,
play
Wayne.
like any of the games at the Game Awards except for Silk Song, a game I didn't even like. So I really didn't care who won, but you can't just make a lie this blatant and this absurd and then have everyone pretend like it's not obvious. Like we're all supposed to believe Santa is real, where the fans themselves are
Yeah, I
lying
definitely
for
missed
the
the secret
game.
area.
The amount of
I gotta
people
play
that
this one
can't
over.
let go that this is an indie game and refuse to elaborate on what their definition
Mark,
is.
no.
Might as well go over the actual awards, because if it didn't win 9 of them, there's no way I would have looked into all this stuff, and maybe I would have eventually played the game, or at least told people that I would eventually, even if I never planned on it. We'll start with Game of the Year. If it only won this and a couple other awards, I wouldn't have mentioned anything. And fact, I would have used this as a weapon to make fun of Hollow Knight fans, so I'll let it slide. We'll move on to Best Game Direction. Not even sure what that means, but in previous years, it's basically meant directing in the same way a movie has a director. So what do the cutscenes look like? And there's no way you don't give this to Death Stranding 2, because Kojima has to win something every year. That or
no.
Jeff has broken up with Kojima. He found a new boyfriend, French perhaps, but no, it went to E33, a meaningless award for a meaningless game for the sole purpose of extra marketing. Then it also wins Best Narrative, also over Death Stranding 2. Kojima staying in shambles. I guess the secret to winning this stuff is you just copy off of a famous story that everyone loves and make it worse. Maybe instead of The Matrix, next time they could do Terminator. It was written by someone who's never written anything before, by the way. So either someone made the best story ever on their first try, or maybe it's not all that good. I don't know, which sounds more likely to you? I'm never gonna play it, so I guess I'll never know. Best Art Direction, that also goes to E33. This one is baffling, by the way. How could Hollow Knight not win this? An actual interesting and beloved art
again,
style,
I'm biased. I think
developed
Silksong had a better art style.
painstakingly over 7 years, lost to Unreal Engine art style, something everyone's seen before 1,000 times. Best Score and Music. Oh, it's Expedition 33 again. I've never heard that one before. I don't know. I don't really care about this one. It's not the individual award that's the problem.
How's the game going,
it's the
Dingus?
sheer volume.
Well, it's just me playing through the game second time for 100%, but I'm doing better now. Like I'm finding all the lums and cages that I was missing before. Now that I know everything about the game, yeah, it's going pretty good. I think I'm near the end.
Performance, Random Girl from E33. I'm sure it's real great. I'll never know. And I also don't care about this one. It's just funny that E33 got 3 nominations. It's almost like they've only played this one game and no other ones. You couldn't even make up something just so there's a pretend competition. How much do they pay?
They need to have Clark
then
dancing
Best
here,
Indie
would ya?
Game and Best Debut Indie Game both go to the same thing. This is, of course, the biggest joke of all, given what I've explained before. Not in a million years would you expect Silksong to lose either of these awards ever.
Time to
And
mash.
it never would, if not for some obvious outside influence, if not for the marketing hinging around this one
Red check.
idea. Finally, the Best RPG goes to
No. We're done with the Synthetic Man segment. We're caught up. This is his brother. Synthetic Man had his Game Awards video, and now this is his brother's Game Awards video.
E33, another award which I'm fine with. At least this one didn't have any real
Yeah, I'm sorry. I started
no,
early.
I don't consider Kingdom
I
Come
did say
Deliverance
it would be
2
a daytime
competition
stream,
that
though.
is
People don't
awful.
believe
That
me.
leaves Best
They think I'm just
Action
gonna boot up
Adventure
that
Game, which
fucking
doesn't
acid
even
clock
mean
again.
anything. That's a meaningless genre, being the only
I can't tell them
award
apart
Silksong
easily.
wins.
The
and it's
brother
only
sounds more
because
nasally.
E33 wasn't nominated for it. You would
The
think
brother
that
sounds
Silksong was the game made by an investment firm.
The brother
and
sounds
E33 was the
nasalier. Synthetic
indie
Man sounds
darling that
chubbier.
everyone loved and everyone played and crashed Steam on its launch. All you have to do is lie to people over and over again, and that lowest common
think
denominator,
Mario and
glue-eating
Fudoigi.
masses will believe it. They'll believe it to be true. I bet you if you asked a random person after watching the Game Awards which game sold better, they'd get
Yes,
it
the
wrong.
clock is still
They
morning
would
time.
go
You wanna
on
split
to
hairs
defend
about
a
it.
game they probably never even played because everyone told
Just
them
like
it
saying
was
acid
good.
clock.
Well, I'm not buying it, and I'm not playing it. I'm not gonna feed into the lie. In fact, if you want to lie, I can do lies of my own. I actually have played the game. I beat the whole thing. And first of all, I don't approve
better at
of how
these.
in the ending they say that anyone who likes the game or plays the game has sub 70 IQ and eats their own feces. That wasn't very nice. I also don't like how halfway through the game goes black, flashes your social security number, and then threatens to kill you if you don't give the game a good review on Metacritic. Didn't like that. I also don't like how the Game Awards is just one giant advertisement now. Hey, I didn't see you there.
Oh. Advertisement?
FlexiSpot sent me their Ergo X Pro chair.
Whoa, he got a sponsor! Ah! Sponsored segment alert! Sponsored segment alert! No way! Look at him! Whoa, we got a sponsor. Was it a chair? What are we shilling? What are we hawking?
Hey, I didn't see you there. FlexiSpot sent me their Ergo X Pro chair. What I'm sitting in right now. I'm not actually this short. Through the power of technology, we can both raise
Why should I get this chair?
All
Explain.
jokes aside, I spend basically all day at my computer. I record, edit, and play.
This can't be his usual posture. Does he always sit like this? I'm not sure. He's only doing this for the ad. But look, he has 2 monitors. That's one more monitor than I have. Looks just like I thought he would look like. Well, we always knew what he would look like, what he looked like, because he shows his face in the podcast. Now, to be fair, I don't watch the podcast on stream. This isn't the first time he's showing his face.
Games all in this one spot, and without a nice chair to sit in, it gets real uncomfortable real fast. So I jumped on the opportunity to work with FlexiSpot and get access to the Ergo X Pro chair. With a nice chair that focuses on adjustability,
I could use a new chair.
I can work on videos
so I think
and
I'd just
play
be fine with an
games
office
while
chair.
being free of pain. My chair has the AeroWeave 5.0 Air Mesh for maximum breathability, or it can be equipped with the Cloud Tech cushion for pressure relief. It has 5D adaptive swinging lumbar support, 12 level
now that's how he
fine-tuned
actually
backrest
sits when he
with a
uses the
vibe
computer.
dampening spring, 4D adjustable headrest, and 7D linkage armrests. Personally, I like to have the armrests up front while using the mouse and keyboard, and then move the armrests to the side and lean back when using a controller. But with 7D movement, they can go wherever you want them to. The chair is sleek, comfortable, and supports up to 551 pounds, so it can even hold my dog. Click the link in the description below to get your own. Unfortunately, Sam is not included. Thanks to FlexiSpot for sponsoring this video and providing my new computer chair. Okay, now that everyone's basically left, we can talk about the real schizo stuff. I briefly mentioned how the president of France endorsed this game. Well, the game also received funding from the French government, and they have strict cultural standards you have to meet to receive that funding. Obviously,
it's got to be really, really pro-France.
Standards, and it's also offensively French. There's so much French stuff in that game. So it's not just these millionaires who have a huge investment into convincing people that this game is amazing. It's also a cultural weapon for the French. It's soft power, and it's pretty impressive how much this is working. I mean, before this game's released, the only thing the French were known for is surrendering and being annoying and obnoxious. Their primary export is smugness. They are gross and icky, and nobody likes
wrong. They're also known for exporting Rayman.
Them. And now, all of a sudden, French culture is super cool, and everyone loves this game that's offensively French. That not only is it cool to be proud of being French, there are people who now want to become French themselves. I think it's only a matter of time before other countries and cultures try this. The biggest one that comes to mind is Saudi Arabia. I mean, just look at how many game studios they're buying. But the real thing they need to copy is that indie vibe. They don't even have to try. You just lie about it, and people will believe you. And sure, everyone hates them now, but just make one good video game, have a sob story of some kind,
to Rayman 2
Redemption Run. All of a sudden, everyone loves Saudi Arabia.
I'm near the end.
Oh well, I guess we'll have to live in a world where the French are known for overrated video games and not surrendering in a manlet. Anyway, bye.
That was an abrupt ending. At least the sponsorship was toward the end. Anyway, yeah, the Game Awards is obviously a show, marketing conduit for advertisements. So Jeff can have his little show and pretend like he's he's a Mr. Meaningful Man, helping games get legitimized as a legitimate art form. But in the process, people really just tune in just to see game trailers. And yeah, the Clair Obscur 33 isn't an indie game, but also he didn't even play Clair Obscur. So does his opinion really matter for anything? I would say no. At least Synthetic Man played the game, like shit. His next video is about the Pokemon DLC, a game he actually played. So let's see what he thinks about this one. The title of the video is The Pokemon Legends Z-A DLC is a new low for Nintendo. I hate how the game boards are nothing but a marketing tool now, as if they weren't at some point. It's true, but it's a basic bitch observation that anyone could have made that you don't really need more than a second to come to that conclusion. Like, just watch one of them. There's more ad than awards. All right, 20 minutes for this
After
one.
nearly 2 whole months, the Pokemon Legends ZA DLC has finally released. That's how you know it's good, that it couldn't possibly be cut content, because it just took so long to make. You expect
Arlo
them to
said it
delay
wasn't.
a game almost 2 full months just to finish it? What are you, insane? No, Pokemon Mega Dimensions is something that could have only been released after the game had already come out for the low price of $30 on top of a $70
DK DLC,
game,
$20
and boy,
looked like a
was it worth
dream.
it. Because look what kind of fun you can have. You get to do chores, run around copy and pasted city blocks from a map that was already lackluster, doing menial tasks, but this time under a time limit, because that makes it more exciting, all for the privilege of fighting a handful of new Mega Evolutions. No, this couldn't possibly be cut content. I mean, the entire DLC takes place after you beat the game, so that means it had to have released after the game came out. I mean, that makes sense. What's a post-game? Never heard of it. In fact, let me drop the act for a second. If this was a post-game, extra content released within the main game after you've beaten the main story, something Pokemon used to be known for, the last Legends
doesn't the base game have
Legends
post-game? That's what
Arceus,
DSP was
which
doing
didn't
before you
have
played
any
the DLC.
had a very extensive post-game. But now, that has been removed, delayed, and then sold to you later for a whole $30, and even if it was included,
What the hell was
I
DSP
don't think it'd be
doing
worth
after he
doing.
rolled the
I paid
credits
the price
before
of what
the
a
DLC
Pokemon
came
game
out?
used to cost,
I thought it did have
and it wouldn't be
post-game.
worth playing even if it was free. That isn't to say that if this was a post-game, it couldn't have been good, because the worst part of the entire experience is the padding. The entire DLC can be encapsulated by that one word. It's worthless content
Missions he
that
still
you have
had to do?
over
Oh,
and
no.
over again,
Frogmire was
intentionally
right
put
then.
in to extend the playtime to convince people it's worth paying for. Now, if it was free and included in the game,
He had
like
to
it should
do.
have been to begin
Well, he had
with,
to do it because they were giving him money to play it. Obviously, in this modern era of Darkseid, he wouldn't have done any of those fucking missions after the rolling the credits. He would have just been done with the game. Assuming he didn't wage or board quit it first because no money was coming in. But we happen to be in a timeline where he was getting money for it. Therefore, the game was fun. Therefore, he was incentivized to do the additional missions that he had left over after rolling the credits. And then on top of that, get the DLC, because people really attended and engaged and supported the playthrough. I'm playing the DLC right now, it's fine. You pay money for more Pokemon and shiny hunting. You can still get the shiny charm in the base game. I really didn't like how Arlo tried to insinuate that you needed the DLC to get the shiny charm. I mean, like, you know, it makes it easier, but if you really want to, you can get it you can get it with just the base game content if you want to grind. And the people that would want to get the shiny charm are the type of people that would be willing to do the grind.
Given that ZA is an unfinished mess, and then they wouldn't have felt the need to include all of that padding. And sure, it would have only ended up being a couple hours long, but that's perfectly fine for a free post game. Not a $30 DLC though. So they're left with a dilemma. How do we increase the playtime without putting in any effort? Because this is Game Freak. And unfortunately,
Grinding.
the conclusion they came to was to reuse as much content as possible, make you repeat that reused content as much as possible, and then fill it full of pointless cutscenes. Doesn't make it any better.
Yeah, dude,
but
Gen
makes
5
it
had
just
Kino
long enough
post-game.
to charge $30.
And I like the Looker quest
Now
in
you might
X
be
and Y.
thinking, I should have known this DLC was bad. So why did I buy it? Why did I play
guess that
it?
whole Meteor
my
subplot
original
in
review,
Mega
I
Ruby
made it
Alpha
very
Sapphire wasn't
clear
bad, but I
knew
disliked
this
the multiverse
DLC
shit
would
in
be
it.
cut content. But that doesn't mean everyone believed me. So I'm gonna prove it to you. I'm going to walk you through and show you how, despite being a billion-dollar franchise, Pokemon is still the laziest and greediest game series of all time. And no, I've never exaggerated my entire life. Hyperbole does not exist. Stop asking. But before we get into it, make sure to like, comment, subscribe, and it's time to find out why
that bell
Pokemon Mega
button.
Dimensions is so bad. The premise of the DLC is mysterious portals have appeared all throughout Lumio City, and a little girl arrives who has a Hoopa as her Pokemon, and you can feed the Hoopa donuts that you make from berries to enter these portals.
Who is this guy I'm
On
watching?
the
This is Lord Frogmire. So the other guy was just watching the Metroid review, man. This is his brother. Like no word of a lie. It's no exaggeration. Zero exaggeration. This is just straight up his brother. His brother has his own channel. And the success of the Brothers channel has actually given the Metroid reviewer anxiety because the brother grew at an alarmingly fast rate. He blew up after doing a video on pirate software, had like 1 million views or something, and he got a lot of subs from that. And on top of getting a lot of subs at the start from just being associated with his brother, and then it's like, oh my god, my brother's growing so fast, he's growing even faster than me, and meanwhile I'm getting silenced by the algorithm. My channel is under attack! And it kind of resulted in that Death Stranding 2 review I was talking about last year, where he was kind of bemoaning his life instead of reviewing, you know, Death Stranding 2.
The other side is the Mega Dimension. Ooh, spooky.
Is he a shitism? I would say modern Synthetic Man, the Metroid guy, he focuses too much on the political and woke aspects of a game. Whereas I will give the brother this, the guy we're listening to right now. He focuses more on the game. Like, he actually talks about the gameplay for the whole video, you know, while sticking in some jabs, some jabs at the devs here and there. But I would say for a Synthetic Man video, gameplay is one aspect of the video. For a Frogmire video, he just shits on the game the whole way through. For a video game, a video about a video game, I would say talking about the gameplay of the game is probably the most pivotal point of the video. Yeah, his brother was just him back when he made good content. True. Because back then, Synthetic Man's older content was structured like his brother's content is now. And now it's just crying about interracial marriage.
World, otherwise known as an excuse to reuse assets. You're tasked with surveying the Mega Dimension. By learning more about it, you can hope to stop the spread of the portals and prevent Lumio City from merging with the Mega Dimension. And by survey, what they really mean is you enter the portal, you are given 3 menial tasks to accomplish, like catch a Pokemon, or catch a Pokemon who's unaware, or pick up garbage off of the ground.
Is it the Ninja Frog? We like Ninja though.
Floating Pokeballs. This isn't gameplay. This is the video game equivalent of cleaning my room. To make it more exciting though, there's a time limit. And by exciting, I mean annoying. What this reminds me of is a kid not wanting to do chores. So the
Arlo did
mom
mention
is
this
trying
part
to
had a
make
lot
a
of
game
RNG
out
in
of
it
it.
last
Like,
night.
okay, little Timmy, I know you don't like picking up your room, but how about you try picking up your room, but you only
You'd be
have
under a
3
time
minutes
limit
to
and
do
the
it.
RNG
How fun
causes
is
that you need to
that?
find
Are
and
you
spawn
excited? This
a
is
very
all there is,
undesirable
by the way.
location.
This is about 60% of the playtime of the DLC is just doing this over and over again. There's also Battle Trainer. Wow, that one's exciting. Except there's no reason to ever do this one because it's a completely separate Mega Dimension that doesn't include any Pokemon to catch. And you've already done this 1,000 times in the main game. But I guess if you don't care about catching new Pokemon in Pokemon, you could always do this. What makes these even worse and even more repetitive is there's only a handful of areas. Yes, despite it being copy and pasted from the main map, you are going to be going to the...
See, Arlo commented on this too. I don't know why they didn't want to make any, you know, brand new areas. Well, I know why. It's because they wanted to repurpose the existing areas from the base game into the areas for the DLC. Just like put the areas in the DLC, change the palette, and then make it nighttime. There you go. There's your new area. That'll be $30. I would have included. If I was in control, I would have expanded the sewers and then just make that a whole, you know, like the underground in Tears of the Kingdom. I would have made that the DLC. That would have, like, you know, the Paris catacombs. People before the game came out, people were speculating that would have been all the new shit, all the underground, the catacombs, and then the game comes out as like three very small areas. For DLC, I would have rectified that by listening to the gamers, the players, and expanding it and making an actual, you know, fully realized catacombs dungeon or whatever. And then that could be like the roguelite element, like maybe the catacombs are different every time you enter them or something. I don't know, I'm spitballing here. Better than what Game Freak would put out, right?
Exact same areas over and over and over
again. Yeah, no, I heard the sewers were bad.
How lazy this is. If you're going to copy and paste it, at least do the whole map, then you'd have a bunch. You could have 100 easily. So not only are you doing the same things over and over again, you're doing it in the same place over and over again. It is comically bad. And you're doing all this to collect survey points, which is your arbitrary MacGuffin you need to continue the story. Every time you complete a challenge, you get survey points, get enough points, and you can fight the new Mega Evolution. Do that over and over again until the DLC ends. I guess there is one other thing you're grinding for, and that's berries. See, those floating Pokeballs aren't just for the challenges. Breaking them gets you berries. Uber super special berries that can only be found in the DLC. Complete all of the challenges in a Mega Dimension, and a gold Pokeball will appear, which will give you the uberest, most specialerest berries. You need these berries because it's how you make the donuts that let you enter the portal in the first place. The quality of donut, which is determined by the quality of berry, affects how long you have in the Mega Dimension. Make a bad donut, you get no time at all. Make a really powerful donut, and you can spend as much time as you need. Using a low-level donut on a high-level Mega Dimension will give you seconds to complete the challenges, so they're literally impossible.
So both Arlo and Frogmire seem to be coming to the same, like they're coming to the same conclusion. So the DLC is mostly just you grinding for berries in these challenges to make the donuts, to make the challenges even easier. It's like the whole core focus is around the fucking donuts. Do you even get the like? Okay, I know competitive, at least in the turn-based games, is focused on the berry aspect. Do you even get to take the berries out of this game? The berries you find? Is it at least like, oh, $30 DLC, but it gives you access to those hard-to-find berries, which you can then use in a turn-based competitive Pokemon games? Like, can I transfer the berries out via Pokemon Home? Yeah. So it's on par with the rest of the game. Really could have had the DLC in the game at launch. I think it's a case of Arlo was saying this last night, where it's likely because the Switch 2 was already delayed internally, just not announced. You know, it was already delayed at the time that it was officially announced. These games were already being worked on, so it's not that a DLC was cut out of the main game then resold to you later for an upcharge. Is that because the Switch 2 was already delayed, that they were working on the DLC, so the games come out already pushed back. But because of that, the DLC is just already ready to go because they were just constantly working at that time. Like, they didn't stop working just because the console was delayed. But because it comes out too close to the main game, it causes that perception to come about that, oh, it must have been hacked out of the main game and then resold to us.
Possible. You have to get the good berries. It's just
Hey, Biscuit Bun Cream. Still blaming Nintendo for the state of the Pokemon games for not funding Game Freak enough for anything. It is like a 33% share situation. It's Nintendo, Pokemon Company, and then Game Freak all alone, or Creatures, or whatever. No, I think it's Creatures, Pokemon Company. No. It's Nintendo, Creatures, and then Game Freak own 33% each of the Pokemon Company. I think that's it. That's what it is. So they can only wield so much power and autonomy over the Pokemon Company because they're 66% is 66% owned by absolute dunces, brain dead, moronic idiots who don't want to listen to Nintendo. Just put Monolith Soft on it. The guys who make the Xenoblade games put Monolith Soft on Pokemon. That's what everybody wants. They already work on Zelda.
one more thing to grind for. Now, admittedly, as long as you get
you don't
the
need
gold
berries for
Pokeball
PvP anymore, really?
every time, you should be fine. But a lot of the times, that's easier said than done, especially if you're lazy. So you can't just make the donuts in your inventory because that'd be way too
I don't mean helping. I mean do it all themselves.
Talk to this annoying character I don't care about at all. Sit through like 30 menus. So I tried to do it as little as possible, which led to me having far less time than I should have, and also being far weaker than I should have been. Yeah, weaker, because the donuts have one other function, which is it levels up your Pokemon. You see how all the Pokemon you're fighting are over level 100? You can't reach that number naturally. It's boosted by the donuts. This has basically no meaning at all, by the way. It's just a number that is
Gonna be
big.
hands-off
It's
isn't
not like
helping
Pokemon
either. Again, I
learning
think their
new
hands are
moves
tied
level
because they don't
200.
entirely
I did not
own
notice or
Pokemon.
think about
If
it
Game
at
Freak
all.
says they don't
Just
want the
keep in
help,
mind,
then
if
like
you use a
Nintendo
weak
can't
donut,
force it
you're
because they
gonna
don't
have a
fully
bad
own the
time.
property.
All this wouldn't be so bad if Pokemon Legends ZA
Yeah,
wasn't the worst game ever made. That it has the worst
You can do
movement
Laptop
of any
Wednesday?
Pokemon
Big
game.
ups,
It
big
has
ups.
the worst combat of any Pokemon
I think you said you had your
game
laptop
that
for like a
suddenly
decade or
becomes
something.
extremely noticeable when you run out of time because your
Congratulations.
Greninja decide to walk into a wall for 30 seconds. This is a real clip, by the way, that I target something directly in front of me and Greninja decides to just
the
start
barrels at?
running into the wall.
Just
And
saw him
because the
earlier.
game wasn't made by anyone who's competent, he doesn't just stop when he hits the wall. No, he just
made
keeps
by
running
fucking
into it.
dunces.
It's stuff like this that shows the DLC was never going to be worth playing. The DLC can only be so good when the foundation it's built on is so bad.
What?
Pokemon Legends Z8 is not a functional game. The controls don't work for the player. They don't even work for the computer. Here's a clip of the computers fighting each other, and they're both just shooting into the wall. Here's another clip where it's a giant
No, wait.
cube, and you have to walk
No, wait,
around.
no. Game Freak programming expertise at this is on full display here, guys.
Is not a functional game. The controls don't work for the player. They don't even work for the computer. Here's a clip of the computers fighting each other, and they're both just shooting into the wall. Here's another
That's
clip
not a
where
bug,
it's
that's a
giant
feature that's using the
cube, and you have
environment to
to
your
walk
advantage.
around the cube to attack a specific section.
No, that means the player too can use the pillar to hide behind and block the enemy attacks or something. Like, maybe that was the intent.
And everyone's Pokemon gets caught. My Pokemon get caught on the corner, and so does the computer's. No one's Pokemon functions. The game is not designed to work. The combat system is designed for large, empty spaces.
We need to contrast
like a
this with
battle
DSP's
arena,
over
like
the
what
credits
Pokemon
review
has
when he
fought
finishes the
in
DLC.
Every Pokemon game ever are empty battle arenas. So rather than have you fight in one of those or make a combat system that functions with obstacles around, they just threw it in and it doesn't work because they don't care. It's so weird because the last game had giant empty areas that Pokemon could fight in, but they decided to make this one a city for no reason. You can't go in the buildings. Why is it a city? It's done nothing but cause problems, and they've done nothing to address it. In the main game, all of these problems
this is the
still
brother,
existed
not
and they
Synthetic
were
Man
annoying,
himself.
but they were of little consequence.
We're already
You were
caught
never
up with Synthetic Man's
losing because
videos.
of the bad gameplay. But now you have to either make donuts all the time or risk losing to the horrible controls.
My favorite segment of the game
Another
right here.
mechanic that's a complete afterthought and is now a major problem is the stealth. The main game really shouldn't have had this at all because there's no mechanics for it. Light doesn't affect anything, sound doesn't affect anything, no vision cones, nowhere to hide. There's barely any grass because again, it's a city and it's a holdover from a game that actually did have places to hide, but it wasn't that big of an issue because you never actually had to use it. It was never mandatory. But now to accomplish some of the missions, it is mandatory. And it doesn't work because you're expected to sneak up on a group of Pokemon that alert each other if you're seen anywhere on an empty street. There's nowhere to hide. You need
Makes me want to eat
line
a
of
gun,
sight
dude. I've
to
been
throw
away.
a
Dingus, my laptop
Pokeball,
is done.
and they're looking
That's
in
why I'm
every
getting a new one.
direction because it's a full
Okay.
group of Pokemon. So your best bet is to not even
Yeah,
use
that's nice
the
to hear.
stealth and just run at them.
Better to get it now,
But
but these increasing RAM
It's not
prices.
just bad game, bad DLC. It's a bad game, then DLC that makes you hyper aware of how bad it is. Okay, but this is only 60% of the DLC. What's the other 40%? Well, 30 to maybe even 35 are cutscenes. The most pointless, annoying, slow cutscenes. Cutscenes with no sound.
DSP loves the
It's
cutscenes,
the
though.
worst of every world. It's not like a good RPG.
One of the few games
where
he
you
doesn't
just go
mash
as
the
fast
dialogue
as
through.
you
He
can
reads every
read,
line.
So it's like reading a book because you have to sit through the incredible animation and the cinematic pauses. And it's not like you can sit back like a regular cutscene because there's no sound, no voice acting. You still have to read the text and progress the dialogue. And what makes it truly unbearable is how repetitive the cutscenes are. Every time you beat a new Rogue Mega, you get butter to make better donuts with. And you need a cutscene explaining this every time. And you also need a cutscene giving it to the little girl every time. And then you need another cutscene at the Rust Syndicate to explain that they still
is
don't know why
happening
this is
here?
all happening. They need you to survey
What are-
more
what are-
portals.
what are
and
with
that the
these missile
portals have
segments?
increased in level. This is every time you beat a new Rogue Mega, which is the entire story.
Yeah,
in the
that's why
DLC.
Phil loves
The
such
entire
cutscenes. They can't
DLC
talk
follows
over
this
'em.
exact
the fuck up when I'm talking,
Do
you
chores
stupid
to
anime
get
bitch.
survey points and berries. Use berries to bake donuts. Do enough chores to fight a rogue mega. Watch 30 pointless cutscenes in a row, and then do it all
They're
over
not
again.
pointless,
That's
they're
the
meaningful.
whole thing. There is nothing else. Those are just the repetitive cutscenes, by the way. Each gauntlet of cutscenes has its own unique adventure. Like, how about taking a tour of Lumio City? You know, this is post-game. So the city you just completely explored already, you now have to take your new friends on a tour through a series of cutscenes that does nothing to progress the plot because there is no plot. It's all for the sake of just
But the plot's-
padding out
the plot's
game.
helping out the little
Each
girl in Hoopa,
cutscene
right?
gauntlet also includes one random battle where you have to fight the same people you've already fought like 30 times in the main game, except now it's a double battle where they each only have 3 Pokemon and you have 6, and you still get a teammate. So it's impossible to lose. Wow, this is so exciting and totally worth mashing A 500 times to get through 9 hours of pointless dialogue. I speed read, so I was progressing through this about as fast as possible. So I wouldn't be surprised if the average player actually spends the majority of the DLC just in cutscenes. Might as well move on to that last 5 to 10% of the game. Probably the only reason anyone's buying this, which are the new Rogue Megas. And they're, okay, it's fine. It's definitely the best part of the DLC, and the Rogue battles are definitely better than the main game. The fact that you have a time limit really does add to it. Since before, because of items, your Pokemon was completely invincible, meaning the only way to lose was the Rogue Mega attacking you, the player, and the only way for them to really hit you is if you're declaring an attack, because that pauses you, so you're incentivized to go really slow so you never get hit, or at least every time you're low on health to never attack, which is really lame. At least in the DLC, you're basically always incentivized to attack, so you don't run out of time. You just gotta risk it for the biscuit, and if you lose, you get really angry. I still don't know if I'd say I was having fun, though. The Staraptor Mega Battle, I'll say I had fun that one time for sure. Everything else was certainly better than grinding pointless
get him to
tasks
crash
endlessly,
crash
but
into all
that's not
the
a very
rocks.
high bar. It's still annoying to lose because your Pokemon don't do what they're supposed to do. It's still
It's
not
not
very
fun.
engaging to
Where's
Dark
my fun
Souls
at?
roll randomly every once in a while, but at least it's an excuse to have new Megas. And who doesn't want new Megas? You know, from the game that has some of the worst Pokemon designs of all time. And these new ones aren't terrible. Honestly, they're not that bad. I like some of them. I kind of felt the same way about the main game, though, where I like a decent amount of them. I just don't love really any of them. And there are some that are just atrociously bad. It doesn't help that they decide Crabominable needed a new Mega, or Scovillian. The base designs are just so terrible that there's nothing they could have done. Kind of reminds me of the DLC as a whole. Before I get into the actual content
Could make
of the
Scovillian
DLC
into,
story, let me give
an
you
awesome
some
pepper dragon.
miscellaneous complaints. You're given more research tasks, which are broad game level challenges like catch 10 fire Pokemon that all culminate into the shiny charm. If you completed every research task in the main game,
Like, I was
you
sort of
had
yelling this
enough
is safe
to
for
get
whether he's
the
saying nice
shiny
things or
charm,
not.
which included a challenge to complete 1,000 battles.
He's gotta
To
keep
put
the
that into
cadence up,
perspective,
or
you
the
beat
viewers will
game
turn
having
away,
done about
turn 'em off.
250, and you complete every side quest having to do about 500. But the DLC adds new research tasks, which means new points to get the shiny charm, but no new rewards. Meaning the only purpose
Where's my
of the
fucking
DLC
positive reward at?
tasks is so that you can get the shiny charm without having to grind 1,000 battles. So if you want the shiny charm, which makes shinies appear much more often, you have to either grind for 10 hours or spend $30 on the DLC. What do you think people are gonna do? And if you don't want to be that cynical about it, I
Grind?
feel like this is just more evidence that it's cut content. That the shiny charm is just barely not available without having to do a task that gives you way too many points, but you include the DLC and all of a sudden that's not a problem anymore. The DLC also includes a bunch of new side quests, and even though there's a lot of them, it's not any real content because they're just as bad as the main game. So they range from gimme this Pokemon to watch 1 minute of cutscene in order to have a 30-second battle that's impossible to lose. The very best of these are just battle this random Mega to get its Mega Stone, not one of the big battles, literally just one Pokemon, or fight this NPC trainer that you've already fought 300 times through the story. But at least it's possible to lose. That's it. Story time. I already gave you the main plot synopsis, and there's not really much more than that other than
Whoa,
the ending.
spoilers.
So the Mega Dimension is going to merge with Lumios, and after
Oh, no.
surveying a bunch of times, you finally learned why. Only only in the very end is it revealed that it's being caused by a rogue mega legendary. Now, it's slightly hinted at because after every rogue mega battle, you'd go to bed and you'd have a dream that slowly got more involved. Not that you actually learn anything, but it does hint that Darkrai may be the problem. But that's the entire plot. Mega Dimension going to merge with Lumiose.
mythical
No idea
Pokemon
why
that
this is happening except for a handful
has anything to do with bad
dreams that
dreams.
last like 10 seconds
Receiving
until the
responsible.
very end when they're like, okay, it's Darkrai, go get him. So you do. You make the specialist donut to open the biggest portal, and then you go beat Darkrai up, who has the worst mega of all time. They turned him into a giant eye with a head tumor poking out of it. People defend this by saying it references Kirby. I don't care if it references something. I care if
based
it
on a
looks
thing.
good. And they turned Darkrai, one of the
getting hit.
coolest Pokemon designs, into a giant
Worst fucking
fish
mechanic.
eye. Why is the new mega philosophy always to take something that's cool and iconic and make it as dumb as possible? Pokemon fans are like, oh, what? You can't take a joke? You don't like things that are fun? It isn't fun when you do something stupid.
Gen 6 Megas had a better design philosophy. I do agree with that.
You failing the 4th grade wasn't funny. It was dumb, and you should feel ashamed. Anyway, you beat Darkrai, you catch him, and the day is saved. Lumiose will no longer merge with the Mega Dimension. They'll still stick around for a while, so you can still play the DLC.
Wow, you get a
but
mythical
they'll go
Pokemon
away
in Darkrai
eventually,
for
I
only
guess.
$30.
It's at this point
What a
that
steal.
the credits roll, meaning you have beat the DLC, but because the stuff's still around, you can follow the little girl's dream. The whole reason she's here is she wants to catch Rayquaza, who she saw in a Mega Dimension. You do this by grinding even more survey points to catch Groudon, Kyogre, then Rayquaza. I didn't do this because I don't care. I beat the DLC. I don't want to play this anymore. It's the worst thing ever. Before the conclusion, I'm just letting you know.
I don't
my
care about the
channel's now
fucking
sponsored
post-game.
by Gamer Subs, energy
Uh-oh.
drinks,
Gamer
supplements,
Subs?
Gooner merch.
Holy
0
shit.
calorie, make water
He got
taste
the
better.
Gamer
Use
Subs.
my code for free samples.
He got
and a
the Gamer
discount on
Subs
anything you order.
sponsor.
Lord Frogmire, link in the description. That's it. Hopefully, if you paid any attention to the video so far, you'll be understanding. You'll forgive me. I'll probably end up completing it all later anyway, because the only emotion I still feel is suffering. But for now, I'm done. This is blatantly a cut post game that has been expanded as far as it can go with as much padding as possible. Also, they can
Expanded?
slap $30 on top of an already $70 game. What a colossal waste of time. Not that I don't see people defending this anyway. It's the exact time-wasting stuff that was in the main game, and people defended
I'm
that.
gonna get a year
Not sure
supply
how they'll
using his
defend
code. No, I'm
reusing
not.
the same city blocks, but not doing it
Use
enough
code
that you won't just
expand
repeat
at
the
checkout.
same areas over and over and over again. But I'm sure they'll come up with something. I can only hope there's no more DLC. In Gen 10 will just be a regular Pokemon game. Even if it's bad,
no.
I'm okay with that.
It'll
I like
double down on
Pokemon.
everything
It'll be
Scarlet and
fun
Violet did.
no matter what. As long as it doesn't have the worst combat system of all time. As long as it has a region to explore. Not just one city with no buildings. Just a giant boring maze. Anyway, don't buy the DLC. You probably shouldn't have bought the game to begin with. That's all I got. Bye.
All right, there we go. There we go. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's his thoughts on the DLC. Pretty much mirrors what Arlo said, just more aggressive and more yelling in my ear. I guess embrace the silence. It's not full silence. You have a little bit of Rayman here in the background. I think that's it. Is that it for both of them? Let me check here. Let me scroll while I lose again. That's it. That's it. That's it. We're caught up on both of them. Oh no! I spilled my tea. Ah! 1 second. I nudged the mug with my knuckle just a little bit too strongly. Alright, where else are we going? Oh man, I guess it's finally time for him, huh? Let's see. Arlo's thoughts on the 2025 Game Awards. I gotta watch all my creators talk about the same shit. So I get to hear about the Game Awards for the nth time.
One was worth Hello, my lovely friends. I'm here to talk about the 2025 Game Awards.
They're
As
here to
usual,
do it at
I'm gonna go over
1.25
all the
speed.
highlights, the stuff that stood out to me, anything that I have any kind of opinion on. Obviously, it's like a whole lot of games, so, you know, I'm really not even touching on that much percentage-wise, but I'm doing my best here. And then at the end, I'll go over, like, you know, some of the various happenings throughout and my overall thoughts. Let us begin. The first reveal was for a game called The Free Shepherd. It's kind of funny. It was pretty darn recently. It was like this year that we got, it was called Herdlings, right? So it seems that now herding games set in big, weird, like, fantasy landscapes, it's a genre now. You know, you get two. It's officially a genre. I don't make the rules. But yeah, you get to play as a cool dog. You get to herd sheep. Looks, I don't know. Looks cool. I am interested. Although I will say, there was kind of an annoying trend at this here Game Awards of like games.
I think it's neat how even if they have different
really look
politics,
that big,
they all have bad takes as well.
Revealed for 2027.
So it's not mutually exclusive.
I feel like if you're revealing a game for multiple years away, I mean, I know we're at the end of 2025.
This herding game reminded me of that other herding game that got revealed during the State of Play. I thought it was that game for a moment before I got corrected on
so
that.
Like these games where it's like if it's a
It's
big
a completely different
game,
herding game.
even that's annoying. I still don't like that. I kind of feel like no game should be revealed multiple years before it is projected to be done. But like, yeah, I don't know, games that are not like huge AAA games. So it's like, why are you even revealing this now? I don't know. I guess it's kind of an industry thing. It's probably to get people interested, because the more people you have interested, you know, then people wish list and all that stuff. But yeah, I don't know. 2027 for a game
opinions
like
are like
this. It just
assholes.
feels
Everyone
weird.
has
Then
one.
we
They
had
all
Decrepit,
stink. That
and
is
I
such a
know
boomerism. I like
Dark
that.
Fantasy Souls-likes, they're a dime a dozen at this point. This one looks pretty cool though, and actually it is first person. We are now like entering the age of the first person Souls-like, but this one really has like classic first person dungeon crawler vibes. And if anything, more than a Souls-like, this would be a Kingsfield-like before Demon Souls and Dark Souls FromSoft did Kingsfield. So, and I never played it, but I feel like this is probably more in line with that. I like how it really hones in on the whole like ghoulish, bald zombie guys in cages and like actual like dungeons kind of thing. You know, it's got an old school vibe to it, but it's overall a more modern,
Rayman, what are we doing?
Project. I think it looks cool. There was Tank Rat, and this is not a game that I see myself playing. However, I do want to give credit where credit is due, especially in a presentation where, you know, there's a lot of not super impressive looking stuff. This game looks cool. It just looks cool, yeah. Like, I'm not really into this kind of thing overall, but it's this, like, third-person tank thing.
He should play Kingsfield, seeing as he wants to call himself a huge FromSoft fan. He should play The Adventures of Cookies and Cream.
Element, so, looks like a good game. Here's kind of a surprising one, Bradley the Badger. It's
And
one of those
more
games
Armored
where
Core.
you really don't know what you're looking at. It, like, takes a while, because, like, the trailer takes you so many weird places.
Oh, the Badger
It takes a bit
game
to really, like,
got my
figure
attention.
out what's going on.
It seems to be
like
making fun of different
colorful,
genres.
3D platformer with some like puzzle platforming kind of stuff, but this little colorful character is traveling through what seem to be like parodies of PlayStation games. It's like a Last of Us one. There's like a Bloodborne one. Yeah, I don't know. The humor. I'm not quite sold on the humor, so I don't really know if this is going to be a game for me. He talks a lot.
Finally,
There's a lot
a game
of that humor.
for me.
There's a lot of the talking from the little snarky character. I don't know about that.
He broke open the
But
last one. I got him to
conceptually,
break open the third
I think
one.
it is very interesting. I'm pretty curious to see how this one turns out. All right, want to talk about Bombshells. We're finally getting that new KOTOR game, or rather, FOTOR in this case, Fates of the Old Republic. They're doing it. They're doing it. I never played.
Yeah, but we won't
the
see it for
KOTOR
like a
games,
decade,
but
Arlo. I
did
don't
play
care.
The Mass Effect games, and you know, if they're anything like that, which I know
It's also
they are,
modern-day Star
I
Wars.
can imagine that this is an
Belfort
announcement that
again
made
award.
some people happy.
Oh, he broke
very,
it. Okay.
Very, very happy.
I gotta bait him.
and They're even getting Casey Hudson to do it, so that's a pretty big deal. The only real
Yeah, but
problem
what if he's washed?
is that,
He's
you
old
know,
and washed.
It's a Star Wars game, and we have had multiple really enormous cancellations of Star Wars games.
Many
in the recent
canceled
past,
Star
so
Wars games.
You really don't know what they're going to do with it, or if they're
And
going to
ones
pull
that
it
have
off.
come out are
But
just
there
games
have
that
been
make you
good Star
think,
Wars games.
why did this one
That
come
has
out, but the other
happened.
ones
So,
got canceled?
You know, it's good to stay hopeful. Stay hopeful, and hopefully they are able to pull it off. Because yeah, that's a big deal. So then Larian, you know, they did Baldur's Gate 3. They revealed their new game, a new Divinity game. I've never played the Divinity games, but I hear they're kind of similar.
Yeah, and they
So
cause
this
the
is another one
audience
that's
look at a guy
probably
being
really
tortured
big
for
deal.
5 minutes.
But
What a
the only
weird
thing I really have
trailer.
opinions on is the way they revealed it. I'm not going to show it. Maybe I'll show part of it, but I'm not going to show the actual trailer, because even considering this is a video on the Game Awards, where naturally there's going to be a lot of adult-themed footage shown, this one goes a little too far outside my comfort zone. just absolutely.
You would never play Fallout 1 or 2.
Over the top.
We already knew that.
Disgusting. Like, absolutely crazy. This trailer, like purposefully though, not just like, because like we've all seen a lot of like violent stuff, and I'm not even saying just like, you know, I have played video games, I've seen movies. There's not like a too much for me, but there's definitely like an element here where it's like, I mean, I don't want to say bad taste, but it's like, I don't know, it's verging in that territory where it's kind of like, yeah, I'm not offended that you showed this, but I do wonder if it was a good choice for the Game Awards. You know, Jeff Keighley being like, more people watch the Game Awards than the Super Bowl. It's this massive thing. So let's put this incredibly,
I kind of get his argument because it's the same show where you have like the Muppets advertising you.
Just
So it's
funny,
like, oh my
really.
god, the Muppets, it's good
really
for
a
my
thing.
kid.
I mean, that's good marketing.
And then
right?
like after the Miss Piggy segment, you have this guy being brutally tortured in front of the audience.
That carries a lot of weight, but apparently they wanted to shock us. And I'll just say, you know, we've all got our Game Awards bingo cards.
I don't know. I don't want to be Puritan about it. I see the point.
Puking on a pig.
I see the point being
was
made.
Not on mine this year. Then slightly more lighthearted, we had Coven of the Chicken Foot. You seem to be, well, it's called Coven of the Chicken Foot, and you do play as some sort of chicken-footed lady. I assume now she is a witch of some kind. And it's just kind of a weird kind of creature. It's one of those games, you know, your Last Guardian likes, where you're friends with
which
some
is
sort
good
of
because
creature.
his level's
and you
ass.
Kind of sort of
I'm
work
glad
with
I don't
them.
have to
You're
come
not
back here.
controlling them, but they're, you know, you work with them and do puzzles together, and they help you and stuff. And I don't know. There's got to be a name for that genre, right? It's like, I don't know. Friendly monster companion games. I'm not sure, but it does look good. Visually, it looks really nice. Yeah, the style is really good. I like the monster guy. I will say that this kind of game is tricky to do. You know, like with Last Guardian, they tend to be kind of divisive because it's just like trying to control or give commands to this helper character is kind of weird, and when it doesn't work out, that can create some kind of friction. So I don't know. I'm curious to see if they pull it off because it does look really nice. Then we had a lovely trailer for Resident Evil Requiem. If I haven't mentioned it before, I am greatly looking forward to this game, and this one went a little bit more into the story, seems to have introduced us to something of an antagonist, and the
Leon.
big reveal, the big surprise,
he's
Leon's
back.
in the game. He's even playable, and I had
And he's
spoiled.
old.
I was bummed. I had it
Finally, a
spoiled
Leon
by
for
news
you.
media sites. To be fair, though, it's a new game where they return to Raccoon City. It's starring a new character. I mean, you know, she's got connections to the other, like, the greater universe, but, you know, for all intents and purposes, she's a new character, so, like, of course they're gonna bring back Leon. Like, of course. He's overdue for inclusion in a game. I would have been more shocked if he didn't come back. We all thought he was gonna be, like, the main character of this one.
does like
So we were
Resident
surprised
Evil.
when it was revealed to be her, but apparently, it's kind of both. Like, you've got, it's almost like not two separate campaigns, but the way they're talking about it, it's, you know, you have chapters with both. And they're actually making it so that his sequences, whatever, his parts are more action heavy, and then her parts are more horror heavy, which is pretty interesting. Obviously, it's not the first time that they have experimented with this sort of thing. You know, even like 6 kind of had like the different vibes for each character. You know, Leon's was a little bit more horror.
Yeah, but
and
it was
you go over to
also
Chris and
Resident
be more
Evil
action
6.
or whatever. And the Revelations games had you really jumping around a lot, so those would kind of like shift like the tone or the gameplay. So it's totally in line with like, you know, Resident Evil games, but it seems to be kind of a cleaner split between the two. But I mean, that's perfect though, because, you know, 4 was the game that brought it more into action territory. It's Leon, he's all full of one-liners and stuff. So having that for him, and then more horror for her, she's a less experienced person in this world, so she's going to be a lot more vulnerable.
Is Arlo like RE, like he likes FE? No, I would say he is an actual fan of RE.
I just realized this second, that was me realizing I didn't know which I wanted to do, first person or third person, and they even said themselves, first person is more scary, third person, I tend to like the gameplay a little bit more, but you can just choose. There you go. First person for her, third person for him. Oh man, it's perfect. I'm looking forward to the game. I was genuinely worried. I didn't know which I was going to choose. That makes the decision very easy. So that's fun. That was fun. Even gave us a little gameplay clip at the end of Leon doing all his crazy finishers. I am really excited. Then we got the reveal of the next Jonathan Blow game. Wow, that guy comes out of his cave once every 10 years to give us a new game, the thing he's been working on, and this is it. This is the latest one. I don't want to. The topic of the guy, I'm not going to touch that with a 10-foot pole. This game right here, I don't know. It's he's been working on it for like
not that
10
the guy,
years or close
another
to 10
guy
years or
known as the
something.
guy.
And, he was one of the earliest famous indie developers. Braid was one of the first famous indie games ever. So like he's got the name. So coming in.
Yeah, he only talks about the
coming
mainline
after 10 years
coggers.
and
He doesn't talk
delivering
about the
a puzzle game.
spin-offs.
Just like an intricate puzzle
Hey,
game.
Minion.
It is in character.
Welcome to the Rayman 100%
It's certainly in character. And I don't know,
Redemption
mechanically, it does look interesting. I wouldn't be surprised if it was a great game. And yeah, 1,000+ puzzles. I don't know if he's got a team working for him.
Arlo's talking about the Game
Sitting
Awards.
there designing puzzles this whole time. But yeah, it's a lot of puzzles. It seems very...
He's trying to.
You've got these like 4 different themes that kind of
He's
spill
doing his
over each
best.
other. This is the kind of game that you could just get lost in and play forever. And I may have been interested in at some point. I can't even look at it now. I just... it's so...
There's
it's
another
so
guy
complex.
besides the guy?
There's so many moving parts.
Yeah, his name was Rambo, but his name has been lost to time.
I just like, oh, no thank you. I'm sorry. No thank you. And then I will say it was kind of funny, the narration, the trailer's being narrated by one of the characters. And at one point it kind of sounds like he's trying to hype up the game itself. Because he's like, he literally says something like, you know, because these different themes kind of spill over each other. It's like alternate realities or something. And he's like, but these landscapes, they're not just like mashed together willy-nilly. It's actually like really, he's like trying to convince us. This world that I am in is actually really well designed. I don't know. I thought that was kind of funny. So then they revealed a game called Exodus. And
it's all 4
like,
minutes.
I bring this up.
Let's see
not because
DSP
it's
play The
something that I'm
Witness, one of those games that he couldn't get
interested in,
handheld
but
on.
seemed
The handholding is so fucking
particularly,
lame.
I don't know if there's a word I could use
I've
to
never
say
played
what
The
it was
Witness, though.
particularly. It looks
Rage
like
quit with The Witness long before
good,
the actual bullshit puzzles later in the game.
like on
These
just
devs, these
surface
fucking
elements
dunce
you're looking at,
devs don't know
it
how
looks
to
like a
fucking
perfectly
develop
fine
puzzles. You get it?
AAA sci-fi action game. You know,
They
it
don't
looks
know
like
how to make
decently
intelligent
high budget,
puzzles.
Art, animation, everything is pretty good. I think it's just notable for how absolutely generic it looks. And like we get a lot of generic stuff, but so often the most generic stuff is like multiplayer shooters. So it's like it's way easier to just kind of like brush it off and just be
Not
like, okay,
beating
whatever.
any
But this is
games
like,
this
I don't
year?
know. This seems to be like
Wait a minute. He's still
single-player
playing Pokemon
epic
DLC.
Sci-fi thing. I believe this is a new IP.
Pokemon will get
So
finished
it's like,
for real,
I feel
for
like
real.
this should feel better. I should come away from this like there's something about the trailer that I'm trying to like. I think that's what it is. That's what's weird about it. There's like this weird friction where I feel like it deserves to be liked more. The problem is every element, everything in this trailer, it's all bog standard sci-fi. Like every time a new alien pops up, I was because at first I didn't know what it was, and I was like, oh, it's one of those aliens. Is this Star Wars?
Right near the end too.
Like, oh no, wait, it's one of the. No, this is definitely Marvel. I think that's a Marvel character. That guy's definitely from a Marvel movie. Like it's just like there's not a crumb of originality.
DSP problems with children's puzzles.
In this trailer, like every single,
You can't even type in numbers in a keypad correctly.
Every single screenshot that I see, except for the orangutan one. There's an orangutan in it. But that was it. That was the crumb. That was the crumb of originality. Everything else just looks like it could be from a number of different games. All of it. It's like, that's Mass Effect. That's another Marvel-looking thing. That's Star Wars. That I don't know. There's just no originality, like, whatsoever. It's a sci-fi game with a guy in a sci-fi power suit. So, yeah, I don't know. It's just a shame. You need to do a little bit more. If you're gonna put this much effort into a game, you gotta do a little bit more than this to differentiate it, man.
Raised over like a baby over his own mistake on the keypad trip. And like, no one told him.
I've not really played.
No one told him he typed it in wrong.
I hear really, really great things about them, and I know that I should. I had my eye on Control. It's one of those things where
real
like,
220 moment.
Like the story and the aesthetic and everything, the visuals, really into. I just don't know about the gameplay. Not particularly attracted to it. So I don't know if this is the sort of thing that I will play, but I want to. Because it does look really incredibly cool. This trailer was really fun to watch. It's just really, really, really trippy. Very reality bendy.
The game made me type the fucking numbers in wrong.
It's got a really big scope. There's just a lot of really awesome shots in this trailer. So yeah, on an artistic level, I am interested.
Patrol 1 was fun? Yeah, I watched Goon play it.
But we'll see. Okay, so this was confusing. It's still confusing. It's still
These
confusing
gaming streams are online Ambien. Are you sure you don't need mine?
Tomb Raider games.
Welcome in.
2 of them.
They
are releasing back-to-back,
and they're
one year
horny.
after another. And usually when you hear that, it's like, oh, Nintendo's doing 2 Mario games. Well, one's going to be a real one, and another's going to be like a spin-off or whatever. Oh, is the second one a mobile game? No. They are both full Tomb Raider games. There's Tomb Raider
But one's a
Catalyst,
remake.
and there is Tomb Raider Legacy of Atlantis.
But one's a remake.
But Catalyst is a sequel. But from my understanding, I haven't looked too deep into it, from what everyone was telling me, it's not a sequel to the reboot series. It's a sequel to some of the original games. I think this may be like a Crash 4
going back to the original
where you had some
timeline.
games, and then there were a lot of games over the...
Yeah, it's like Crash 4. You have a bunch of fucking sequels nobody likes, so they make a new game that ignores all of that sequels nobody liked, but is a sequel to the original ones that you do like. Whoa, Tomb Raider is saved. Ah!
years, but then they got like decanonized, and then they did a sequel to the original. So
Only
it
falling
sounds
asleep
like
to a
this could
dingus
just
stream
be a
once
sequel
usually
to
keep
the
me up
first,
too
so
late
like
instead. Well, thank you.
Reboot, as it were.
People, I don't mind if I'm
then,
sleep aid.
Tomb Raider Legacy of Atlantis is like a
I'd rather be
remake
sleep aid than
of
straight
the
up
first
AIDS.
game. But both of them
It's like, that's
seem-
what DSP
do they
is.
have different actors. They have kind of like different styles, except the thing is, in one of them, the one
look
that's
at
a
this.
sequel, she looks like
This is the one. This is the one they're calling safe horny. I think this is more like. Is it just that the breasts are too like the breasts aren't like big fucking bazongas? Like I feel like if they were big bazongas, I wouldn't see as many safe horny complaints as I'm looking at.
have kind of like different.
Is this not a fair, charitable approximation of what she looked like in the PS1 days, but with better graphics?
Different styles, except the thing is, in one of them,
like look, you see that we got there's some cake.
different-
Look at her. She's showing skin. There's skin. There's breasts.
Actors, they have kind of like different styles, except
Look, there's butt right there. It's kind of hidden. It goes away. It goes away pretty quickly. But look, there's a backstory.
Thing is, in one of them,
look, it's shaked. It was shaking around. It was moving. Look, I mean, look at her face. It's not. She doesn't have a man chin. There's no man chin.
one that's a sequel, she looks
It's not a
like the
man
Lara
show.
Croft from the reboot series, but it's not from the reboot series. So I'm still not 100% sure.
I don't know. Like I can see the safe horny arguments in other games, even if I like don't really like the term because I think it's dented. But here, I was like, I don't know. I mean, it just looks like how she would have looked on the PS1 if the PS1 had this type of technology. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Rencheck. That I was saying man chin, like mansion. She has a man shin, not a man chin. My argument is, why are people so bothered by it? I think there's a particular spotlight in it in the gamer-based gamer sector because Melody Mack is such a big fucking Tomb Raider fan, so she wouldn't shut up about this trailer. There's also a reason why people were upset about her earlier last year, is because she was complaining about Gooner gamers, but then people talked about her opinion on Tomb Raider. It's like, oh, you hate Gooner games and Gooner gamers, but you're a big fan of Tomb Raider, you hypocrite. She's got like a big statue or something to cut out. See, they cut out a statue of Lara Croft in her room. Also, look, the fourth mask. I got it without going to a sanctuary. Look, it's on the overlay right here, right there. Little bobbing guy. That's what that is. Okay, it's a statue, not a cutout. Sorry, I had forgotten it because it's been a while since that drama. She looks Hispanic. What's wrong with that? Why? So finally a Lara Croft for me. What? Tame and attractive female equals safe horny. Basically, Discord Merchant had a better description where it's like the right amount of sexiness that the ladies in HR and PR won't get mad. I don't know, there's still time before the game comes out. Just make her breasts bigger. I won't complain.
Maybe it's true that it's within that. Never mind. I don't know. I'm not going to try to figure it out. There's 2 Tomb Raider games.
Is that a fraud?
There's some combinations of
this is a guy with long arms. He reminds me of the dudes with long arms in One Piece, but his name is Pelocus. He's the spirit of the world, and now that Rayman has acquired all 4 of the masks, he will awaken and felt all of the pirates in Rayman's world, but not the ones in the sky. He's powerless in the sky, so we still gotta beat the final boss in the sky. The 2 high cheekbones and ambiguous Latina elements make me think a trans individual. I don't know if I can say that word. Who knew the world had such a lit hat? Yeah, the hat's pretty good, isn't it? That's why I really like... There's so much lore and world building in this game that only comes out at certain parts. There's a whole encyclopedia of it if you go searching for it. It really has such a ethereal nature to it. And the later Rayman games don't really lean on this aspect as much. It's a shame. Theories that only sold off sex appeal returns to sex appeal after woke entry flops. And we were talking about that before you came in. Like, were the reboot ones really that woke? Were they? I didn't play them. It just seemed like they were just aping off of Uncharted because Uncharted exploded in massive popularity, and then they were like, wait a minute. It's just doing Tomb Raider, but with better graphics and starring a dude. We can do that as well. So they brought it back. But was it really woke? Was it? Genuine question. Hey, Kamui. Early stream, nice. Yeah, I promised an early stream, so here it is. We're just talking about the new Tomb Raider, and if Lara Croft is really safe horny or just horny. I haven't played a single Tomb Raider in my life. Cheap Uncharted clones. The third one was massively woke. I think I saw DSP play a little bit of that one. Not live, because that was before I started paying attention to him daily. But maybe like in a This Is How You Don't Play? And I might have heard someone complain about aspects of the game. I think that's the one where when you start it, there's like a warning from Crystal Dynamics about how there are aspects of it that are that may offend people, but like the game was created by a team of diverse individuals. Is it that one, Shadow of the Tomb Raider, that has that little opening? I'm glad that never caught on as a thing that every AAA game did. Maybe 1 or 2 AAA games did that. Yeah, the trigger warning. But like for no reason. Like I get when old games do it. Old games that they don't edit because, you know, that would be censorship. You know, they say, oh, like, oh, this shit has shit in it that might make you mad, but we're not gonna censor it because that would be the same as pretending it doesn't exist. That's fine. Like that's fine to have that there, I guess. I wouldn't even put the warning there myself, but I get why it's there. But to then have that warning for a game that isn't a remake and say, oh, there might be shit here that offends you, but the game was made by a diverse team of creators, like, okay, thanks, I guess. But again, it never ended up being a trend. I think only maybe 1 or 2 AAA games ended up using a warning like that. How is the minimalist font lum% going? I think I got maybe 2 or 3 more levels to do. I'm at the pirate ship. But there are a few levels I have to redo because I'm missing 1 or 2 lums. And I derailed myself and went on a little rant about Tomb Raider. It was a positive rant. I'm looking forward to the new one. Lara Croft is showing skin again. This is good.
Boots and remakes and deboots and yeah, I don't know, man. But as someone who did not like the originals and had a really hard time playing the demos when I was a kid,
people apologize for offensive imagery. Who go on at length about how hard you challenge you and make you feel uncomfortable.
The first game, and then the second game was all right, and then I didn't play the third one. From my perspective,
so true, King. But like for real,
I really don't know. I don't have any. I really have no idea.
Archie challenge you and make you think and make you uncomfortable and talk about disturbing topics. Oh no, not like that.
At least, you know, for now, I wouldn't count on that remaining true forever. But at least for now, it's a Switch 2 exclusive. And
Rayman 2 challenges me and makes me think about uncomfortable subjects. There's slavery in this game. The robot pirates enslave Rayman's, fellow subjects, fellow civilians.
My blood's all up, and I'm watching. And I'm like, oh, this looks amazing. And then it's a co-op game. There's a space for co-op games, and I'm happy for people who play co-op games with their friends and they have a great time. I just don't. I do not do it very much. So realistically, I could play a co-op game and I would have fun. Realistically, though, I'm just not gonna. Is it really just It Takes Two? Is it just that guy with his co-op games and they do really well? Is that why this is now like a genre? I don't know. Point is, though, these visuals are incredible. So cool. I think it's, we complain about originality in the game sphere.
I think this is the one Tevin said he wanted to play with me. Tevin said his New Year's resolution is that he's finally going to do a collab with me in the year 2026, the year of our Lord. Now, technically, we have done race streams before. We did Mario vs. Donkey Kong and then Ape Escape 2 and then Yoshi's Island. But these were separate streams and we weren't on the mic together. Tevin says he wants to play this one with me. Let me see. It's like a split fiction situation.
I don't know. Point is, though, these visuals are incredible. So
yeah,
cool.
I like the look of it.
We complain about originality in the game sphere. We complain about, games. Yeah.
We're finally getting fucking, like, It Takes Two likes. Is that what we're going to call the genre? A Way Out likes.
Not looking original enough, looking too much like other games. I think it's awesome
that
we can say we lived in a period of video games where people were still innovating, where people were still...
This is like that kind of aesthetic. Remember the Intergalactic trailer? And it's got like shots of a fake anime in it? This is like the aesthetic that Intergalactic is trying to capture, but done right.
Achieving things that have not been achieved before. You know what I mean? This game captures the look and the feel of retro anime
Oh, now I really got to get my charger.
Perfectly. I've never seen a game that looks quite like this. It's that cel-shaded thing where even the gameplay, when you pause it, it looks like it's straight out of an old anime movie. It just looks really, really incredibly cool. Like, sure, I mean, obviously it's not like perfect one-to-one. You've got like 3D background elements and stuff, but like the characters and the animations and everything, it's just cool. Just cool. Then they revealed another Star Wars game, which was another like, oh, I can't believe they're doing this again. 2 in 1 presentation. It's like pod racers. It's like racing.
Looks like a level 5
man,
game.
I hated that game.
Yeah.
I'm
Like
sure it was a me issue. I just couldn't get the controls.
I don't know,
down.
the commitment to the anime
But that was
aesthetic and
terrible.
how it looks like almost like you're watching a
lot of
cartoon.
people, a lot of fond memories. I'm actually not sure if they've done a racing game between then and now. They probably have.
Layton and
It's a cool
Inazuma
series, but
are
in
the
my
same
mind,
way.
I'm like, oh look, they're doing a new pod racing game. There's that guy. There's that Shaboba guy. So this is one where like I totally admit that this is coming from a non-fan. So like I don't really know like what the general consensus is going to be.
He's
This
a
is very,
non-fan.
like, casual armchair perspective here, but Jeff teased some really huge reveal. Like he teased this like it was like the Okami 2 reveal, a game reveal. Like there's a lot of world premieres in this presentation, but this one.
And look, it's
gets
the guy from
orchestra
Sonic Trouble
behind it.
again.
The orchestra is playing a special song, and there's a video behind them, and it's this long, super crazy reveal, and the doors open up, and it's Mega Man. Oh, Mega Man is back! And then they cut to the gameplay, and it's like, oh, they're doing that again. They're doing that again, huh?
Damn, Arlo and Synthetic Man were underwhelmed by the Mega Man reveal. I guess I kind of see his point with like the triumphant kind of trailer, and then the gameplay is shown. It's just using the Mega Man 11 engine. I get it. Versus like, he's right. Like that was the Okami 2 of the show. Okami 2 was that big reveal near the end, also by Capcom, and everyone lost their fucking shit. It seemed like they were trying to capture the same reaction. So they have this big grand reveal, and then you see the gameplay is just more Mega Man 11, which is fine. I get, like, at least Okami 2, at least it had gameplay. The Okami 2 trailer didn't have the gameplay, but it had the hype behind it. I don't know, maybe they should have changed up the engine or the assets. Because Mega Man 11 was so long ago. So to have the big grand reveal, you finally get a brand new Mega Man game after all this time, but it just reuses the assets from Mega Man 11. Doesn't it just make you think, like, why did we wait so long then? If you could have just, kept the engine and assets of 11, why did it take so long to get another one? Why wasn't this like 2 years after Mega Man 11 had come out?
So like, yeah, like I don't know, like I don't want to rant about it like for too long. It's just kind of like,
I'm happy for Mega Man people though. I'm just
didn't you
I'm
do
not,
this already?
I'm not
Didn't we
really in
already
that
have
camp.
like you spoke and we listened. Mega Man is like a return to form. It's just like the original games. Haven't they done that a couple times now? The last one was it was like 8 years ago. A couple times, a classic style Mega Man.
Look how the trailer
It's just
invites you in. Like even Mega Man, he's got like that animated aesthetic. It doesn't look like 11 just yet.
Like I don't know. I'm not saying there's no market for that kind of thing, but I also don't feel like it's worth the massive build-up. It just doesn't
Yeah,
look
and there you
super
go.
great. Like,
and then you just see this. It's just Mega Man 11.
I feel like it's worth the massive build-up. It just doesn't look super great. Like I don't know, it's Capcom. Like they make really amazing looking games. That's not to say it like looks bad. It just
Slapping
doesn't
the RE
look
engine.
like particularly anything. And like the movement physics, it really is just imitating the classic games pretty much perfectly. I mean, like that's the thing though, is like you had like the NES games and then you had like the Super NES games, and those were way more fluid and there was so much more action, but like every time they do like a return, it feels so like
I will say the name is interesting, Dual Override. My prediction is it's gonna involve like another form of Mega Man, maybe Mega Man X Mega Man. That'd be like the easiest one to do since it's roughly the same gameplay style. Like the other Mega Mans are like all different genres and shit. What if it's Mega Man crossing over with Mega Man X? Because why is the name Dual Override, you guys? Maybe they realize Capcom wouldn't want to do another Mega Man X unless it's attached to the hip of a proper Mega Man game.
perfectly. I mean, like, that's the thing, though, is like, you had like the NES games, then you had like the Super NES games, and those were way more fluid, and there was so much more action, but like every time they do like a return, it feels so like stilted, so rooted in like the first games. I don't know. It just seems like
Mega
you could
Man
be doing
2
so much
pandering?
more with
Yeah.
Mega Man. It just seems strange at this point. And again, 2027.
Again,
this cute little
Arlo kind of spitting here. Why the long wait for something that looks very similar to 11? Why was it revealed so early? Capcom moment. They saw the dollar signs, the advertising potential.
Classic Mega Man. You're gonna have to wait up to 2 years for it. I don't get it.
It really is
completely
silly.
fair, very recently Capcom came out and said
It
we
could
haven't
be
been using
early
Mega Man. We wanna use
2027.
Mega Man
So
more,
technically
we
a year out
absolutely
from
wanna put
now,
way more into
but
Mega
like
Man.
you
So
hear
in the
that
near
and it's
future,
like,
we
God
may be seeing
damn,
a
that
lot
could be
more
like
Mega Man.
September
It could be that this is
27.
kind of just the beginning of this new Mega Man initiative. They just wanted to like return to roots, go back to
I
basics.
did MTC, dude. That was like at the start of the stream.
For the however many time, and maybe we'll get more stuff
Venezuela
from here.
segment.
Yeah, I don't know. Just felt a little disappointing, but yeah, it sounds like there's at least a good number.
He was
of, like,
disappointed.
Mega Man. Someone in chat was saying the real hardcore Mega Man fans are happy for the most part. So hey, if that's true, then I am very happy.
So we're gonna chill now. We're gonna announce the game early so we can build up an audience. All right? Capcom just sits there for like a year. All right, we're building up the audience. All right, you guys ready? You guys ready? All right, the game's out. It's out right now. It's 2 years later.
Happy for you. So then the final big reveal. What's it a big reveal for? A multiplayer hero shooter, and it's just like
In the big
tried to hype it up
2.6.
because it's like a lot of the people who
Hero
did,
shooter.
like Titanfall, you know, like it's a very highly some very highly regarded games. There's definitely some
Oh,
real,
yeah, regarded's
some
right.
real star power here.
Especially if you
And
talk to people who
don't
play
doubt
that last
the game
Monster
is
Hunter.
good. You know, I was saying this in the stream, just kind of like if you had showed me this 10
But you guys
years
would be
ago,
fine if
I
Nintendo
would've
did
been
it.
Like, hey, that looks pretty
If
good. Like,
they
it looks
revealed
like
that new
a perfectly
Yoshi
fine-
game,
you know, it
people
looks
are
more
overhating
visually
on it. I think it
striking
looks
than other
fine.
Certain live service games that I could mention that came out this year. It's just another hero shooter. It's just, I just can't. I don't know. I just can't. I mean, I'm not the only one. General consensus seems to be it was a really lame thing to end the presentation on. I don't know. Just how can you pretend to be excited about it?
It's Yoshi, who cares about that?
So now let's talk about the
Well, it's
show
also a
itself and the
side-scroller, like
awards
Mega
and
Man.
all of the shenanigans. There sure were a lot of celebrities. Just so many. Every
Even Taven hated on the Yoshi game. He likes, I'm so sorry.
cares about any one celebrity.
I did that earlier too. I keep swapping to the wrong screen. The wrong scene. I was still playing the game, so I was navigating the mouse with my peripheral vision. Let me rewind a little bit. I'm so sorry.
I mean, I'm not the only one. General consensus seems to be it was a really lame thing to end the presentation on. I don't know. Just how can you pretend to be excited about stuff like this? So now let's talk about the show itself.
You know,
and the
millions of
awards and
dollars
all
goes
of
a long
the,
way for making Jeff pretend to be hype,
shenanigans.
Arlo.
There sure were a lot of celebrities. Just so many. Every year, it's just more and more. And none of us care one bit. Not a single person watching this show cares about
I was
any
kind of
one
mashing Biscuit
celebrity
Bun Cream.
appearance, and yet, like, that's how he competes with the Super Bowl, I guess. He feels like there's got to be
But
star
as I was
power.
saying,
And, like, it's already
Tevin
such
liked
a
Yoshi
humongous
Woolly
corporate
World, but not
endeavor.
Crafted
All
World.
these sponsors, they got to be pulling in
So it's
so
not like
much
Tevin,
money,
you know,
and they
dislikes
got to be
all the-
spending
all the newer Yoshi
three-quarters of
games.
it. Like, keep the money. Be rich. I don't even care, but like just spending it all on these celebrity
think it's
appearances.
the secret
we just
Discord
don't
show?
care about.
It's like that. Wait.
There's so many.
It's like that one time Synthetic Man actually showed his secret Discord in which he was talking with an e-girl and he was sipping for her, and it was exposed. And then he deleted the stream and quickly fired up another one, but it was already clipped by Kiwi Farms. Ah!
Countless celebrity appearances, and you know,
This
I
Dingus
lied.
secret Discord. It doesn't
One
exist.
was worth something.
I bum off Van's Discord
in a Warframe ad. That was pretty good. And then Muppet appearances don't count as celebrity appearances. Obviously, they are on another level. And golly, I gotta hand it to Jeff. I don't know who he's hiring to like figure all this stuff out and write this stuff, but like, man, they have brought it. The Muppet appearances are always nice, but like most of the time, like up until last year, they were very just kind of like, who's here? Oh, it's Pepe. Look, he's taking selfies. Or it's like, oh, it's Animal. He's just, like, they didn't really like do anything. No, scratch that. The very first year,
The Statler and Waldorf
they did have a
one
whole
was
bit
good.
with Bunsen Honeydew and Beaker and like a
Yeah,
Goose. It was, like,
they were
Untitled Goose
announcing.
Game. So they did do a whole
Yeah,
bit. So that was
yeah,
good. But most of the time,
they announced
it's
the
just kinda
Entitled
like, I
Goose
don't know,
Game
they just
Award
kinda
or
show up and
whatever.
make some jokes, and that's it. But then last year they had
Wait,
Statler
yeah,
and
no,
Waldorf.
wait. He's also forgetful. There was the year they had Swedish Chef, and he was announcing the Swedish Chef update for Overcooked. But no, that's just wrong. No, sometimes they are pivotal to segments of the actual show and not just there to be there.
And that was incredible because they like genuinely tore him a new one. They just mercilessly made fun of Jeff and the show. It was awesome.
Statler and Waldorf was good, but I feel like the jokes were pre-approved so that they wouldn't make fun of Jeff and his feelings too hard. It just kind of had that air like they were going as hard as they possibly could go without making Jeff too upset. It's just the impression that I got. I'm pretty sure I said that when I was watching the show with UNF as well. It feels like they're kind of holding back a bit.
And they kind of did the same thing this year, but like they brought it to a new level. They didn't just bring Piggy, they brought Ralph, and at the end, they even perform a musical number. They sing a little song.
I feel like Ralph was only here because Ralph doesn't have the star power to be there by himself at the Game Awards. Nobody knows who Ralph the dog is. It's a shocker that I know his name.
And again, like, no holds barred, making fun of the show for being stupid.
No,
and
not
worthless.
Ralph.
And like mentioning a bunch of video games, like hearing Ralph the dog.
No, Ralph, like Ralph, like he's growling.
It's quite novel. And yeah, I don't know. It was a good song. They both sang it together. There's like a bit how they're improvising it, and I mean, it's classic Muppet Show. You know, Ralph on the piano and another character.
You don't recognize the dog? Fairly, you recognize him even if you don't know his name.
Right there. I mean, no, it was obviously that was the best.
He was
thing
voiced by Jim
to come out
Henson
of the
using
Game
his
Awards this
speaking
year. It was
voice.
excellent. Just excellent. Say whatever you want about the entire show. What they did there. The first two Piggy appearances were that same kind of like, oh, haha, she's here, haha, she's very, she was like suggesting that they had a romantic past. I guess that was pretty funny. But for the most part, it was just kind of whatever. It's what you would expect, yeah. And then they hit us with the song at the end with Ralph. That's good. That's good stuff. Oh, and then, beyond video games, we actually did get
he
some
used the Muppets
movie
in all those
stuff.
old
I'm not going to
commercials.
show any of that footage here.
I like
for
the coffee
copyright
ones.
reasons. But
There
we
was
got,
one that made fun of
a few
communism.
seconds
Very
of the Mario
based.
Galaxy movie. Wow. Amazing. A single joke, nice, and then Street Fighter. I didn't know or forgot that they're making a new Street Fighter movie, and it's very much styled in like classic Street Fighter style. Looks pretty visually punchy, no pun intended. I'm not a Street Fighter guy, and I don't know how the movie will end up being, but from where I'm sitting, it seems to be the exact kind of Street Fighter movie that they should have made. So yeah,
Ralph should have been pushing a new hero shooter. Ralph has too much integrity.
In a little Capcom
Never be able to get him up
commercial
at the
with
show
Maggie
for a
Rabbit,
hero
that's fun.
shooter.
Flute Guy, man. What can we say about Flute Guy at this point? This guy is a genius, both musically and comedically. And this year, I did not think, where do you go? He starts out, he's going crazy on the flute.
Yeah,
and
Ralph
everyone
predates
loves
the
it.
Muppets, and then
from
Kermit
there,
too, obviously.
He does this
and I think
shtick where
another
the
one?
instruments are changing size every time
I think Sam the Eagle
camera
as
cuts
well.
to him. It's like they're like getting bigger and smaller, and like it's so funny. So this year, I'm just like, where do you go from there?
He had like a Southern Colonel character for like bread, Southern bread or
And
something.
somehow,
That was
he did it.
there are a lot
This
of
year, it
commercials
was about
with that
weird
character
flutes.
that just would not be able to do
every time the
today.
camera cuts back to him for each different game
Watched a compilation
represented
of
in
him
the
a while
whole
back.
medley. He's got a different, progressively weirder wind instrument. Like these more weird and bent things. One is like a tiny little thing. It's literally a necklace. It's like an ocarina as big as your thumb. And then he's got one I'm pretty darn sure he
Ocarina.
just whipped together with PVC before the show. I don't know. He's a genius. And of course, he can play all of these perfectly, so
And
passionately.
they did Sesame Street, then they did the Muppets, and
he's a
now they're
treasure.
owned
He's
by
an absolute
Soulless
treasure. I hope
Corporation
Jeff's paying
Disney,
him well, because he's
who does nothing
very
with
in
them.
these shows.
Yes.
Okay, here's the thing. He's awesome. He's great. But gosh, what about all these other people? These are other really talented and passionate musicians. Don't they deserve some credit? And I feel like this year in particular, you had a lot. They were just trying to stand out. In some way. I can't blame them. It's really funny. One guy's got it's like a glass trumpet. It's like a crystal trumpet or something. I've never seen anything like that.
I think they're taking
Had,
out the Muppet
drummer
right at Disney
had,
World as well.
Big,
Muppet
colorful
Vision.
sunglasses. You gotta have something. You gotta have a thing. You want to stand out. The one lady had a glittery double keytar. Awesome, fantastic. And now we get to the awards themselves. Awards in an award show. You gotta be kidding me. I know it's crazy. Yeah, DK Bonanza won Family Game of the Year, and that was really nice. I mean, obviously, it's the family category. It's the Nintendo category. DK was nominated for Game of the Year, but there was no reality where he was gonna win Game of the Year. It's my Game of the Year. So family.
Don't tell the
that's
DK guy.
the Nintendo one, and I thought Mario
DK
Kart would
guy
get
thought it
I
had a
really
chance.
Did, but DK won, and that was a really, really nice, pleasant surprise. And then Doug Bowser even got to accept it, which is really nice because I don't know when he's leaving Nintendo exactly, but it's got to be pretty darn
Already
soon
did.
here. So it was nice to see him perhaps one last time to accept the award.
It was
That's
literally
cool.
the final time.
Moist Critical won Content Creator of the Year, which is really funny. Very fitting. Very fitting, because people were telling me that he was begging them not to choose him. Obviously his chat went crazy, but they were saying that he was just no, please don't pick me. So I'm very pleased that they picked him, because that is the funniest possible outcome. And he was a content creator that was
Should've went to the
nominated,
Burnt
and then I
Peanut.
actually know who he is. That is a rare thing. Obviously, the awards are all pointless, but there were a few slightly frustrating disappointments in there. Putting Indie Game of the Year in the pre-show is ridiculous. It's already ridiculous that there are so many awards.
I mean, they didn't care about it this year because it went to Claire Obscure, which won everything
else.
else.
The whole like song and dance, they just kind of like, and this winner, this one is this, and the winner, this one is this. So it's like a throwaway. But then the ones in the pre-show, that's even weirder. There should not be any awards in the pre-show. How is that even a pre-show? But yeah, putting indie game of the year. That should be one of the big ones. You know, like you have.
Bird Peanut doesn't consider himself a VTuber.
Best performance, best music, best multiplayer game, best indie game. You know, if you sort them all, like it's gotta be up at the top. That's such a big deal, especially like they're trying to acknowledge indie games. This whole
But
entire
then how did he
presentation
win?
was a massive celebration of how all
The
these
voters
indie
just
games
liked
are
him.
making the list.
They
That's
just liked
great.
him too much.
You can't make the indie category a throwaway in the pre-show. That is just absurd. Then there was the Player's Voice Award. This is the one award, kind of like an unofficial award. It's the only one that is voted on purely by the community. No panels of judges or whatever. It's just people on the internet voting.
And guess what? A
apparently
gotcha
there is
won.
a game called Wuthering Waves. I've not heard of it before, but I guess it's the latest like nasty gotcha MMO slop game from what everyone was telling
Slop?
me. And it won because the game offered in-game
buddy.
rewards.
Bro, he's saying that like there's
who went
AI
and
in
voted
it.
For it. So it's just like,
No.
we can't even have that. We can't even have an award that's like legitimately voted on by people. It's still gonna get hijacked by some nasty corporate entity. Cool, thanks. So as expected, Clear Obscure
Holy
Expedition
shit, he
33
really
did
hates
indeed
anime.
win Game of the Year. That was not surprising, but perhaps I was a little surprised by how
Maybe gamers really shouldn't have full 100% democracy control of the vote.
No, I was still pretty surprised. It's the most
Maybe they
nominated
deserve
game
to
in
have
Game
journals
Awards history,
fucking
as
vote
well as the
Clear
most,
Obscure for everything. If they're gonna
winged
vote a gotcha
game
as
in Game
Player's
Awards
Voice.
history. It took so many different categories in addition to Game of the Year.
Wuthering
that
Waves
was
is just Genshin,
pretty
but not
interesting,
made
and,
by
you know, like,
MiHoYo.
Sure, yeah,
To
great.
put
Like
it
they're
simply.
the darlings of the year, and I think that's awesome. I know there's the whole like, oh, how could you nominate them for Indie of the Year? Are they even really indie? Does indie mean independent,
not.
or is it the
They're
size of the
not.
team? Honestly, I'm so tired of those conversations. I really don't even care.
Oh, he's sweeping.
But I think it's cool. They're not the littlest guys possible.
No, this is bullshit.
Of the year, and I think that's awesome. I know there's the whole like, oh, how could you nominate them for Indie of the Year? Are they even really indie? Does indie
They're
mean
not.
independent, or is it the size of the team? Honestly,
not.
I'm so tired of those conversations. I really don't even care.
Oh, so negative.
but
I don't even
but
want
think
to talk
it's
about it. It's
They're
so
not
toxic.
The littlest guys possible, but compared to the rest of the industry, it still is pretty much a case of the little guys coming out on top, and that's always a nice thing. And finally, how did I do in my predicting? Not great. I think last year, didn't I get like 3/4 of them?
All people are saying is that it
Pure
shouldn't have been
dumb luck.
Indie Game of the Year. Give it to
I'm not
another
good at
smaller
predicting.
game that had no
So yeah, this
recognition
time, out of
or
29
less recognition.
categories, I got 10 right. And pretty much all of the ones that I got right were just obvious. Most of them were just Claire Obscure. So yeah, and then I think one pure dumb luck one was giving Doom the accessibility award. That was just a pure shot in the dark, and I got it. So yeah, not my best here. And that is it for the 2025 Game Awards. Overall, I don't even know. I feel like it used to be a lot easier to give like a solid opinion on the whole thing. I don't even know. It was the Game Awards. There were a couple really big cool things. There were a couple funny things. There was a whole lot of nothing.
How's it not
fine. Yeah, no,
indie?
let's say it was fine. I'd give it
Well,
a
it's got a big publisher
B-.
behind it. It's not a
it's
small
like
team.
by Game
It's a
Awards
big
standards,
team.
like C+
They
to
tried to
B-.
say it was a small team in marketing, and they had a
that's,
$10 million
and have a good
budget,
day.
and they're able to afford to voice the guy who plays Daredevil. No, I just compare it to the Megabonk guy who outright refused to be in debut indie game because, you know, he had honesty, integrity. And he said, well, it's actually not my debut indie game. It's not the first game I ever made. And then you look at Claire Obscure. No humility. Not humble at all. Alright, those are his thoughts on the Game Awards. Nintendo Switch 2 in 2026. My wish list. It's not going to have any anime in it. And if it does, he's fake fanning.
This video is brought to you by Raycon.
Oh, I love Raycon.
Oh, candy canes. Silver lanes, Christmas aglow, and the lights and the snow, and Santa on his way in his big fat there sleigh with his reindeer. They're coming all of the day. It's Christmas time in the city time, but also
as you can tell, we're kind of late to this video.
Time in more rural areas also as well. It's a light with the wonderful Christmas smell. Stockings, presents.
You guys love this.
The tree and the reindeer and lights and
He's
the
still
toys
going.
and the presents from Santa for you and for me. Orchestra swells. Christmas time. Christmas time. It's fun.
Oh, he's still going.
Finally, Christmas
He's still going.
Right here.
He's stolen
And
France.
You all see that you and me. It's Christmas.
Riot.
Silver bells, candy canes, mistletoe. Bring it down again. Mistletoe, lights, reindeers, and
Bro, this is gonna be like a sixth of the video. It's just this.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's time for the yearly wish list video. Yay, yay! I don't remember the year I started doing all these holiday videos, but I feel like I've been doing them for a pretty long time now.
Thank
so
you,
those of you who've been around for a while, you know the drill. This is the wish list video. I'm going to talk about all of the things that I wish for
I watched
myself in the year of 2026.
We watched his last prediction video last year while playing Donkey Kong Country 3. So I think he's gonna go over his predictions from that video and see which ones ended up being correct. I'm gonna guess none of them.
We're going to start off with Nintendo, because Nintendo, I don't know if you've noticed, kind of my thing, and then I will kind of touch on my outside of Nintendo wishes for next year, and then I will go over all of the stuff that I wished for last year and see which wishes came true this year. This year being 2025, but I made the wishes in 2024 about 2025. So now in the 2026 video, I talk about the wishes for 2025 that I made in 2024. Let's go! Wish number one. We know that we are getting a Super Mario Bros. Wonder Switch 2 edition next year. Nintendo already revealed that it's going to have a little bit of like multiplayer content, and it is going to be getting some sort of
a new single-player story
as well. My wish is that single-player content is kind of substantial, you know, because like as usual,
better be.
I'm not
gonna
a big
bring back the
multiplayer guy.
coupons.
I want some good single player stuff.
He has no friends.
Just give me, like, this,
He's
this
friendless.
Game needed DLC. It was ripe for DLC, and it did not get DLC. I want more challenges. I want some more wonder effects, maybe some more badges or something. So yeah, I was a little disappointed when they revealed the multiplayer stuff. So it's like, my wish is that we get a good amount more than that. I'm not getting my hopes up because, like, I don't know, the multiplayer stuff, it's still content. They still made it. It still adds value to the game, so they may not feel as inclined now to do as much single-player stuff. I really don't know, but this is my wish list, so my wish is that there's a really good amount. And speaking of Switch 2 editions, you know I'm wishing for a Pikmin 4 Switch 2 edition. Good rhyme.
They already gave that one update,
This
though.
is obviously very confusing because Nintendo just gave the game a free update, but that update did not include a performance boost patch, but it had new features, so it's like, if you're going to give it an update, why would you not update for performance? That makes me think it's got to be getting a Switch 2 edition, but if it's gonna get a Switch 2 edition, why would you not just wait until the Switch 2 edition? All that stuff. It's weird, but whatever. It's a wish list, so I wish for that very much. That in addition to the update that the game just got, we also get a full-blown Switch 2 edition. Obviously, the biggest wish is like some really substantial extra content. Level editor is literally always the thing that I will wish for, but I would take anything. I would just take like a new area to explore or something.
They'll just tell you Mario
just
Maker 3,
good amount of
the
Dundee
Mario
challenges would be
Wonder,
something, you know?
select style
but
limit.
if all of that doesn't happen, then at the very, very, very least, even if it comes weirdly late, can we please get a performance update for the game so that it runs really well on Switch 2? I think it would look so very lovely.
Oh, wait. My bad, he's talking about Pikmin there.
Performance boost patches. What's like the one term I'm
Pikmin
supposed to be
level editor
using?
would be
There's a
cool.
lot of words that could kind of describe it. Speaking of that kind of thing, obviously there are plenty of Switch games that could use performance enhancing free updates, but at this moment I'm thinking of a little handful specifically, and they all just happen to be re-releases of GameCube games. That's a little bit funny. Thousand Year Door, obviously higher frame rate would be number one, but then even just those beautiful visuals in 4K, that would look absolutely fantastic.
60 FPS,
Pikmin
please.
1 and 2, they don't
60 FPS,
necessarily
Thousand Year
need
Door?
such an
I don't
update.
care about the resolution.
The game's already
It already
look
looks
really
good.
with the slightly simpler graphics on, even just in 1080p is pretty good. But whatever. I'm wishing, so I'll take the full thing. Mainly though, it's Pikmin 3. It's Pikmin 3 Deluxe. Like, the deluxe version did not improve the performance whatsoever, which was really weird. I thought it would get a slight resolution boost. I don't know. If it did, I couldn't tell. It's still rather jaggy. So Pikmin 3 Deluxe is definitely something I would like to see running better on Switch 2. And then Metroid Prime Remastered. You know, that would just... It's just such a nice looking game. It's almost too good looking for the Switch. You're like, I wish I could have it at a higher resolution.
This is a GameCube
it would make
game,
it look
Arlo.
really obscenely good. And
It's a
speaking
GameCube
of
game,
Metroid,
Arlo.
in 2026, we will find out how Metroid Prime 4 sold at launch. And I wish that it will get a lot of sales, that many people will have purchased the game by then, and we will have numbers that make me happy. I just really need this, okay? I just really need this game to do well. And then speaking of Metroid again, at this point, I'm not getting my hopes up that we're gonna get Metroid Prime 2 and 3 remasters / ports, really anything. I mean, it just kind of seems like if they were gonna do it, why would they not have done it now? They remastered Prime 1, then they released Prime 4. If there was a time for 2 and 3, see, like there's 1 and then there's 4, and then 2 and 3, they go between 1 and 4. Would have been perfect, but I don't know. I wish that in some form, maybe next year, we do get Metroid Prime 2 and 3, even if they're just ports, as long as you update the controls and stuff. I'm fine with that. You don't need to do the full remaster thing. Just give me an easier way to play those games. And then last Metroid Wish,
Why
I did wish
why does
for
he have
Metroid
lowered
6 this year.
expectations?
I knew it was probably not really
Nintendo
likely
would
at all.
see
I
hearing
still
these
think
this
it's
wish
probably
list.
just a little bit too early, especially, you know, coming off the heels of Metroid Prime 4. They probably want to space it out a little bit more, but I do think that 2026 is when it is the most within the realm of possibility. Like 2026 is a year where they could announce it, especially if they like announced it next year and it came out the following year. I don't know. It just feels a lot more possible now. That will be enough time after the release of Metroid Dread that I think like, yeah, like we could. Probably won't, but like we totally could, and it wouldn't be like super weird. So yeah, something Metroid 6 related in 2026 would be awful nice. And then like this one's gonna be on the list until it comes out. Luigi's Mansion 4. It's just so ripe. It's just absolute. It's a fruit on the tree. It's bursting. It's juicing. It's
been a minute since Next Level released anything. Last game was Mars Strikers.
Announcement is completely imminent. 3 came out in 2019. Next year, that's 7 years. Nintendo bought Next Level Games. I mean, honestly, like, there's a fine chance because we are due not only for a Luigi's Mansion game, because as always, 3 sold really well. They're definitely going to work on a new one, especially with Nintendo.
I think the situation with the Prime remasters is that the work on 2 and 3 came to a stop when Retro was put on Prime 4. So they're kind of in limbo at the moment.
Since then, so we're overdue, or we are due for a Next Level Games game and a Luigi's Mansion game. I mean, obviously, I can do like the full-on predicting in the predictions video, but for now, I will wish that in 2026 we get Luigi's Mansion 4. And as long as I'm wishing, I would like it to come out next year. You know, you could announce it next year and release it in 2027, but you know, I wish to play it in the year 2026. Before I make even a single additional wish, I must remind you that this video was brought to you by Raycon. It's the holiday season, and that means
Tis the season.
Raycon is offering up to 20% off.
I'm not hinting. I'm outright telling
I
you.
think a pair of Raycon Everyday Earbuds Classic would make a pretty darn good present. They got all the features you expect, up to 32 hours of battery life using the charging case, multi-point connectivity, multiple sound profiles, the ability to easily take calls. Plus, they've got active noise cancellation like Raycon's other latest models. But the whole thing is wrapped up in a package that has the look and feel and buttons of the original Raycon Everydays. This is definitely my favorite model they've ever put out. They're still the comfiest earbuds I've ever used. I can basically wear them all day. They come in lots of fun colors, lots of case options, and they come with a 30-day happiness guarantee, so you got nothing to lose. Head to buyraycon.com/Arlo
But my
or hit the
fucking
link in the
time.
description of this video or scan this QR code to get up to 20% off your purchase. And please remember to order by December 15th if you want to ensure shipping by Christmas. Very important. Thanks again to Raycon. I now wish that you will enjoy the rest of the video. So the Mario Galaxy movie comes out in 2026, and my wish there is that it's really good. You know, I really enjoyed the first Mario movie, but not everybody
Luigi's
did.
Mansion
It
3
was
is
like a little
good.
bit divisive. There was definitely like a lot of it
I'd
was
say
kind of
1 is the best, then 3, then 2.
Inevitable Mario movie stuff, but now that we've kind of like we've broken that ice, we can get past it and focus a little bit more on telling like a better story.
It's not Raycon, it's NordVPN. No, his shit is Squarespace.
It was much better received by a much wider audience, and we could all celebrate it and have fun and just say it was. I mean, we're getting a Mario Galaxy movie. I still can't believe it. It's crazy. Yeah, I just
It'll
hope
probably
it's real
take
good.
from
I hope
more
we all have
games
fun
than
with
just
it.
Galaxy
I
Armor.
also wish that at the beginning
Wait,
of the
wait,
movie,
we already know
get
it's
some
on-
sort of
it's taken from
short.
Odyssey.
I'm still surprised and saddened that they did not take the opportunity to put a short.
Yeah, I
at
didn't
the
like
beginning of
Luigi's
the Mario
Mansion
movie,
2's
like
mission
Pixar
structure
style.
scrambles.
Obviously, Pikmin would be really
Worked
nice.
on a
but we
handheld,
just
didn't
get a
work when I played the
Pikmin-related short,
remaster.
So I'd also settle for something else. It would be crazy to see any Nintendo IP that's not Mario or Zelda, but on the big screen. Because, like, it's a short. That's the thing. This is an opportunity to expose these
Make a
big
Fire Emblem
audiences
anime.
to some Nintendo IP that itself may not be a big enough deal to make a
New
whole
one.
movie out of. But, like, you can get it in front of people. You can get a billion eyes on it or whatever. At least a good few tens of millions of eyes on this thing. So, like, I don't know. Give us a Kirby short. Give us a Star Fox short. Just like, I don't know. Obviously, a short is like a smaller budget. It's got to be a relatively like small scenario. But yeah, I don't know. It could be anything. Just like do a little short about like Samus on a gunship or something. I don't know. Something. It's like the Close to You short where Pikmin are like messing with somebody, but it's Samus on a gunship between missions. That's what I wanted.
Unite would be hell if they made Fire Emblem anime. There was 2 minutes Dingus soy facing. It would. That would actually be. That would be. That would have. That would happen. In fact.
And in one of those interviews, I want them to mention the idea of a Galaxy 3, and once more being like, we're not ruling it out. They just feed us a little crumb of hope that Galaxy 3 could happen someday. Moving on, I don't want to bring up like all of the Nintendo controversy discourse stuff right here, dig too deep into that, because then that just like becomes the whole entire conversation. But at the very, very least, I wish that in 2026, we don't get any more $80 games. You know, like Mario Kart is the one, and it kind of freaked us out, but Nintendo's been putting it in the bundle and discounting the bundle, so okay, most people who own that game did not pay $80. However, the next time Nintendo just says, here's a game, flat out, it is $80, that's not going to be a happy day. So I hope
No,
that
not
it's
time for
gonna
the final
happen
boss.
someday, but I hope 2026 is not the collection of days.
Because I get locked if I start the final boss.
And then,
So
as always,
I gotta
basically
quit out of
every
it.
wish list video, possibly going all the way back to the first one. Not 100% sure, but I think so. I'm always wishing for something really new from Nintendo. Something just like really genuinely new. Some sort of big new, like AAA, really high production value, like a brand new IP, but some sort of like mainly single player adventure game. Because as always, I explain every year, like, you know, they put out new IPs, they create new properties, but they're most often like smaller projects or like kind of side stuff, or like primarily multiplayer. It's always multiplayer, but I feel like a multiplayer game, it's not going to appeal precisely to me. It's not going to appeal as much to me. Just some new like adventure, a new character, you know, like just a new character who goes on, just has a big game, you know? I think I enjoyed Pikmin so much on the GameCube, and I've been waiting 24, 25 years to replicate that experience of Nintendo just being like, here's a brand new game with a brand new idea featuring a brand new character, and it's gonna spin itself off into a whole series, and it's just like a regular old single player game, and it's really cool. I want that again. I'm waiting for that to happen again someday, and it has not happened, really, so maybe 2026. Something like in the Nintendo style, you know? Not just any old game, like something that like, some character who sits really comfortably beside Mario and Link and Olimar and all that. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Whatever. Moving on. Oh yeah, so that's really it for Nintendo. So now I can touch on some outside of extra Nintendo stuff. And I really actually don't have that much this year. I've not been paying like a ton of attention to like all of the different things that are already confirmed to be happening next year. And you know, a lot of the things that I'm into, I just, you know, like Resident Evil, like, okay, well, that's coming. And I don't have any wishes for it because I'm sure it's going to be perfect. Because I'm sure it's going to be really, really great. And then like FromSoft, you know, I'm really into them. But Dusk Bloods is coming out in 2026. I assume that's going to be their only major project. So there you go. It's already kind of laid out. I mean, of course, you know, if I'm wishing, I do hope that Dusk Bloods is something that I end up enjoying. I've been through this whole song and dance enough times with like multiplayer games that I know that like at the best, I'm going to have some fun with it for a bit and I will enjoy it and then ultimately put it down because I don't have enough time to really compete, you know. But at the very least, I can hope that does happen. You know, I hope that it launches and I really do enjoy it at least enough to have like that week or something where I'm playing it. I hope I'm not just immediately just absolutely booted from the entire experience because I'm just so bad at these games. You know, I wish that there is something there for me to grab onto and enjoy for a while. And then Bloodborne, obviously, like just obviously, right? Like just that's another one that's every single year, just like a Bloodborne remake, remaster, just like whatever. Can we play Bloodborne, a more modern version? It'd just be really nice. I also hope that we see more from Fumito Ueda's next project, Project Robot. I'm not getting my hopes up. The teaser that we got at the Game Awards last year really did make it feel kind of like It's probably going to be a bit. It didn't even
Yeah,
really have a
physical
release
media-
window. Oh yeah, I should
physical
mention
media
at the
based?
time of this recording,
Physical
the Game
media
Awards are
beta?
coming out in a couple days, so I don't know. Some of this may be outdated in a couple days' time, like the day after this video goes live. I'm not sure, but yeah, at least right now, I'm not counting on seeing Project
Yeah,
Robot
we're
in
definitely living in
2026,
the
but I
past
do
with this
hope
video.
that we do. And again, as has
I'm
been the
behind.
case, probably every single wishlist video, the obligatory
Yeah,
Play
missing
Dead
10
Project
mums.
3. They did Limbo.
It should be
they did
missing
Inside.
7 in
Inside is
this
one of my
one.
absolute favorite games of all
See.
time. It's one of the only games I've ever played that I think is literally perfect. And we've barely heard a thing. In the last like year or two, we've gotten more from them than usual. We've gotten like a couple more like little. Are they screenshots or are they concept art? Not 100% sure. So it's like things maybe kind of ramping up. But at the same time, it's been 9 years. My review of Inside was one of the first reviews I ever did. So once you reach that long, next year it'll be 10 years. Yeah, 10 years since Inside. So you reach a point where, yeah, you just reach a point where, and between Project Robot and
Now we gotta
Play
redo
Dead
levels
Project 3, I
incessantly
think
until we
it's
find all these
pretty
fucking
obvious.
lums.
I have something of a thing for minimalist art games that never release, that just take forever to like 10 years plus to come out. It's one of my favorite genres, I guess. Then very vaguely, I wish for something in 2026 that absolutely surprises me. Just some game from a completely unknown source, maybe even just like a developer I've never even heard of before, a game that I didn't even know was coming, but it hits me and it just hits me just right, and I just absolutely love it. Just some sort of random surprise new favorite video game. That would be kind of fun. And then my last wish is that GTA 6 gets delayed again, because I think it would be so funny. So that's it for this.
I don't think he's very interested in
this
GTA 6, guys.
Next year's wishes. This year's wishes for next year. That's it for those. So now we're going to talk about last year's wishes for this year.
Yeah, what did you
and
predict
go over
last year?
How
Let's
much
see.
stuff I actually got from my list. Was it a lot? Was it a lot? Not really a lot. Is it ever really a lot? No. Was this year more stuff than usual? Probably not. Was it less than usual? I don't know. I'm not actually tallying all this stuff up. Yeah! I predicted that we would get a 3D Mario at launch. I was on that train. I was riding that train for a long time. I did not end up being correct, which means I also did not technically get my wish, though I will say we didn't get a 3D Mario at launch.
How'd I
But
miss
we
it?
got a 3D DK very, very close to launch.
That early
and I
on
would certainly argue
in the
that
level?
it was basically just as good as a 3D Mario game. So that was pretty great. And I also wish that if we didn't get a 3D Mario at launch, that we would get some sort of really, really excellent, just perfect launch title, something really great.
Okay, I can get the lum,
definitively
then off
perfect launch
myself,
title,
then
something that
exit
gives
the level
everyone a
this
reason to
way.
go and get a Switch 2, and that it would be the biggest launch of a video game console ever. Did I get my wish? It's slightly complicated because Mario Kart is a system seller. It's like the #1 Nintendo system selling game possible, but then it came out and people kind of had problems with it. So like the whole thing was a little bit weird, even though it did technically sell really well, because yes, this actually did end up being essentially the biggest console launch ever
missed that.
by plenty of accounts. But then you also have
I got all the
controversy and
cages.
stuff,
I'm just
I'm gonna give that
backtracking
one a-
for lums. See, now we
yeah,
can leave.
Came true. I wished that when playing Switch 1 games on Switch 2, there would be some sort of like universal performance boost mode. To be fair, it was probably a little bit unrealistic for all that to work right out of the box. We didn't end up getting something for every title, but we did get full backwards compatibility, and we did get performance patches for a lot of games, and I imagine that we will continue to get patches for games, for however long, probably even for years. But then there are plenty of games that actually do just run better on Switch 2, like games with uncapped frame rates. Those tend to do a lot better on Switch 2. Load times are better on Switch 2 as well. So it is technically true that out of the box, there are plenty of games that didn't receive any kinds of patches that do still technically run better on Switch 2. So, kind of came true. I had a lot of Switch 2 related wishes, obviously. We still didn't know what the thing really was yet. I wished for a separate eShop just because the Switch 1 eShop was such a mess and so full of nasty slop. I was hoping for like a separate shop and for better moderation. We did not get a separate shop. It is all
You got a better
basically the
running
same
shop.
eShop. However, it is a lot better now because the eShop itself is just a lot better. We may have better moderation. We don't technically know yet because a lot of devs like there really aren't a lot of Switch 2 dev kits out there yet. So it could be that we're going to get a lot more slop in the future, but it could also be that Nintendo is doing a better job of moderating because they did mention that they were going to, they created some new rules, guidelines for the content that they would allow on the eShop. So it kind of signaled maybe that things are getting a little bit better. We really don't know yet, so Yeah, I don't know. That's it. I don't know. And then, of course, as always, I wished for something really new from Nintendo, although I did specify this time either something completely new or a new use of an old IP. You could argue that DK kind of fits there, you know? Like, they gave DK a big, full 3... Like
they turned DK into that one PS2
It's not
game.
exactly something, like, totally new, but I don't know. That wish half came true. Let's just say that. When the Switch 1 was fully revealed, Nintendo also revealed a lot of games, and a lot of those games ended up taking so many years to come out. Like, in 2017, we had the reveals of so many games that we had to wait a good long time for. Some multiple years for some of these. So my
Secret
wish
ending
was that
100%
for Switch 2,
Rayman?
they didn't do that. They
let's find
almost
out.
exclusively revealed stuff that was coming out pretty soon. If in
Hopefully.
2025 they revealed some 2026 games,
PSN store's
just
an absolute mess.
Just a couple. And
It's
yeah,
got that,
they
that
totally
really
did. They did
bad
exactly what I
White
wanted. We know
Tiger
a couple
game
things
on
that are
it.
coming out next year. You know, some
I
of the
saw
games are going to be
AVGN
Switch 1
play
games
it
coming
back
out
in the
next year.
day.
So as far as Switch 2 goes, there's not a whole lot yet. So hooray, wish came true. I wished that Metroid Prime would be good. Jury's still out on that. A lot of conflicting
This came out.
opinions.
This
I
video
myself have
released.
not been able to play the whole thing yet. I like what I played
this
so
video.
far,
This video was
for the most
before.
part, but yeah, again, we'll see. Don't know
This
about
video
that
was
one
a
yet.
bit,
And then,
before
selling
people
well. That's the thing.
develop
It
their
released
thoughts
so
on
late in the
Metroid
year
Prime 4.
that we have no idea at all how it is selling. So we'll probably just have to wait till next year. So yeah, jury's still out. And then we're just repeating the stuff that I just said earlier. Metroid Prime 2 and 3 ports. No, we didn't get that. Metroid 6 tease. I knew it wasn't very likely in 2025, but I still wished anyway because whatever. We did not get that. I wished that Pokemon Legends ZA would be only good, just a great game without a lot of controversies. No, did not happen. However, I also wished that it would be cross-gen, and wow, look at that. Wish came true. Oh, miracles do happen. I wished that Nintendo would start really expanding their visual stuff. Like specifically, I was hoping for a show because we're getting these movies. I wanted them to give us a show. They did not give us a show in 2025. However, they did give us a short, or rather 2 versions of a short, which is really cool. And they have promised that they are ramping all of this up. They were talking more specifically about movies, how they want to release them regularly, but that still counts as them ramping up their visual
They're
content.
trying to
So
be
I think
Disney. That's what it
like
is.
85% a win.
They want to be
And then my
Disney.
non-Nintendo wishes, I wished for Resident Evil 9 in 2025. We did not get Resident Evil 9, however, we did get the reveal, and it's coming very early 2026, so that's basically there. And it's really funny, because in last year's video, I was even saying how I didn't know if I wanted the next Resident Evil game to be first person or third person. I just, I couldn't really decide, and I was like, well, maybe could they have an option for both? Do I even want that? Turned out it's both. It turns out it's both. You got an option for both, so awesome. I wished for a Project Robot reveal, and you know what? We got it. I got that one. We did not get a 2026 window as I was hoping, but obviously it's a wish list, so you kind of got to go out on a limb. But we did get an actual gameplay. We got real gameplay for Project Robot in 2025. So yeah, that's a real win. Then there was Playdead Game 3. Moving on, I hope that 2025 would be a better year for Sony. We would just see a lot more good stuff coming out of the company. I hope that they would announce at least one single game that I cared anything about.
Did they do that?
We got Concord, so moving on.
I don't think they did that.
Bloodborne, blah, blah, blah. I talked about Night Rain a little bit. I was like, it was basically the same as my Duskblood's wish. Night Rain, it's multiplayer Elden Ring. My wish was that it would come out and I would enjoy it and have enough fun. You know what I did? I did. I didn't play it as long as I really wanted to.
He's a FromSoft enjoyer.
And I did have fun.
We already knew that, though.
It is always fun to see a little teeny tiny indie game become just like a random overnight smash hit. So I was hoping for another one of those in 2025. We didn't get one from like a really tiny little unassuming one-person game. Those are always the most
If it
fun.
ends up being in this area and I just can't see it,
It's a medium-sized game, but it still kind of came out of nowhere and was still a really big success. So yeah, no, that was absolutely pretty cool. And then finally, I wished that 2025 would be better to game devs than 2024 was, with all of the mass layoffs and
it was
AI
not
replacing
it was
jobs
not.
and game
Wholeheartedly it was
cancellations
not.
and studio closures and stuff. And, didn't get that wish. Sorry. Maybe next year. Well, that's it for this year.
Don't sing.
For next
Don't
year's.
sing.
For next
Don't
year's
sing.
wish
Don't
list
sing. I'm
video
sorry.
that I did this year,
Better
that I
not.
recorded this year. It's for next year. Hope you had fun. Wowie. Wowie zowie. What a fun video.
Wowie fucking zowie.
I think you had fun. Yeah. I think you did. Oh. Do you hear that?
He's gonna do it.
Sleigh bells. Oh, and they sound silver. Oh, stockings hung with Christmas tree. Mistletoe for you and me. I hope that Santa brings his sleigh tonight. And it's Christmas time and Christmas wearing sweater that's not too tight. Oh, hey, reindeer games. What's a reindeer game? They wouldn't let him as reindeer, just like games that
That
reindeers
Rudolph
play.
game
Or is it
Phil
like
didn't
a
want to play.
special kind of games? Was it a movie? Reindeer games?
End the video. End the video. End the video. I got like 10 more
right?
videos to watch.
Yay! Christmas tree and silver bells and presents. Woo! Merry Christmas 2025!
It was a movie. It was not good. Oh, I think I know kind of what you're talking about, but I never saw it. I never did. Okay, the last one we have from him, like the last one we have. You want to hear him talk about Kirby Air Riders for 42 minutes? Why? You don't really have a choice in the matter. Thank you, Infamous Cast, you 5-bit cheer. Lord, give me the strength and bless me to never even become 5% of Arlo. Will 4% of Arlo suffice?
A review copy of this game was provided by Nintendo.
You got it for free!
What the? Kirby Air Riders might be the first Switch 2 game that feels truly next gen. DK
How about
came
3%?
close. The whole voxel-based break-anything system is super impressive, and there are definitely some textures and little lighting details that feel pretty advanced. But beyond that, it isn't too hard to see that the game began life as a Switch 1 title. Like, it's fairly easy to picture some form of it running on Switch 1. And honestly, the resolution isn't always that sharp, and of course, the frame rate struggles from time to time. Then Mario Kart World came really close as well, probably even closer. The game does
Mario
look
Kart
great,
1
and the
also
huge
started
open
live on the
world
Switch
is
1.
really impressive, but it's kind of the same thing.
I got enough bits for all your replies, Dinger. Try me. How about 2%?
Switch, right? I have no doubt that the experience would have been very compromised on Switch 1, but there's still nothing about it that's like, whoa, now this is next gen. Kirby Air Riders offers perfection on
It's a
every
game for
level. The
GameCube
visuals
babies.
are so striking. The
Perhaps
effects
that's all
are
it needed to
superb.
ever
The
be.
texture work and the lighting are great. The tracks are so richly detailed with so many
If I become
moving
even
parts,
1%
so
of
much
Arlo, you
animation,
permission my
so
person
much
to
going on,
shoot me
and
down in the
yet
street like a
everything
rabid animal.
runs at a
Like a
flawless,
dog.
buttery,
Like a
unshakable,
dog,
etc.,
as Stevie would say.
etc. 60 FPS frame rate at all times.
I hate
the
this
image
part.
is crystal clear, sharp as a pin, impressive on its own, but even more so when you consider just how fast the game is.
I'm a dog,
every
bro.
element moves
Bro,
at
like a
breakneck
fucking
speed.
dog,
Even
bro.
the load times, they're really fast. There's like no downtime, which is particularly helpful since this game offers a lot of short bursts of gameplay, and you're always moving to something new that has to load in. Like, obviously, a version of this game could have also been made to run on Switch if they absolutely needed it to, but when it looks this good and runs this well and moves this fast with essentially zero compromises, I can say that this is the first time I booted up a Switch 2 game and been like, oh no, yeah, this is a Switch 2 game. And of course, even beyond the impressive technical aspect, the art design is magnificent. Even the simpler elements, like the characters, they just pop in some way they never have before. It's something about the lighting and the color palette. Oh, the colors in this game are just incredible. And then of course, the sharp image. I don't know, it's like they're real. It's like I can just reach into the screen and poke them. But if you're really gonna talk about the visuals in this game, you're gonna be talking about the courses themselves. Leave it to Sakurai and the actual magical wizards he works with to take the Kirby universe, which is already so imaginative, so grand and fantastical, and somehow blow it up, perhaps even bigger than it's ever been. The most surreal and gorgeous environments, places so beautiful, it almost hurts that they're not real, and you only get to see them for mere moments at a time. Impossibly dynamic terrain, shining crystalline structures,
some really great
gargantuan
cinematography
trees and
angles
flowers,
in a lot of those
bizarre
tracks,
futuristic
particularly the Crystal
highways.
Caves.
It's so much to take in. I almost feel spoiled. It's like a big fancy 12-course
gonna admit
meal
that this is better than Mario Kart?
down
No.
in 2 minutes. But of course,
No,
that's
he's
part of the
not.
appeal, right? I'm always saying how
He's
my
gonna
favorite
fence
tracks
it.
in racing games are the ones that are like
Oh,
roller
dude.
coasters, and this game is essentially an amusement park. The speed, the tight, twisty turns, the extreme highs and lows, the rails that just zip you all over the place in a flash. It's almost stimulation overload, you know? It's almost like, have video games gone too far? Maybe.
No,
Is
you just got
this
too
a little
old.
bit too much? Is this too cool. And predictably, this being a Sakurai joint, every visual element is perfect. Very much including the UI. Really, no one does UI like Sakurai. It's so zippy. It's
Or
perfectly
like his
laid
wife,
out.
rather.
It
His
communicates
wife who
everything
does
it needs
UI.
to without overwhelming me with unnecessary data and
His wife
visual
not getting
noise. I mean, really,
recognition.
like, the rest of the entire
No.
industry could learn something from these menus. At first, I thought it was a little strange that they went with such a comparatively tame theme for the main menu. Like it's this big, crazy visual spectacle racing game, but then the menu is like cards and files laid out on a desk. Really? But no, this was another stroke of genius. The game is so chaotic, so visually stimulating that this offers a much-needed palate cleanser between activities. There's a
The
simplicity
menu is
to
a
it that's
power
really
clean- a
elegant and
palate
charming.
cleanser 'cause
And
it's
that
so
is despite
chill?
the fact that there's a whole lot going on in these menus. Again, it's Sakurai, so it shouldn't come as a surprise, but outside of Smash, off the top of my head, I can't name another Nintendo game that is so rich with options and features. No matter what mode you're playing, you've got basically every option you could ever want. Any little way you'd like to tweak the experience so
He's
it better
old.
suits your
He's
needs or
washed.
the needs of
He's
your friend
gay
group,
for
you've
Nintendo. No,
probably
Nintendo's
got
gay
it.
for
None of this,
Arlo.
we designed the game to be played this way, so that's how
Arlo
you're gonna
doesn't
play
care
it,
about
darn it.
being-
That
he's never
plagues
mentioned
so
him
many
ever.
other Nintendo titles. Online
Sad,
or
actually.
offline, the game is yours. And that includes a
It's
wealth of
actually
control
pretty-
options,
pretty
visual
unfortunate.
options, and accessibility options, which is sadly rare for Nintendo, isn't it? Especially considering how
Did Ann wake up for
shockingly
Anime Night
bare
Dinger?
bones Nintendo's
Yeah, he was
other
here earlier. He was
first-party
chatting.
racing game on
He's
Switch 2
awake.
is when it comes to options, despite the fact that it's going to sell 10 times the units as this one. At
Yeah, like,
least,
2
such
hours?
customizability is a breath
Well,
of
hour and
fresh
30
air
minutes,
and makes
really.
multiplayer that much more enjoyable. But I'll talk more about multiplayer in a bit.
Well, you got, like,
Speaking of
2
customization, I am
levels. I
shocked
gotta
by all the
100%.
extras Air Riders offers. Like, you dig through these menus for the first time, and it just never ends. You earn in-game currency called miles, and you use this to buy anything and everything, so you can customize anything and everything. You can change a machine's colors, patterns, accessories, decals, effects, and sounds, and you can fine-tune most of it.
We
in the
got
most
time for
minute
Rayman.
ways to
Yeah,
make some
yeah,
really
I knew when to
incredible
start the
designs.
stream,
The
'cause I knew
online
I was gonna
machine
take
marketplace
forever.
makes designing stuff
Very
even more
funny.
fun, naturally. You can find some really amazing designs
Oh,
you can
you
list
take
your
forever
own,
to beat
and the more
games.
popular a machine is,
It's
the more
true.
expensive it gets. That's such a fun idea. You can even display all your favorites in your little garage. Why? I don't know. It's just to look at them. So they sit there and you can look at them sometimes. Wait,
I
wait,
do really
no,
like the
you
marketplace
can even
mechanic in
buy
Kirby.
different garages? Why?
Like Mario
I don't
Kart
know,
needs to do
'cause
that.
It's fun. Oh, and don't forget about the hats. You can also get hats for
There
your
needs to be
riders.
more hats in
Why?
the game.
Why? There's
I know they
already
said
so
they didn't
much
want to do
customization
DLC
in the
for it, they
machine
need some more
itself.
hats.
There's
I got the
already so
Santa
many
hat.
riders. Why do we need hats too? Well, because
How come you
hats
said there would be
is
no
just
DLC, but they added
more,
Santa hat?
And more
Think about
is
it.
just better. Then you got your license card as well. There's like a million different bits to earn or buy, so you can, soup it up, soup up a really cool license. Like, I watched both directs, but there was just so much to take in that this all still feels kind of surprising to me. Discovering each feature and actually having time to process it. Like, okay, you can save replays. Not too crazy, I guess, but apparently the game saves them automatically for you. I played online with friends and I was bummed that I didn't capture the footage. But then I found this menu and discovered that every race and match was saved. The game can store a pretty darn good number of replays before it
Dingus
starts to
tags
delete the
on
old
the time
ones.
of the
And
100%
you can
games.
permanently
I'm saying
save
exactly
wherever you
that.
want. And these are
A lot
just
of people would
recordings.
agree with
These
you.
are real replays, so you can change the speed and focus on different racers. Oh, and you can even cut clips together to make little movies. You can put together all the best parts of a race or a city trial or whatever and share it online. And you can go watch clips and movies that other players have uploaded. And gummies. You can collect gummies that are shaped like the different machines, and they don't do anything. They don't do nothing. You
That's
literally
washed.
just pile them up and fling them around and think about how tasty they look. Why? Dare I ask why? Well, because Sakurai is a madman. That's why. Because if he had an idea for this game, he included it. Full stop. Look, I know, like, looking at all of these features, no individual feature is, like, particularly groundbreaking, like something that no other game has ever done before. But I've just been playing Nintendo games for so long, and them not including features that
How
you
do I
might
keep getting
want
stuck?
is just, it's so normal.
I've done this already
it's so
before.
natural. So to get so many features and so many options and, like, basically no caveats, it's all just kind of good, and the game makes sure that you can play the game any way
I'm
that you
losing
want
my
and enjoy
mojo.
it to its absolute fullest potential. It shouldn't be as novel and refreshing as it is, but yeah, I don't know. That's just the world we live in, I guess. This do everything possible philosophy naturally extends to the gameplay modes. Air Ride is your basic racing mode, and here you can race
I am
using your own
suffering.
custom
All my
rules.
HP is going
Scrolling
away.
through the rules, of course
Suffer
I
me.
am slightly shocked. You can set all these different parameters, and it's almost like you've
I'll
got
go too
access to a
early.
list of sub-modes. You can do a relay race where you swap between machines. You can do a timed race where you go for score instead of placement. You can set it so that taking too much damage will knock you out of the race entirely. entirely. And of course, there's all these other little tweaks you can do. You can set it to 99 laps if you want to. If you want to. Then you've got your time attack, more on that in a second, and you've even got a free run where you can go at your own pace to learn a track, and it keeps track of your individual lap records, so you can like casually shoot for records whenever you want, which is really neat. And that's just Air Ride. Top Ride has gotten a massive glow up over the original, I hear. All the customizability of the other modes, all the options, online play, time attack,
wait, no, he
free
means he
run.
didn't play the
I think
original
free
game.
run is particularly good here. It's
Yeah,
really
like, what
fun
the
to just
hell?
kind of casually
What
float
was going on
around
with
and
that?
go for a lap record whenever you want to. It's really fun to fine tune a lap when you can get through it so quickly. Then City Trial, same thing.
There it
Great
is.
list of options, free run, and the
How
ability
would
to
you
just
know
play
it was
the individual
there?
stadium events from City Trial, if you so please. That's
How would
nice.
you know to do
So
that?
then across all three modes, the game keeps track of your personal best times for both time attack and free run for each individual track and for each individual machine on each individual track. This, it's not really my kind of thing. I am not a score chaser, but if you like racing the clock and fine-tuning your skill and perfecting every lap
Just
on
use
every
your head.
track,
That's what I've been doing.
then happy birthday. And where I hear the selection of riders and machines was pretty limited
Like,
in the
they're
original
hidden,
game,
but not
the
so
same
hidden that
cannot
you're
be said
forced
this
to use a
time. There
guide.
are tons of characters to choose from, each
Really,
with
the
their
issue
own
when it comes to
stats and
hunting for
specials.
some of
But
these is
I'm
the draw
really impressed
distance.
by the machines. There are several categories and so
It
many
still suffers
unique
from the
machines within
N64's
each
draw
category.
distance, despite
they
it
function
being,
in such wildly different
higher
ways that I'm
resolution.
baffled the devs
Because
were
it's
able to
emulated.
balance everything so well. I haven't played enough online to know if there's like a meta or anything, like some machines that are absolutely broken and need
This game
nerfing.
absolutely
But
has
even
a
just
meta.
the fact that on the
Kirby,
surface,
I mean.
the game functions perfectly with so many different forms of unique movement tech is really impressive. I'm pretty basic. I usually stick with the simple stuff because I don't know, I'm not that good. I want a good balance. But there's obviously so much room for experimentation. So much
Oh my
technical
God, now
skill
it's
to be gained
impossible.
for those wanting
He's
to
so
dive
far
into the
ahead.
game head first. So far, I've heaped a heck of a lot of praise onto this game, but we haven't really talked about how it plays and what I think about each game mode. Well, if you want to boil it down, Kirby Air Riders is about simple gameplay that caters to anyone with a high skill ceiling that caters to the more serious crowd. Sort of like Smash, but I would argue
Easy to
that
pick
even
up,
that takes a
difficult
while
master.
to get used to when you first start out.
These
It's
said the
very
gameplay looked
unlike
boring.
most other fighting
just use this
games.
one button.
Air
That
Riders
means
is
it's for
rooted in
babies.
utmost simplicity when it comes to controls. Most of the action happens thanks to the control stick
take this
and just
shortcut.
one button. B is default. Your machine moves automatically, so you don't have to hold down anything, and when you want to drift around a tight corner, you hold B, which usually slows you down and builds up a boost that happens when you let go of the button. It was a really unique style when the original released, and somehow it's still rather unique, even over 20 years later. It doesn't just set itself apart from Mario Kart, it kind of sets itself apart from everything. There's still not much like it out there. It's really interesting because the game is otherwise very fast, and
he's
yet
not
you've
gonna
got
shit
this
on Mario
dynamic where
Kart.
you're always slowing down and then jetting off again, over and over. Different machines handle drifting differently,
Not-
but
not
most
even
of
a
them will
full
come to a
HP
full stop
boost?
if you hold the button long enough. So
Fuck
it's simple
you.
because it just uses
That
one
should have
button,
been a
but it's
full
also
heal. I
pretty
was
tricky
expecting
because
a full
obviously you
heal.
want to slow down as little as possible. So the exact timing matters a lot. Start drifting too early and it can really throw you off. This also means that getting it exactly right and getting a big boost right out of a really tight corner feels amazing. I'm speaking as a racing and air ride casual, so I could be wrong, but I feel like this makes races somewhat more dynamic than they usually are in other racing games. At least when it comes to the basic movement mechanics. There's so much more variability in each turn, so players have way more opportunities to either get ahead or fall behind, even when they're not being affected by peripheral mechanics like items and power-ups, which are what usually would introduce a lot of that variability. So again, it's simple, but also technically deep with a relatively high skill ceiling, especially when you factor in the different riders and machines and combinations of the two. There are some items here and there that you can just pick up and use, kind of depends on the mode, but for the most part, instead of traditional
Gotta check
cart-style
out the
items,
secret
tracks
area I
are filled
missed
with
earlier.
enemies. Suck up and spit out or otherwise defeat a basic enemy and you get a little boost. Suck up a special enemy and you get a temporary copy ability. These can be used to hit enemies and opponents alike, both of which give you a speed boost. Another
Ever
way this
tried
game
to
puts
watch
a unique
this-
spin on the
this,
genre is by
review, but
putting
he
less of
rage
an
quit.
emphasis on slowing down other players.
I think he
It
said he
feels
was
like it's a
deep
little bit
throating the
more
game
about
too
boosting
much.
yourself. You know, you're not just fighting your opponents, you're also fighting all of these enemies on the stage. You do slow down when you get hit, but it is nothing compared to the agonizing, infuriating feeling of getting hit with a bunch of red shells in a row. If it amounts to the same thing in the end, it probably shouldn't feel so different, and yet it does. It's a psychological thing. This is just less frustrating and makes you hate your friends less when they nail you with a good attack. I also absolutely love how this game handles drafting. Instead of just getting a speed boost by driving right behind an opponent, each racer actually leaves a trail of stars that acts like a little slipstream. Mario Kart is really big on rubber banding, which again is kind of fun, but also kind of
Is it
frustrating.
still called
But
drafting?
this
I
is
think
a
the
much
official
more
term that they
natural
use
way to help players
in
not
Mario
fall
Kart is
too far
slipstream.
behind. It's giving them a little help to catch up again without without it feeling like the game is just cheating them back up into the fray by feeding them the best items. It's another subtle psychological
they used to call it
thing that
drafting
keeps
because it was like a
everyone
draft
happy
of
and
win
having a
when you
good
were
time.
doing
It keeps
the
players
technique.
neck and neck a lot
Driving
of the time
behind
and
the
leads
player
to
to,
some
you know,
very,
speed
very
past them.
close finishes, which is very exciting. And if you are right up against another racer and want to knock him around a little bit, the final action you
Pretty
can
sure the
perform
term
is
is
a spin attack.
slipstream
You can use
now.
this against enemies and opponents, as well as to open boxes and fight bosses and stuff in other modes. Perhaps predictably, there is no button for your spin attack. Instead, you wiggle the control stick back and forth. Sakurai tried really, really hard to not rely on too many buttons when designing this gameplay. He seems to have only reluctantly included a second face button in this game, and it's only used for initiating a character's special. Everything else
Also
is still
used for
just
swapping
the B button
vehicles.
or the stick. Even
Fake
copy
man.
abilities will either trigger automatically when you're close enough to an enemy or an opponent or a box or whatever, or, big surprise, you gotta hit that B button again. Control simplicity was clearly a design pillar that Sakurai stuck to very closely. One of the foundational ideas that the gameplay was built upon. I think he is a genius designer and has crafted an exceptional experience here. But if I am honest, I don't think this was the right call, and I don't think it does the game any favors. I'm sure
He
all
wants
of
it
this
to have
comes with
normal
enough practice.
controls.
It's probably not even a problem for most people, but as an air ride newcomer, I can pretty firmly say that I don't like this whole use as few buttons as possible thing. Even after playing for a good while, I've never liked it in other Nintendo games, and I do not like it here. I feel like it creates more problems than it solves. For starters, wiggling the stick
But you
to
strip away
spin
the game's identity
does
by
not
giving it more
feel good.
buttons.
It just doesn't. Fortunately, it doesn't trigger accidentally as much as I feared
It's
it might,
actually
but
too
there's still
complicated for
something
our
about the
little
action
one-button
that just
racing
doesn't
game.
sit right with me. I don't know if you've noticed, but steering is pretty darn important. And when you spin, you have
Like, dude, Synthetic Man and Frogmire actually liked the game. They would not be behind this take. This is pretty bad.
totally forget about steering for a second. You can adjust the sensitivity, but no matter what, I never quite know.
Wouldn't the
how many
complaint then
wiggles it's
become,
gonna
oh,
take.
there's too
And
many
doing it
buttons now, they
multiple times
completely
in a
changed the
row
control
is
scheme from the original
particularly
game?
uncomfortable. It just feels so sluggish.
How would that-
and
like,
awkward.
how would that
But the
make
worst
veterans
thing
of
is
the
how
original
so many
game feel?
actions are tied to the B button, which is also the brake. You gotta hit B to suck up enemies, but the suck animation only happens when you're close enough to an enemy. It's purely contextual. If your timing is off,
That's a good thing.
If you suck too much to suck properly, you hit the
Yeah,
brake
it sucks
for
to
no
suck,
good reason.
Arlo, I
I
don't
feel
know.
like you're only tapping it really briefly. It's not like you're gonna come grinding to a halt or anything, but there's still this thing in my brain that's just like, I don't know, it doesn't feel right. And if you have a copy ability, some attacks are
Because
automatic.
ADP43
and
stream is
some
about a
aren't,
rage
and
quit
you
due to
have just
Arlo not
try and
liking
remember
Kirby.
which
Please
is which.
support now.
More contextual actions here. And again, if you
I'm
get it wrong,
surprised
you're
he's
hitting
this
the brake
critical
for no
on
good
it.
reason. And the game is so fast
He's sweeping
that I
for
find
Mario
myself
Kart.
just constantly trying to figure
I'm
out
also with
exactly
Rayman
when I should be
200%
hitting the
ADP.
button while I'm also hitting the button for all of these other actions. And even when I get it right, it just kind of stinks
more
that to
levels.
attack a lot of the time, I've got to hit the brake button, even if it's just these little bits at a time. I just wish I could attack as an independent action and whenever I want. I can kind of see the thinking behind it. Tying some attacks to your braking and drifting is maybe a way to balance them, I think. You kind of limit their usage to certain moments, like when you're going around a turn, you can't just use them willy-nilly. And maybe, in theory, there could be something beneficial about only using one button. Maybe. Or like the limitation, the give and take is part of the strategy. It's a system
just
you
a
just gotta get to
gimmick.
grips with
It's
if
a
you
thing
wanna be
that
good at the
Sakurai
game.
challenged
That's where
himself with when
skill
designing
is.
the game.
But man, I just don't like
Like,
it.
if it-
I
if
totally
it-
recognize that
if
this
it-
is a
if-
skill
if
issue.
Sakurai was required
obviously.
to
I'm
use,
sure I would get it down
standard
pat
control
eventually,
scheme,
but I have to enjoy
he probably
a
wouldn't have
system
made the
to wanna
game.
really practice with it. And I mean, I
The
have
whole
been
idea was to
practicing.
make a
I
racing
have
game that
been
only
playing,
used one
sure,
button.
but I don't know. I just don't think it's a very good system at the end of the day. Piling everything onto one button and trying to compensate by having all of these contextual actions definitely had the potential to work really well. Nail something like this, and you've got a system
Like, I
that
swear
is
he's the first person I've heard
intuitive,
talk about this game
almost magically
to
so.
have
Something
this
that works
opinion.
so well and allows you to do so much, even with really simple inputs. But I do not think they nailed it. I think it's awkward and kind of uncomfortable, and ends up swinging the other way and feeling unintuitive. I mentioned that when it comes to options and modes and whatnot, this game doesn't present any of those pesky design philosophy differences where you're forced to play the game
Like,
a
the
certain
game really
way because
does
that
owe
was
a
part
lot
the
of
original vision.
identity
But
in
yeah,
its
one of those
uniqueness
things
to the
did sneak
control
its way
scheme.
into this game. At least for me, when it comes to the gameplay itself, this is one of those cases. I do not get the vision here. I think it just makes the game less fun. That's not to say that I dislike
Make
the
it a more
gameplay
bog
overall.
standard
There's
racing
so
game.
much about it that I really
Then
do
you-
love.
then it really
very,
is
very
Kirby
fun.
Mario
It is
Kart.
very snappy,
With
very
the more
satisfying,
standard control
so refined, so incredibly fine-tuned. But let's
go
talk
this
more
way.
about those main modes and my experiences with this gameplay within them. Top Ride is much simpler, and obviously you don't get the benefit of all the crazy crazy roller coaster action and the graphics and everything. But wow, I can say that this is definitely where the game feels the most comfortable to play. There's so much less emphasis on copy abilities and items. It's practically all about the drifting and handling. So it's really basic. The tracks are really small. You can zoom out the camera so that you can see them all at once, so there are no surprising turns. The matches are so short that you can burn through a bunch of them super fast. And it's another palate cleanser to mitigate some of the stimulation overload. It's really a genius idea, the kind I do not know if I would have ever thought of, and yet it fits so incredibly well. It's basically just a simpler, cuter version of the main game, and it's a perfect addition. I can't say I strictly like it more than the traditional racing, even if it is a little bit more comfortable and intuitive, but when it comes up, I do appreciate it so much. It really is a lot of fun. Then there's the star attraction, the mode that single-handedly made people fall in love with the original air ride, City Trial. The idea is that players zoom around this city collecting power-ups that increase the stats of their machines in several categories. There are different machines lying around so players can swap out if they want, and they can even damage and destroy their opponent's machines. Special events will happen that offer mini competitions or introduce new hazards and all around give players a chance to pick up extra power-ups. Then after 5 minutes, everyone enters a stadium contest with their souped-up machines. There are lots of these, and they're basically mini-games. Press the most buttons, collect the most food, glide and land on the highest point target, just race, just fight each other, fight a boss, whole lot of stuff. Whoever comes out on top wins the whole thing. I'm a little bit torn here. I think the idea of the mode is great fun. I love how these rounds are so fast so you can fit a whole bunch of them into one play session. I love this big city. It's got all these different biomes and they look really cool. The whole thing is very intense. Everything is so crazy. And the process of making your machine stronger and faster and better at gliding and everything in real time until you're just zipping and flying around everywhere is really satisfying. Oh, and you want to talk satisfying? If someone's machine is damaged, you can ram into them to simultaneously blow it up and like fix it and steal it for yourself. And I think even the biggest hater of this game would probably bump the score up an entire point just because of how good this feels to do. This one action itself deserves a prize at the Game Awards. I mean, it's pure ecstasy. But then a lot of my
go on to
problems
get
with the
nominated for
controls
nothing at the Game
really
Awards.
stand out in this mode, especially when you start to pump those stats way up. Trying to slow down enough to grab certain items or break boxes can be kind of annoying. Same with fighting other players or CPUs. You're in these little arenas and it's so hard to stop and turn around and wiggle the stick at just the right moment. The chaos isn't all bad. It can be silly and fun in its own way when all these machines are powered up way too much and players can barely even control them anymore. But yeah, also kind of frustrating, and I just feel like it could be less frustrating with less frustrating controls. And then I just don't quite like how you put all this effort into building this machine. It didn't take a long time, but it felt kind of long because it was just non-stop crazy
Shut
the
the
entire
fuck up.
5
No.
minutes. And then
You're
you
gonna
do
listen
one
to his
single
nonsense
stadium
opinions,
contest,
and you're gonna
that's
like
it. It might not even be one that utilizes your machine's strengths. It definitely helps that there are options here. You can choose to either have everyone vote on one contest or everyone can kind of pick their own, but each of those options comes with downsides. It just seems a little anticlimactic sometimes after all the effort. Air Riders does introduce one brand new mode, Road Trip. This is genius because 1, it's of course always good to have single player content, especially some sort of campaign, and 2, it cleverly utilizes all of the variety
really think
found
they need
within
to
all of
truncate
the other
the
modes.
road trip
As a
mode.
primarily single player, I was greatly looking forward to this mode, especially because it seemed to have some kind of story attached with cool cutscenes. Well, let's touch on the story first. The marketing material showed a bunch of clips of animated cutscenes, and my hope was that these were merely bits found in a series of greater cutscenes, cut together just for the trailers and the directs, and that the whole thing would play out a la Subspace Emissary? Maybe? But sadly, no. These clips really are just clips for the most part, and play just like they did in the marketing. This is not a big, grand adventure with lots of cinematics. However, there are at least
They
some
cut it like
cutscenes,
that
though,
for the
and
for the
big
trailers,
surprise,
though. They
the
made you think
story
that it
is
was going to be that.
Super duper cool. It's almost too cool, really. Like, it's so grand that it feels like it does belong in a bigger campaign. It's so epic that it really could have used a lot more room to breathe. Here, you mainly get a little series of memories that you've got to collect across a campaign that takes maybe a couple hours to beat on lower difficulties. And
Too many
no
hours.
spoilers, of course. Mechanically, I do have some issues with the last boss.
Needs to be
but
truncated
overall,
for
the ending
a
sequence
better
is
roguelite style
phenomenal.
experience.
The game's presentation really shines at the end in particular, and I can only imagine Kirby lore enthusiasts are leaning back in their seats and rubbing their tummies right now. But I mean, yeah, it's Sakurai. What did we expect? The man delivers. As for the mode itself, for the most
Need
part,
more
I think it's a
cutscenes.
great idea. In each stage, you cruise down the road and come upon these
Truncated, but
challenges,
give it
and you
more
can choose which
cutscenes.
one you want
You
to
get
take
it?
on. There are so many modes in this game, so many varieties of gameplay and rule sets and everything, and this pulls from literally all of it. The basic races, top ride, city trial, and all its bosses and stadium contests, just everything. And if I have a problem with the idea of building up a cool machine and then immediately losing it in city trial, Road Trip fixes this. Here, you slowly accumulate these stat boosts boosts, and you get to pick and choose which ones you want to go after. Sometimes on the road, you'll hit a rest stop and get to just choose one outright, or there'll be little treasure chests you can grab. They're really just all over the place. And your machine starts out really,
Kirby
really
Souls
slow
boss
and weak, which
fuckfest.
can be
I was
a
right to
little
skip
bit
this
frustrating at
trash.
first, but then watching it get better and better and seeing like a
No, it's
tangible
good, I swear.
difference as you go along, it feels so awesome. There's even a Waddle Dee shop where you can spend the money you earn on stat boosts and items and new machines. And in this mode, you'll fight much bigger boss battles with final bosses from a bunch of Kirby games, which is obviously really cool. In each stage at some point,
Nightmare
you'll pick
is
up an
so
item or
key,
make
though.
a friend, and when you get to the
It's great
end,
to
what
see
you
him
pick will determine which stage you go to next. It's a lot like Star Fox 64. There are different paths to take, and you can't hit them all in one run. And there are also like a surprising number of stages here. I was a little worried that this might lead to a lot of mostly redundant playthroughs, and I would have to like keep careful track of which items I picked or use a guide or something. But the game is actually really good at letting you know which items you've picked in the past.
Yeah, the game
and
lets
it
you
also
know
shows you which
what you've already
stages still have
acquired.
new machines in them in case you want to collect them all and go for the true final boss and ending. Ooh, that's not a spoiler, right? I don't think that's a spoiler. It's a Kirby game. Of course, there's a true final boss and ending. You can complete Road Trip in a few hours, though obviously higher difficulties are probably going to take you a good bit longer, I imagine. When you complete a run, you can start a new game plus, and it carries over a bunch of your money and unlocked machines and stuff. So it's a pretty compact and very replayable mode. It's not really a roguelite per se, but it really leans on the whole choose one of 3 perks idea. It's very arcadey and gives you a whole ton of stuff to do if you're just absolutely in love with the gameplay.
It's just
and
too long
especially if
for
you want to challenge yourself
the
with higher
arcadey feel that they
difficulties.
want you to
I will
get out
admit,
of it.
though, while I did have fun with the mode, and you know, I
Yeah,
love
say
how
it,
it
say
takes
it.
everything
Too
the
long.
game does and
Too
condenses
long.
it down into a single player experience with a cool story, this was also where some of my frustrations with the game were at their absolute worst. There are a lot of
really?
challenges where you gotta navigate smaller spaces or take a lot of sharp turns and try and hit a switch or attack an opponent or break a box or something. And the overly simplistic control scheme combined with the hyper-furious stop-start
It was
stop-start
too
gameplay
simple for
is
him.
kind of a pain. It's not really conducive to some of
No,
these challenges.
it's not
Anytime
conducive.
you gotta fine-tune, you gotta hit something
no.
precisely, or you're just sailing past it and screeching to a halt and turning and shooting for it again and again. And all the while you're grappling with the one button that does all of these functions. It can be really frustrating. Sometimes things get so hectic I can barely tell what's going on or what I should be doing, so I end up just mashing B and wiggling the stick and hoping something lands. And it's pretty much impossible for every single challenge to be perfectly balanced so that every possible combination of machines and stats works equally well. So sometimes I'll hit a challenge that I just cannot do and I have to go back to a previous checkpoint. So like overall, I really did enjoy my time with Road Trip, but there were plenty of times when it just wasn't working for me. There were actually a couple of times when, if I'm completely honest, I started to feel like
was bored.
Maybe these controls are a deal breaker. Maybe this
Wow.
gameplay really isn't
No!
for me.
The controls are a deal
wanted to like
breaker
this
for
game
him.
so badly, and I can see the artistry that went into it. And in so many ways, it does everything exactly
Wow.
right. But maybe I'm kidding myself.
Filtered by
Maybe
the
I don't
control scheme.
actually
Yeah, Jay
really,
Frosty, this is the one.
truly like it all that much.
Now, Saru never got to
And
this
then
part.
I
Saru
played
rage
online.
quit at the start when he was glazing it too much.
Playing with other people changes everything. I should have seen this coming.
Oh,
The
back to
people who
glazing,
loved the
back to
original
glazing,
Air
back
Ride
to
are the
glazing.
people who had sleepovers and stayed up late playing local multiplayer. Ant Dude is my #1 Kirby fan friend, and we played the Air Riders demo at PAX. And when I
That
voiced my
guy.
concerns about
I
City
know about
Trial
Ant
and
Dude,
how
I don't
you do
watch
all
his
this
videos,
work and
though.
you just get one minigame, the stuff I mentioned earlier, his response was, "It's just fun." And I thought that was kind of a cop-out answer. You know, it's the same excuse people use for bad movies. Just shut off your brain and have fun. But like, no, a thing can be fun and also good. You know, a game is usually fun when it's good and well designed, right? But no, it turns out he was completely right. And it's all about the human element. I do still have problems with the controls and all that, but this is a totally different game when you play it with other people. The very spirit is wildly different. Suddenly, all the craziness is nothing but a plus. The quick throwaway nature of City Trial makes a lot more sense. I would still like the option to do more stadium contests after each one, but I have to admit that just jumping straight into the next match
some kind of
immediately,
turning
it does
system
work
would be
pretty
nice.
well. And all the variety
Gauntlet
is
of
so
minigames after
appreciated
doing
when
one
you're
City
playing
Trial.
with other people. Anytime you get bored of one thing, do another. Spend hours on a thing or a couple of minutes. Do Air Ride for a bit. Try it with all these different options and variants I mentioned. Do City Trial however many times you want. Do Top Ride when you want a super quick cooldown. Set up any game however you want. And oh man, it's still early days, but between Drag and Drive and Air Riders, it's clear that Nintendo is really stepping up their online game this generation. And yes, I said Drag and Drive.
Drag
It doesn't
and
have nearly enough,
Drive?
features and options and stuff, but it's got this really incredibly cool, like, freeform hangout lobby. And this right here is the paddock. Apparently having a cool lobby to hang out in is
what's Dingus gonna do when Golem Mania runs wild on him? You won't even pick up Mario Kart. Don't even talk to me.
Every character controls differently, so you can jump
You
around
won't
all over
even
the place and be
hop
all
on
silly.
Mario
You can set
Kart.
up whatever game you want with whatever rules, and you can even split off and have multiple games going at once.
No,
and
Dingus, I'm
spectate
the
a game
one
that you're
person
not
that didn't
playing.
buy
You can
Mario
enter
Kart
public
World on
paddocks,
Switch
or if
besides
any of your friends
AM.
are online, theirs are
Hey,
just
Commissar
right
Authority.
there waiting for you. And of course, if you don't feel like setting
Welcome
up a
to the
Discord call or
Arlo
whatever,
segment.
you've got game chat built right into the
Blazing
system.
Kirby for
Here's another
42
thing, though.
minutes.
I haven't played
Except
an
the controls.
absolute
He doesn't
ton
like the
online,
controls.
and I'm sure the more you play, the more you'll see little hiccups
Golem
here and
typing
there.
out the
But
essay
so
now.
far, my experience has
I'm not
been
paying $80 on.
literally
You paid $70 for Kirby.
Literally flawless. I am not kidding. This has been, hands down, the best online experience I have ever had in any Nintendo game. No connection issues, no lag, no teleporting
Well, that's 'cause
players,
Nintendo's hiding the
nothing.
lag,
I think maybe a
Arlo,
lot of it
you
has to
dummy.
do with the gameplay. It's like really fast and chaotic, and it's probably pretty good at covering up the little
So was this
hitches
really
versus
nothing?
something
It's
like
just
Splatoon, where competition
a
is really
shortcut?
fierce, and the precise interactions between hitboxes and the
Kirby
timing and
is
everything
key.
really matters. But it also really does seem to just work really super incredibly well.
I guess it was
overall.
just a
Like,
shortcut.
you play it, and it just works. It just works. You want to know how seriously the game takes its online? There's a spot in the menu where you can see how good your connection is. I'm not kidding. Seeing this in a Nintendo game is positively surreal.
Sakurai
Playing with
game
other people,
published by
friends
Nintendo,
in
you
particular, obviously, is clearly how
You'd
Air
never
Riders
see this
was
in Mario
meant to be
Kart.
enjoyed. It's great that it offers a really good amount of stuff for a solitary offline player to do.
Golem
but
Dothon
I'm
and
not
Arlo
kidding.
being
My
filtered by the
overall
controls.
opinion of the game
He says the controls are
dramatically
unintuitive,
shifted after
and they take
playing
away
with
from
my
the
friends.
experience.
Swinging back around to that offline content, though, I've already mentioned Road Trip and all the other modes and Time Attack and personal bests and stuff. But if there's anything to really work toward completing, it's the checklist, or rather the multiple checklists across all of the modes. Plenty of games offer achievements, but this one's been all
I'm right near the
Sakurai
end.
up. And it's another example of a really great idea that somehow has not been expanded upon in any other games that I'm aware of. Instead of a simple list, each achievement is a square on a grid that reveals part of a big picture when you get it. A cute idea on its own.
The reason this
certainly,
works
but
in
it's the
Sakurai
sheer
games
quantity
is
of these
because no other
achievements that makes
Nintendo
the
game
picture
has
so
Chivos.
much fun to fill in. Just by playing the game
And you get
normally,
extra
you'll
rewards
unlock
from it.
loads and loads all the time, especially when you first start. You know, you do one race and it's like, boom, 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 it just fills in a bunch. And they all give you stuff. They all reward you. Courses and riders and music tracks and tons of cosmetics for your machines and your license. As you play across all these modes and even online, it really feels like it never stops giving you stuff. The little tiny dopamine hits don't ever seem to stop. You're always building up all of your collections and working toward ultimate completion. Not to keep bringing up Mario Kart, but hey, Nintendo, will you please take notes? Because I like this a lot. I like having stuff to work
Arlo would
toward,
be like,
some
put it in
sense
a
of
game I
progress.
actually
I'm
like.
an entitled millennial, darn it. It's not
Entitled
enough to have
millennial.
fun.
He admits
I need
it.
to be rewarded for having fun. Where's my
reward?
participation medal? And of course, even here, there are all these little considerations.
He's
When you
just
get an
like,
achievement,
Phil,
it
where's my
reveals the
reward?
conditions for the
Give me
ones
your fucking,
immediately
give me my
around
fucking
it, which
reward.
helps
I
guide
paid
you without
$80.
overwhelming you with this
Let me
massive
have my
list.
reward.
Even better, you can highlight an achievement and have it take you straight to the relevant challenge so you can unlock it. Like, what? That is absurdly convenient. This is yet another way the game takes something kind of basic and beefs it up, presents it in a way that's ridiculously fun and user-friendly and just so thoughtful, And, of course, it's just a bunch more stuff to do. I have been greatly enjoying Kirby Air Riders. I do have those problems with the controls, and honestly, yeah,
You're the only
they're decently
person.
big problems. Here you've got a
You and
game
Cat.
that's practically
You and
perfect,
Cat.
that delivers
You
in
and Cat
just
are the
about every
only
way
people.
possible, and in a lot of ways, I wouldn't even have
I have
considered.
problems with
Yet
the controls.
very core control premise doesn't sit well with
dick
me.
has
And
problems with your
unfortunately, I do
videos.
think that means in the long run, it's not quite a game for me. It's not a game I see myself
Arlo
playing
and
a
Cat.
lot, or for a very
Arlo
long
and
time,
Cat.
or returning to much later. Much of this, if not like most or all of this, is probably due to me not being a really huge racing guy in the first place. You know, if I were, I
He's not a
probably would
racist.
not mind spending the time to get this one down, because really, all of the rest of the gameplay and everything, it really does work.
Arlo not
really
liking this
well.
is shocking.
As it is,
Is it? I keep telling you guys he does not like Kirby. And he doesn't like racing games. So you give him a Kirby racing game that he has to pretend to like because he got it for free from Nintendo, and yeah, you're gonna get like half the video of him crying about the controls.
Definitely having fun.
Like Arlo is definitely big on the accessibility. So a game that only uses one button, you'd think would be accessible because it's only one button, but it's actually not accessible because it's too much. It like everything is contextually tied to one button, and it makes it too complicated for him.
No, I absolutely am. But I don't know. I guess we just gotta wait and see how far that'll carry me. I am going to play more online with friends, at the very least. I mean, even as I say this, even as I
Shy
speak
Guy
these
Boone
words,
emote when Arlo has a bad take. I put in the Patrick emote earlier today.
I have a really big problem with a very core element of this game, a major design pillar, and yet I kind of can't wait to play it more. Mainly though, I just appreciate what this game is and what Sakurai has achieved. He took such an old cult classic and delivered what is essentially the perfect
cult classic, but he never played it.
Everything that a fan of the original could possibly want.
I played more of the OG Kirby Air Ride than he did, and I played only 30 minutes of it.
Basically obsolete, and a title that stands head and shoulders above its first-party Nintendo contemporaries in so many ways, in terms of options and features and content for both single and multiplayer.
So it's accessible in options, but not accessible in controls.
Spits in its face. Like, Sakurai isn't even a Nintendo employee, and yet he consistently beats them at their own game whenever he makes their own games. Kirby Air Riders might be the most technically impressive first-party game on Switch 2 so far, and the most feature-rich and considerate multiplayer Nintendo game since Smash Ultimate. It's so refined, so impeccably designed, so gorgeous. It's blazingly, almost overwhelmingly fast, and yet it knows this and gives you all these little opportunities to rest and even turn down the intensity and the options if you like.
Fingers,
because
man.
This is a game for everyone. That's why it strives to be simple enough to pick up and start having fun with, but deep and technical enough for even the most hardcore fans. It's a game that considers and delivers just about everything it could. In many ways, I think it is a crowning achievement, an impossible amount of love given to a weird little GameCube game that didn't even review or sell that well. Yup, Kirby fans, they are eating right now. They are eating like the pink boy himself. Time!
Yeah, Strava. What you got going on? Partner pushing now? Yeah, one of my streams a while back got that blessed 75 viewer average. I can't remember which one. I think it was the Metroid Marathon. So I'm 1 out of 6 for the 30-day window. So I have to get 5 more and then do it again to hit the 60-day window. I don't think I am. If it doesn't work out, it wasn't meant to be, and I'll just give up and kneel. Hi, Strava. Let's get a shout out, Raw Strava. He'll return the speedrunning eventually. We saw you in Koizumer's chat yesterday. Or at least I did. And then you saw me.
Are you...
Oh, that's an old clip.
What?
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 We want sly speedruns.
What?
You gotta follow us, Strava VT, right now. We're talking top 10 Sly 2 speedrunner here. And he moderates all the records. You won't be able to get a cheat. You won't be able to cheat. He's gonna call you out and get Carl Jobs to do a video on you. Eventually, I'm starting to get the itch again. Need to practice for ESA. Was it? You're not going to Games Done Quick this year, are you? Well, I think that's already going on. I guess you would have already went out for that. No, ESA was the thing you said you were doing. I looked at the schedule for Games Done Quick. I don't think I saw Sly. I saw Jack 3. Alright, the last 7 lums I need are in this level. I got this thing as I can get partner. I don't know. I'm gonna have to bum off a lot of good raids. I'm not gonna lie. We're gonna have to pair hands. We're gonna have to network. We're gonna have to leech. Befriend a lot of people. The last 7 lums are at the very end of this phase. If I miss it again, there's no way to go back to them. I'm gonna have to just reload the level. Past this part. Time for Dingus to start shit-talking Asmongold. Again, if it's not meant to be, it's not meant to be. I've already said this, but like, I have the door open, the opportunity is there. So if I can hit it, It would be very meaningful and robust and yada yada. But I'll give up. I'll wave the white flag and I'll kneel and accept that it wasn't meant to be if it doesn't happen. But if it does happen, it'll be pretty cool. Pretty cool. Nice little recognition, my little autism check mark. But yeah, that was the absolute last Arlo video. There's a few more from other people. There's a couple of Donkey Kong guy videos. I'll save those for another stream. But we went from, in this one stream, I think we went from a little over 20 videos to watch to under 10. That's pretty good. I have a lot of videos backed up from this one guy that we watched before that reviews movies, but with an anti-woke perspective. I think I'll save those for a night in which we just do only that guy's videos. Because, like, the videos are all part of a series. But I watched him before. I like his stuff. I think it was Conky that got me put onto his channel. Ah, fuck. Arlo's not bringing the engagement. He's not. Guys, I just put on Arlo, and already 10 viewers have left. When DSP comes back from taking a piss. Well, I see we lost 50 viewers since I went to go to the bathroom. Wait, you guys didn't want to see the clips? That's what we need. When I go BRB, we just get the Dingus slideshow. The slideshow of clips. I can already imagine the clips that would be there. The Juggernaut clip. The me eating clip. The me talking about sucking men off clip. But I meant to say mien, like the noodle. The noodles. The noodle dish mien. I could go for some mien right now. The clip where I say like, oh my god, it's so stinky, but it's like out of context. Arlo just doesn't bring butts to seats. I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't know what is wrong. You guys like me? You guys like me? Do you like me? Oh man, I got an hour. I just gotta get 7 lums and then beat the boss. And then I can make noodles and get ready for reanimating. I don't even know if we have anything to watch. I don't think the shows start until next week. We'll see. I'm sure Ann is putting something together. If Ann 1337 can hear the sound of my voice, I'm sure he's putting together a schedule. No. Wait, that kind of worked out. Kinda. It did not work out. I'm still me, guys. Like, what changed? Like, I'm enjoying the game. I'm having fun with Rayman 2. Let me see what Kick Chat says. Kick Chat says, oh, you're watching too many videos on the stream. It's not about the game. Oh, you're a React Slop streamer. You guys asked for the Arlo segment, so I put on the Arlo videos. Now you're saying, oh, it's too many video segments on the streams. It's not enough about you in the game. Fuck you. Fuck this. Maybe I won't watch Arlo anymore on the stream ever. Then the chatters start saying, oh my god, yes, please, yes, do that. That's how you gaslight me into never watching Arlo ever again. The vibes are off? I don't understand why. We gotta have a business meeting, guys? Why are the streams not doing good? Sometimes I wonder if there's like one person that's like completely out of the loop, that's just listening to me babble and do like the full impression, but he's like, he doesn't have the context for it, so like, what the fuck is he talking about? What does he mean, business meeting? Okay, right here. Really don't want to jump. There we go. Alright, that's every lum in the game. Now I gotta do the, this segment again. And then the final boss. Fuck you, Ubisoft, taking away my 100%. That was pretty good. I look. Again, I didn't beat the game as a kid. And I remember as a kid, some of the lum locations were pissing me off! I would never be able to complete a level with all the lums found. Not that I made it very far in the game to begin with as a kid. Made it as far as the swamp and then I rage quit. Because I couldn't save it. But, you know, coming back to it, being able to do it 100% as a adult style, I think the lum locations, some of them are a bit bullshit, but completely doable without a guide. Am I able to do the rocket without... Do I have to beat him? I do. He has so much HP. And he's a ninja. Ninja robot pirate. It's like some meme shit. Some mimetic shit you would see in Invader Zim or something. But this predates Invader Zim by several years.
Yay!
The combat in this game is like one of the strangest things about it though. Like the enemies either die in one hit or just full one-on-one duels with the robot pirates. I don't think there's another 3D platformer that really does combat the way Rayman 2 does combat. Get Ray 2 fix working for the near identical 99% 99 PC version going. I think the versions to try out would be the butchered PlayStation 1 version. Since I, you know, I'm the PS1 guy. That's the version to check out, since it changes so much. Then maybe the PS2 version, because it adds a different hub world and changes some of the other levels around. And if I'm not mistaken, every other port is derivative of the N64 version or the Dreamcast version. I don't think any of those later ports are even based off the PS2 version, so that makes it kind of unique all its own. Oops. The MSI can't handle it. I've never emulated Dreamcast. PS1 and PS2 version, I'm surprised they don't just toss it up on PSN. I guess Ubisoft has like a... Well, no, they wouldn't have exclusivity for the ROM rights of Rayman 2, would they? No, you put it on NSO already. You can't put it on PSN as well. Xbox licensing issues? Well, not just that, but like, why can't they just toss the PS1 and PS2 versions on PSN Premium? But then I'm trying to think, is there a game... Oh my god. I just wanted to know if that led to a secret area. I was thinking, is there a game that's both on NSO and PSN Premium? I'm trying to think. There's very few multi-plat titles on NSO, but there are a lot on PSN Premium. Ubisoft would have to agree, otherwise MS could just shove anything on Xbox. Backwards compatibility? Yeah. Rayman 3 is still backwards compatible. I gotta dig out the series. If I play Rayman 3, let it be known, if I do play Rayman 3, it will be the Xbox. It won't be on the Series X. Not that I haven't streamed from the Series X before. It was to do Shredder's Revenge. Go, 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 go. I didn't understand that part at first, but the only way to dodge that laser is you just gotta keep flying. Keep moving. Rayman has the 4 masts and he's on the ship.
You failed me again. I warned you, didn't I? Let's see how well you swim in molten lava. Meanwhile, I'll just handle this little problem myself. Prepare the Growgloff. I know how to lure Rayman to me.
Or my message, I thought it was another chat. Oh, Strava's multi-tab in here. You really get a perspective of how gigantic the ship is when you see like that little shot there. Like that whole arena is just the crow's nest.
Identify target.
Look, it's the guy. Again. We already saw this earlier. Leave my friend alone.
Now you're alone for eternity.
What? Are you okay, Glowbox? I'll be fine. Now go. Ah. Alright, they do let you exit since it's I guess it's a boss fight. Alright, but this is 100%, 999 lums, all 80 cages. I had to do this right here to get the save point as proof that I did it. Because once you start the boss fight, you're not able to leave once you beat it, and then it traps you on that DN screen. Alright. You gotta kind of angle it to account for him sidestepping. The giant robot seems kind of anticlimactic, but I guess it's fitting because they're already robots. But it's like a smaller robot controlling a bigger robot. Razorbeard is kind of a manlet though, a robotlet. So maybe they felt like, okay, how do we make a boss fight with him because he's so short? Just give him a giant robot. I don't know. That's what I'm saying, Eddie B. The controller pack, the game detects the rumble pack from the start. So I was wondering why I couldn't save within the game properly. The reason being is because the rumble pack is inserted. But you need the rumble pack for the better, visuals. So it doesn't really make sense. But no, the rumble. Wait, no, my mistake. Expansion. I said rumble when I meant expansion. It detects the expansion pack at the start, so you get the expansion with the better visuals. Oh wait, no, never mind. No, wait, I'm really thinking about this. When you start the game in the emulator, it detects the expansion pack. I thought it was the rumble pack, but I misremembered it was the expansion pack. But the expansion pack, the controller pack is inserted in the controller. That's why it's called the controller pack. It's not inserted to the console. So you could have the controller pack and the expansion pack simultaneously inserted in the N64. You are able to save with the expansion pack inserted. I misremembered yesterday, and I was like, oh, because the game detects the expansion pack, you can't save because the controller pack has to be inserted in order to save. So in order to save, you have to take the lower resolution quality, but that's not true. You can have the controller pack and expansion pack both inserted simultaneously and save with the higher resolution quality. But for some reason, when they emulated this game, they have the expansion pack emulated, but not the controller pack. So you can't save within the game itself. You have to save via the suspend points. Don't be afraid, Rayman, I'm here. You'd think this would give him his power to fly, but it actually just gives him another rocket. See? You'd think it would just give him his power to fly back from that one level. It is kind of a Kino moment, isn't it? Very hopeful. In a game that's ridden with hopelessness. Bravo, Rayman! You were sensational! Razorbeard is nearly beaten! Thanks to you, hope has come back into our hearts. See? It is about hope. The slaves have broken their chains and escaped. On land, Palokas eliminated all the Robo-Pirates. Destroy Razorbeard, and our victory will be complete. It's kind of blinding. Jay, look away from this part. The game has slaves, Astro. The Robo Pirates are an actual threat. They enslaved all of the inhabitants of Rayman's world. The game plays itself very straight. It takes itself very seriously. Like the Robo Pirates are actually pretty mean. They enslave all the good guys. Rayman starts the game in prison. Like, they fucking. Could you imagine a Mario game where, well, I guess they did do it in Sunshine, but like he's only in jail in Sunshine for like 2 seconds and then he gets out. He gets put on parole. I guess Rayman is only in jail in 2 seconds in this game too. And, look, in Mario Sunshine, he's put in jail as a joke. In Rayman 2, it's what kicks off the entire plot. Well, no, actually the plot was already kicked off. The pirates win. The game starts with the pirates having already won. That starts in medias res. Also, I gotta do this in one go. Yeah, I was testing it out yesterday, Eddie B. If you hold start when you boot up Mario 64, it's supposed to boot up a secret controller pack data management thing. I used to do it back in the day to look at what games I had saved. It doesn't work on the emulator. The emulator just doesn't emulate the controller pack. I don't know why. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Oh, dang it. All I did was make Mario make funny faces. No, that's Mario 64. I mean, Mario Sunshine. Oh, no, wait. You meant for the Mario Kart 64 thing. No, it's a Mario Kart 64, not Mario 64, where that's an option. Yeah, these devs aren't street smart. Yeah, no, these pirates are evil. Which is, I don't know, it contrasts kind of weird with the later Rayman villains, where they're just like complete jokes. Like, these guys are comical, but they do evil things. Like, the threat that they pose is very real and very much highlighted. And you see it. You see the effect that their presence has on Rayman's world. How, like, industrialized everything becomes. All of Rayman's captured friends. Oh no! How are the dingus neighbors still firing fireworks? Oh, I'm just being a grump. Oh, shoot. Gonna be here for a while, you guys. You gotta do this like 5 or 6 times without crashing. It's gonna break. It's gonna rise. It's gonna rise. It's gonna rise. Oh my god. Okay. I didn't want to crash. It's gonna do it again. Oh, please, 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 please. Honestly, the flying's not the hard part, it's the fucking homing bullets. No! Okay. There it is! There it is! Rayman, shoot him! 100% ending, shoot him! Shoot him!
Rayman, I've saved one little surprise for you.
Where's my secret ending? I don't even get to completely kick his ass for 100%? No! Nothing's different! Yeah, there's lava on the ship. I pointed that out the first time. Like, how does that work? Anyway, Rayman died. Hey, Shroom. We didn't get enough support for the 100% real ending. No! Look, the little baby's sad. Ah! How could this be? Wait a minute.
Could it be?
Oh my god, Shroom, he made it! Our walking hero! Ah! He's alive! He's using Razorbeard's peg leg as a little cane, a little walking stick. Listen to the song of my people. Whoa! And so the day was saved, and it was super meaningful. We learned a lot. Yeah, that jerkwad EV's good, but he nearly took away my 100%. Rayman, we honor you this evening. Without your courage, the enemy would still be here. It takes itself way too seriously. Once again, the world has found harmony. The heart of the world is back together. Now rest. You may have to fight again. Who knows what tomorrow will bring? Who wrote this? They need a trophy. Rayman 2, but again. Ladies and gentlemen, what can you say? I guess Razorbeard had to be kept alive. He does appear in the later games, so they couldn't kill him off. But I don't know, couldn't we, like, okay, he can still survive, but have his little spaceship blow up at least. Nothing changed! Maybe that line about the heart of the world being put back together, I gotta look at the VOD for the first one, where I didn't have 100%. Because if I didn't have 100%, it wouldn't tell me the heart of the world was back together, would it? But, yeah, very, very good game, very good. I forget what I gave it last stream. 7 out of 10? I don't know. Now that I meaningfully have done all the content, I would give it an 8 out of 10. Very good game. It looks great. It plays like a dream. It features an environment, a setting that is literally a dream. Yeah, it's pretty good. Gave it 8 out of 10 too. I would just say the pacing. I have consistently brought this up. The pacing kind of falls off after the second mask. Between the second and third mask, there's no regular levels. It's just like gimmick levels. And then there's only one level, Tomb of the Ancients, between the third mask and the fourth mask. And then the fourth mask is just do a regular level, not a sanctuary. There's no fourth sanctuary. It's just 3 sanctuaries, and then there's no fourth one. Even though there are 4 masks, it's just do a regular level, and then the baby Glowbox has the last mask. Yeah, I owe Tonic trouble. That wasn't even an extra life thing. I just want to play it now because I never did. How does it control compared to Rayman 2? Is it clunkier? I've seen gameplay. It looks like it controls clunkier than Rayman 2. Would make sense because it predates Rayman 2. It was the game that they used to get used to the engine. The controls that suck are the flying ones. Oh man, of course it has a flying power. The flying segments feel like dog shit. Well, again, that was their proving ground game. The game that they use to prove themselves with the engine. There's a whole level that's flying only. Final boss ends with the flying segment. Ugh. Gimmick fight. You know how I feel about those. This fucking game ended with a gimmick fight. What's next? Good question. There's a lot to do on Extra Life, but there's a lot that I owe still that I gotta go back to. I still have to do Galaxy. I never got the green stars in Galaxy 2. And I never did the Luigi run in Galaxy 1. And Fire Emblem 6. It's a game full of that levels? Are you sure you're not talking about Mario Sunshine? What's the difference in the endings? I didn't notice one other than I gotta check the first VOD where it was like the heart of the world or something. It's that the heart of the world was back together. That might be new. I think. Maybe. Ratchet & Clank is calling. Corey Zoomer said that it's now downloadable on PS5. I gotta double check that. I feel like I would have heard that announcement. But he wouldn't be mistaken, would he? Anyway, game fun, game good. Anime? Question mark? Let's see who's live. Open up the Streamlabs. Aqua Saber sending me a Shy Gal idea. Let me see this. You want to see what Aqua Saber sent me? Now this would have to be a thing that Ludwig would have to attend to, because I don't do any modeling. Aqua Saber sent this. Not seen any PS2, PS4 for original quadrilogy, just the PS3 ports. Yeah, I don't want any of that cloud streaming the HD version shit. Hey Jezzy. Nothing changed for the 100% ending. I'm kind of sad. All right, Aqua Saber says this has to be a new model idea, but I don't do any modeling. Do you think Ludwig could make this the next model? I think we'd have to do a little bit of editing on the bazongas, don't you think? For Fire Emblem? I don't know, he just said in... I guess it's in general? I like the Bowser sword. Minions, chop chop, make it happen. I like it though, I like the design. It doesn't seem like it's specifically for Fire Emblem. What is this? What is it referencing? Oh, Warhammer? See, I'm not Mr. Warhammer. This could be the Tip Skull model. Now guys, we gotta hit the new model goal. Dingus version 3.0. Because, you know, there's... I had a model before this one. Remember? You don't remember. The Shy Guy model. I've showed it before. How do we get the Shy Guy in the booba? We're gonna have to try. We need to have... We're gonna have to get some kind of thing. We're gonna have to put like a pole between the bazongers and slide the Shy Guy in, then take the pole away, and then watch as the bazongers crush the Shy Guy. Anyway, guys, there it is. There it is. Rayman 2. Welcome home. Not once, not thrice, not 4 times, but twice. I played it twice. I completed it twice. I played it 4 times on stream. I will do Rayman 3 at some point, I guess. Just a matter of me getting the Xbox out and then playing everything else that I owe. And Tonic Trouble. I want to do Tonic Trouble. Complete a game and get to see some titties. Tonight was good. It was good, wasn't it? It's nice to do a day stream. I had the time for it today. I don't always have the time, but I did have the time today, and I decided to treat you as much as I was treating me by deciding to do it. I gotta make some ramen. I got anime night. I got no clue what's on. Is there even... Are there any shows? Where's Ann? Where's Ann? Where is he? Where's Ann? What are we watching? Are we watching anything? Is it over? Is it felted? Oh, no, Mr. Pun, Ann was here earlier. I saw him. He was saying, wow, I can't believe I got out of bed and it's fucking Arlo. This can't be happening, you guys. Ann. Where's Ann? Surely Ann will be awake in the next 30 minutes, right? Surely Ann wouldn't oversleep for anime night. I did it once. I did it. I felt really bad for it. The anime night is felted. He already watched everything with Seru at all without you. Your punishment for watching Arlo. Hey. We're caught up on Arlo now. We never have to worry about Arlo ever again until he puts out the next video. Which might be tomorrow. Who knows? Alright, let's find someone cool to raid. And then I gotta read off all the stuff. I think this won't even stall for Ann to show up. Ann has to clock out right now. That means you missed anime too. That does mean you missed anime as well. Pablo, take me out.
It's nice to rest your eyes and maybe
nice segue. Thanks for stopping by. And take over Anime Night and make everyone watch Synthetic Man's Brother. No, if I had control of Anime Night, I would make everyone watch rom-coms. It would just be a deluge of rom-coms. If you actually participate... If you actually participate in Anime Night, you would know what I make everyone watch when I have control of the schedule. What rom-com? There's one I'm really enjoying this season, or, well, this season's over now. Last season, what was it? We haven't watched it in a while. I like it so much I want to finish it. Oh, it's Yano, yeah. Let me see. Where's the schedule? Where's the schedule? Where is it? I'm blind. Oh, Oh, Yano Kun's Ordinary Days. This is this one. Hino show of the season. Or well, show of last season. Sounds like Dingislop? No, it's called Ding Slop, sir. It's called Ding Slop. It's completely different. Alright, but so many people are live tonight. Tevin's on BRB. Let's see, who do we got in the recommended? Alright, I think I have somebody. Big ups to the positivity. Thank you for the nice guys and the nice people. Thank you, Infamous KSD, 50-bit cheer. Ryuhan, re-up in tier 1 for 42 months. Infamous KS gifting Atlas the bookkeeper. Big ups Atlas stopping on by. That's what happens when we start the stream in the daytime. People who can't show up at the nighttime show up for the daytime. And it's like, whoa, I haven't seen you in forever. What's going on, dude? Ludwig, thank you for the raid with Party 34. Infamous KS, thank you for the 5-bit cheer. Mr. Fun, thank you for the gifted tier 1 to Zara Zabuza for the 1 month. Golem, thank you for the re-up in the Prime. 37 months in a row. 38 months in total. Rayman 2, more like Rayman. Too many streams of this. That wasn't too many streams, it was just 4 streams. Rayman 2, as short as it is, like, really should just be 1 stream. Thank you, Real Somali Pirate, for the follow. Infamous KS, the 5-bit cheer. Infamous KS, 1 final 5-bit cheer. Good night, everyone. Astro, see you in another stream in like 10 minutes. Why are you calling out Astro for? It's kind of mean. Alright, I don't know anything about this person, but they are in the recommended bar. Therefore, they should be pretty cool. You're playing Chrono Trigger? This is Phil's favorite game. And she's a girl! No, she's a girl. Be nice to her. She's playing Chrono Trigger. It's like not a special version, is it? Is it the DS version? I don't know. I'll see it when I believe it. You're about to see it. I don't know anything about her. Don't bring up Phil. It says girl. It says girl doing cute things. Cute girls doing cute... Girl! Don't be toxic. Don't be toxic, you guys. I'm corporate now. No. I mean, you represent the dingers over there, so don't be weird, okay? But bye-bye, adios, and meep time. We'll see you when we see you. And if we didn't see you, then we didn't see you. But if we did see you, then we saw you. And if we didn't see you, hopefully we'll see you next time. If I can see myself in the mirror each and every single day, hopefully I can inspire viewers like you, Rue, to see themselves in their mirrors each and every single day. It was one of Dingus's 2 girl raids of the year. What was the other one, Jinx? But Jinx is live too. Anyway, 5 seconds, bye-bye, behave, be on your best behavior. See you later.